The Face Changers by Thomas Perry. Narrated by Joyce Bean. Copyright 1998 by Thomas Perry. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Random House Incorporated and was produced in the year 2009 by Tantor Media Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. If anyone dreamed he was a false face, it was only necessary to signify his dream to the proper person and give a feast, to be at once initiated. And so anyone dreaming that he had ceased to be a false face had but to make known his dream and give a similar entertainment to effect his exodus. In no other way could a membership be acquired or surrendered. Upon all occasions on which the members appeared in character, they wore false faces, the masks being diversified in color, style, and configuration, but all agreeing in their equally hideous appearance. The members were all males, save one, who was a female, and the mistress of the band. She was called Gagosa Hononastaseta, or Keeper of the False Faces, and not only had charge of the regalia of the band, but was the only organ of communication with the members, for their names continued unknown. The prime motive in the establishment of this organization was to propitiate those demons called false faces, and among other good results, to arrest pestilence and disease. Report on the fabrics, inventions, implements, and utensils of the Iroquois, made to the Regents of the University, January 22, 1851, by Lewis H. Morgan. Reprinted in Elizabeth Tooker, Lewis H. Morgan on Iroquois Material Culture, 1994. Chapter 1. Janet McAfee stepped out of the Baltimore Medical Center and winced as the icy air coming off the inner harbor lacerated her cheeks and forehead. Her eyes began to water as she lowered her head and searched for the taxicab. At one time she would have called the sensation pain, but that was before she had learned what pain was. The chemical peel had only left her skin feeling tender and exposed, the way a sore tooth would feel if she drank iced tea. The part of the makeover that had taken her by surprise was the liposuction. That had been the only part of the process that she had been secretly looking forward to, because it seemed like cheating away all the days she had convinced herself she was too busy to exercise and too hungry to turn down dessert. But the liposuction had cost her a week of hot, fiery misery before she had felt like moving again. Because they had sucked most of the fat from the places that a person rested on, stillness had not offered much relief. The doctors never told you that. Instead, they drew lines on a photograph of your face to show you how clever the cut-and-stitch surgery was going to be. The mild discomfort from that was already half forgotten, and the scars were almost invisible. She spotted the taxicab parked beside the curb just outside the parking barrier, where the driver had stopped so he wouldn't have to pull a ticket from the machine to come into the lot. She resolved to be more specific next time she ordered a cab. She squared her shoulders and prepared to step away from the shelter of the big medical building into the wind. She felt a hand touch her elbow and shrank from it, tightening her muscles to clamp her arm to her side. Janet whirled. A tall, thin woman with long black hair was standing beside her, looking into her eyes. The woman seemed to note her startled reaction, but it seemed neither to surprise nor particularly worry her. She said quietly, "Go back into the building and wait for me just inside the door." "But that's my cab. I was just on my way." The woman interrupted. "Didn't they tell you I would come for you? It's time." Her eyes betrayed a small glint of amusement as she watched Janet's face. Janet sensed a sudden weakness in her arms and legs. They felt heavy, but somehow empty, as though there were no bones. "All right," she said. She stepped back in and watched through the glass door as the new woman walked up to the driver, said something to him, gave him some money, and stepped back to watch him wheel out and drive away. She turned and walked across the driveway and through the door, then kept going past Janet without looking at her. After 5 paces, she stopped, turned, and said, "This is it. If you're coming, come now." Janet nodded and took a step. She could not help wondering if this single step was one of those enormous ones, like a step off the railing of a ship. But then she reminded herself that this wasn't like that at all. She had taken that step months ago, on the night when she had decided to make the telephone call. She had been busy preparing for this day for a long time, first quietly moving out of the condominium into the small apartment where everything was unlisted and nobody but the police knew she lived there, then enduring the makeover. This was only the next step, not the first. She followed the tall, dark woman down the hallway and out the front door, then to a small green car that looked a lot like the one that Janet had owned until— No, she didn't want to follow her memory backward. This was a new beginning. Janet got into the passenger seat and closed the door just as it began to move. The woman accelerated away from the curb and into traffic, then moved quickly into the next lane, then turned again, and headed east. She was not exactly a reckless driver, but she was aggressive and sure, and those were qualities that made Janet uneasy. Janet said, "I didn't think you would come for me here." "That's why I did," said the dark woman. Then she seemed to change, as though she had thought about it and decided that there was no practical reason not to be friendly. "Everyone who's been wondering if you might try to disappear assumes that you'll do it in certain ways. What they're waiting for is to see you some night slinking out of your condo carrying a suitcase. Nobody disappears from a doctor's office." She glanced at Janet. "How'd it go, by the way?" Janet shrugged. "He says I'm doing great. I'm not supposed to see him again for 6 months. He did a wonderful job on you. Big improvement." "Thank you," she said mechanically. It was a shock that this woman, who seemed so strange, would say something as normal and human as an empty compliment. "How do you know? We've never met before." "I've seen lots of pictures of you." She made another turn. "What have other people said? Has anyone who knew you before the surgery seen you since?" Janet shook her head. "I'm a little low on the invitation list lately, and I didn't go out at all while my face still made people stare. The doctors and nurses are the only ones. And cab drivers." The woman swung into a covered parking ramp, went up 2 levels, then stopped in an empty space and turned off the engine. "Why are we stopping?" "I need to give you some things." She reached into her purse and produced a ticket in an airline envelope. "Your flight leaves in 2 hours." "Where am I going?" She pulled aside the corner of the envelope and read the ticket. "Chicago." "You'll be there for a while, but it's just a stop on the way. It'll keep you out of sight until your plastic surgery is completely healed. You should show up at your final destination looking like a finished product. Face, body, hair, wardrobe, credentials." She handed Janet a small wallet that was stiff with cards. "Here's your ID." Janet looked at the MasterCard on top. "Mary Anders. Is that going to be my name?" "Just for this trip. You'll need to flash identification to get on the plane. If something goes wrong or you're stalled, you can't even get a room without a credit card. Use those." Janet looked at the driver's license. The picture was the one she'd taken in a photo booth a week before, but it had been touched up. It looked to her as though someone had scanned it into a computer and adjusted the color and texture to hide the surgery. She gazed at the picture. It was a young, pretty woman, but it was still her face. Maybe she would look like that after everything healed, and it made her hopeful again. She put the wallet in her purse with the ticket. "Now let's have yours." "Mine what?" "Your license, credit cards, and so on. Whatever you have with Janet McAfee written on it has to go." "Oh, of course," she said. It had not occurred to her that she would have to lose things that took so little space, but of course she did. The dark woman watched impatiently while she took out her wallet, removed her driver's license, stared at it for a second as though she were saying goodbye to it, and set it down on the seat beside her. You'd better give me the whole thing. There's nothing in there that you're going to need. But what about later? The dark woman looked at her sympathetically and patted her arm. I wish we had more time together right now, before you get on that plane, so I could help you through the hard parts. I really do. This has all been done before, and there's a right way. We don't know how long it's going to take for things in Baltimore to improve. It might be that those men will get caught trying to put a bomb in your condo tonight, or try to hire an outside killer who's really an undercover cop. Stranger things have happened. But you have to be prepared to wait a long time, and that means doing everything as though it were for keeps. It's not that much harder. She took the wallet and put it into her own purse. Now for your traveling money. They told you to get a safe deposit box nobody knows about, right? It's not in there. I was afraid you'd come for me when the banks were closed. It's in a long-term storage place. The closest cross streets are Light and Fayette. The woman looked at her with curiosity. You mean by the courthouse and all that? That's right, Janet said apologetically. I thought with all those policemen coming and going it would be safer. It's so much cash. The dark woman didn't verify or contradict her theory. She seemed to be thinking hard. Okay. Give me all your keys. Condo, apartment, everything. I'll get rid of everything that might cause trouble later. Janet handed over her keys, and the woman looked at them, then asked, What about the safe deposit box? Is the key in the apartment? No, I have it with me. Then give it to me. I'll put your old ID in there with the rest of your papers. But I only have one key. The woman smiled, but it was the kind of smile that told Janet she should have known better than to bring up something as foolish as that. People lose them all the time. When this is over, you go to the bank. You tell them you lost it. They drill the lock. She held out her hand. Janet handed over the key. The dark woman seemed to hear something. Her eyes rose to settle on the rear-view mirror. Then she turned in the seat and stared out the back window for a moment. Her smile was gone, and she looked intense, agitated. We'd better get moving. Janet tried to keep herself from looking in the direction the woman had been staring, but she couldn't help herself. Did you see something? I'm not sure, but I'm not in the business of hanging around to verify hunches. I just get people out. She started the car. A black car had been prowling up the ramp on the far side of the garage. As soon as the noise of the green car's starter echoed in the concrete enclosure, the black car accelerated. It swung around the first aisle, where there were a dozen empty spaces, passed several more aisles, and began to make the turn up this aisle. The dark woman backed out of the parking space quickly, stopped with a jerk, threw the car into forward gear, and shot ahead. Janet tried to interpret what she had seen in a dozen sensible ways, but she could not. The black car could only have been trying to make it up the aisle before the green car backed out so it could stop behind it to block it in. Janet turned in her seat to stare out the rear window. She could make out that the black car had silhouettes of two heads, but the upper part of the windshield was tinted, and she could not have seen the two faces in the dim light of the parking structure anyway. She had time to see it go past the parking space they had just vacated before the dark woman spun around the first turn of the ramp and descended so she couldn't see anything. I think they're coming, she said. The dark woman didn't look surprised. Are they the ones we have to worry about, or could they just be police? I don't know. I've never seen them. They would just call me on the phone. The woman's eyes kept flicking upward to the rearview mirror, then settling on the ramp ahead so she wouldn't hit anything. I guess we'd better assume they are, since they don't seem to own a siren. I'll have to lose them while you go get your traveling money. It's Light and Fayette? Yes. All right. We've got about an hour and 40 minutes left, so this'll be tight. Here's what we do. I can get us into the neighborhood in the next 5 minutes. I'll let you off somewhere nearby and keep going. You go into the storage place and pick up your money, then meet me wherever I let you off. Okay. Then get ready." Janet watched the rear window while the dark woman took several quick turns, sped down a narrow street lined with row houses, cut across a parking lot, then emerged on Light Street and drove past the intersection at Fayette. Finally, she turned in at the Harbor Court Hotel. There was a brick portal like the mouth of a cavern, then a circular patio with a fountain in the middle to keep cars moving around it in a circle to the lobby entrance. The dark woman said, "Go through the hotel and out the other side. This is where I'll be. Don't look for the car. Look for me. Now move." Janet slipped out of the car. The doorman dodged in front of her to open the door, and then she was in. She heard the sound of a car scraping its undercarriage, then turned her head to see that the black car had turned into the driveway too quickly, just as the dark woman was accelerating to bring the green car around the fountain and out to the street. The two men inside seemed too intent on following the little green car to glance in the direction of the hotel entrance. They just leaned their bodies inward against the centrifugal force as they made the circuit, then bounced out again. Janet hurried across the lobby, then out the other door, and nearly ran up the street toward Fayette. She stepped into the storage building's entry, rang the doorbell on the counter, and spent a few seconds catching her breath. It took 3 more rings to bring the clerk, who opened the cage and led her up to her storage cubicle. She was worried already. She had not exactly told the truth when she had allowed the dark woman to think the money was where it could be picked up quickly. When she had locked the door behind her, she went to the big box where the winter coats were hanging in a row covered with dry cleaner's bags, and slipped her leather carry-on bag from between 2 of them. Then she began retrieving letter-size envelopes, each with $10,000 sealed inside it, and placing them in her bag. She took 4 from inside a pair of high leather boots she had not worn in years, 2 from coats that had inner pockets, 3 from the inside of Aunt Rosalie's giant casserole dish that had come to her because it didn't fit in any relative's cupboard, and did not fit in Janet's either. There was 1 envelope inside the little door in the back of the big wind-up clock that chimed every hour loudly enough to wake anyone trying to sleep in any dwelling smaller than an English manor house. 2 were rolled inside the stemmed glasses and covered with tissue paper, and 1 slipped between the crystal decanters. She had once thought them pretty, but now anything associated with drinking made her depressed. It took a moment to push the bad painting of a sailing ship out of its thick frame and remove the false backing, then almost as long to collect the loose $100 bills she had packed there into their envelope. There were 2 envelopes taped inside the carved Tibetan mask. She had been told that what the mask was vomiting through its fanged maw was supposed to be good luck, but she had never been able to feel comfortable about a culture so alien that it imagined good luck looked like that. She figured faith always worked that way. Believing something frightening and unappetizing would be just the thing to make you happy. She supposed that attitude was why she had never married. Suddenly she wished she had a girlfriend with her so she could have said that aloud, but she was alone. At the moment, that woman waiting in the car was as close as she could come to a friend, and Janet somehow knew that the dark woman wouldn't have laughed. She found 1 envelope behind her graduation picture, 1 in the battery compartment of a bulky, old-fashioned portable radio that held 4 batteries, and 3 more tucked in with the receipts she kept with her old tax returns. That made 21, $210,000. Oh, and 5,000 in her purse. She had gotten into the habit of carrying that with her in case the very worst happened, and she didn't even have time to come here. Janet took a last look at the old things she had stored in the cubicle. She had judged all of them ineligible for space in her condo, but she had never been able to rid herself of any of them. She knew that as soon as the lease on the cubicle ran out, they would end up in a dumpster. She felt a tearing sensation at the thought, paused for a moment, then retaped 1 envelope on the back of her graduation picture, under the frame cover. She went out to the counter where the clerk was waiting. "Is there any way I can pay in advance for the next 5 years?" 5? She had said it without thinking it through. and tried to concoct a reason why he shouldn't think she was doing something crazy or illegal. "Yes, I figure with inflation I'll save money over the long run." He shrugged, and she could tell she had been wrong about him. If forced to think about it, he would probably have said that she was stupid, but he cared so little about her that he didn't bother. He reached under the counter and produced a blank rental agreement like the one she had signed 4 years ago. "Sign it, and I'll figure the charge." He punched a calculator on the counter and did some elaborate mathematical operation while Janet's brain silently screamed, "Just move the decimal point to the right. $480 a year. 4,800 divided by 2 is 2,400. He said, "That'll be 40 a month, times 12 months, times 5. Janet waited while he gave her a chance to prepare for the shock. 2,400. She had been counting out $100 bills while he'd completed his computations. "Here." She handed him the money and waited while he wrote up a receipt. As she left the building, she felt a little better, a little smarter. 200,000 was enough running around money, and this way, when she came back to Baltimore, she would at least have something, a little cash, a few objects that belonged only to her. She had even avoided writing a check, which would eventually be mailed to her condo and tell someone she had a rented storage space. She glanced at her watch. It had taken her 23 minutes. She had used too much time. The dark woman had probably thought she would walk in, grab the bag, and run. Janet hurried up the street toward the hotel, hating herself once again. She had worked hard for that money, invested it prudently each week for years, then carefully over the past few months had converted it to cash in $5,000 increments. She had hidden the cash in the way she had invested it, a little here, a little there. If the worst had happened and someone had broken into her little storage area, she had hoped he might find one envelope and run away, assuming he had found everything. She had not considered that her chance of safety might be slipping away in the time it took her to gather it all. The cold, steady breeze from the harbor punished her tender face as she hurried toward the hotel, but Janet felt that she deserved it. She had been too slow-witted to explain in advance to the woman who was helping her that the money would take time. That was unforgivable. Had she even made sure the woman knew that what those men had threatened to do to her wasn't just beating her up or something? Yes, she had told the person on the telephone all about it. The one on the telephone had been a woman, too, or she might not have been able to say some of the words. The dark woman might even have been the one on the telephone. Janet hurried through the hotel entrance, then walked as casually as she could across the marble floor of the lobby. She had been in the habit of wearing business clothes to the plastic surgeon's office. She had wanted to make the people there think she was a busy professional person, because being busy and prosperous seemed the same as being respectable. But now the disguise that had given her courage was making things worse. The high heels had always been just fine for getting out of a taxicab and walking 50 feet to the waiting room, but now they were hurting her feet and making noises on the marble floor like a horse clopping down a cobblestone road. And the new sensitivity of the skin around her middle since the liposuction and tucks made her underclothes feel as though she were harnessed up to pull a carriage. Janet kept her eyes ahead of her on the big glass doors across the lobby. A sliver of green made her hold her breath and stare, but when she saw it again, it was only the doorman in his green Generalissimo's uniform lurking outside the door. There didn't seem to be a green car out there. Janet veered to the left a little so she could see the spot to the right of the door that was the logical place for the green car to be waiting, but she couldn't achieve enough of an angle. She quickened her pace, goading herself with the foolishness of taking the time to pay advance rent on her storage space. Her sudden reluctance to part with a pile of gewgaws too old and tasteless to keep in her home was going to get the dark woman killed, and then Janet. They both could have been out of Baltimore by now if she had only kept walking past that counter. She reached the door and looked out, but the green car wasn't in the courtyard. As she craned her neck to look toward the street beyond the portal, she felt the presence of someone behind her. She stepped aside to let them out the door. The voice was almost in her ear. "Stay out of the doorway." It was the woman. She took Janet's arm and led her toward the steps leading up to the restaurants on the second floor. "What happened?" Janet whispered. "They were nastier about letting me lose them a second time." She changed her direction slightly, and they skirted the stairway, went out the door, and emerged on Light Street. "The car is down here." She brought Janet down Pratt Street, then turned into a parking area for the convention center. The car was parked between two big vans. Janet came closer. The rear window had a small round puncture, a milky circle of pulverized safety glass, and around it a radiating spider web of cracks. She knew instantly that it was a bullet hole, and she noticed that it was not on the left side, behind the driver's seat. It was on the right, where they must have thought she was crouching. The dark woman acknowledged her thought. "Don't worry about that. Just get in. We're taking too much time." Janet obeyed, wondering how anyone could not worry about that. She listened for some kind of assurance that what had caused the bullet hole was over, but none came. The car began to move away from the inner harbor, and she looked through the side and rear windows for the black car. What met her eyes were last glimpses of familiar sights: the National Aquarium, then the World Trade Center, and lots of other buildings that she had never been inside, but that she somehow felt she knew because she had driven past them so many times. In minutes they were on the 295 expressway, then the 195, and every sign announced the approach of Baltimore-Washington Airport. But the dark woman pulled off the expressway and glided onto Dorsey Road, then stopped at a hotel near the southern edge of the airport. "We'll have to take a few quick precautions," the dark woman said. "Come in." She hurried into the nearest wing of the hotel, with Janet struggling to keep up, and moved down the carpeted hallway, then into a room. She hurried to the closet. "They've seen you, and they'd be fools not to have figured out you might be heading for the airport." "What can we do?" "Get rid of everything they've seen and show up a different way." She laid some jeans with a sweater on the bed, then tossed a pair of thick-soled running sneakers on the floor. "Put these on." Janet put on the jeans and sweater, then sat on the bed to tie the sneakers, and the dark woman knelt on the bed behind her to braid her hair in a way she never wore it. "There's an airport shuttle that stops at all the hotels along here. Maybe we can catch it. They'll be expecting to see the car." The woman took a small suitcase out of the closet and opened it. She put Janet's bag of money and her business suit and blouse into it. "Check the suitcase at the curb. You can't carry a bag of money on a plane and not have them run it through the X-ray machine, and maybe look inside. After you get to Chicago, throw the clothes away. Once they've seen an outfit, it's dangerous." Janet tried to look in the mirror over the bureau, but the woman took her arm and pulled her to the door. "It'll have to do." As they walked down the hallway toward the reception area, Janet thought about her appearance. She had not been allowed to see whether it was attractive, but it certainly was better. The clothes had a different look, but also a different feel. The running shoes made her a couple of inches shorter, and they made her walk differently, too. The woman seemed to know dozens of little tricks and shifts and be able to put them into play so quickly that the effect was not a collection of small details, but a transformation. The dark woman left her and went to the front desk. She spoke to the clerk, then looked up over the clerk's head at the clock on the wall and returned to Janet. "The shuttle bus is already due, so it should be here in the next minute or two." Janet said, "Are you coming with me?" "No. The way to get past them is to lose everything they've seen. The car, the clothes, the hair, and me. They'll be watching for two women, and once you're in the building, there's nothing I can do for you that the airport police can't." "But the airport police don't know I'm in danger." "Once you've checked your suitcase, go straight through the metal detectors. After that, whatever those men have in mind, at least it can't involve guns or knives. Then duck into a ladies' room and stay there until you hear the speaker announce that your flight is boarding. Walk directly to the gate and get on." Janet stared out at the driveway, watching for the shuttle bus, but that made each moment tick by and upset her. "I know this is none of my business, so you don't have to answer. If I can't, I won't. What will you do next? If you're in a hotel, you don't live around here. Do you just get on a plane, too? The job's not over yet." The woman shrugged. "In a minute, I'll get back in the car and drive toward Baltimore. If they're driving south toward the airport and see me coming in the northbound lane, there's no way they can get to me. But they'll think about it." "What will they think?" "Either we didn't go to the airport and you're still with me, or you're already in the air. They'll realize that either way, I'm the one to follow. So they'll try and fail." Janet saw the shuttle van pull up and stop at the curb. As the driver jumped out, she could see 3 or 4 people already inside. He ran to the door and said, "Airport?" "Yes," said the dark woman. The driver snatched the suitcase and hurried to the van. Janet hugged the dark woman and whispered, "Thanks." "Go," said the dark woman. As Janet sat in the van beside a pair of elderly ladies, she could see the dark woman walking quickly toward the small green car to draw the killers away from her path. As soon as the shuttle bus had safely made the turn onto the airport drive, the green car pulled away from the hotel. It moved along Dorsey Street for a half-mile, then turned into the driveway of the Holiday Inn. The dark woman drove up to the front entrance, and 2 large men in their 30s got in. The green car pulled away. As it passed under the Baltimore-Washington Parkway, the dark woman reached into her purse and produced a little Colt SF-7 revolver. She turned to the muscular man with blonde hair sitting in the front seat beside her. "Get rid of this," she said. He took the pistol and put it into his coat pocket. Then he glanced over his shoulder at the bullet hole in the rear window. "What was that for, anyway?" "To give her nightmares." She looked at the rearview mirror and saw the top of the dark curly head of the second man, who was bent forward as he ran his hand along the back of his companion's bucket seat. "Don't bother looking for a bullet in here," she said. "I packed the inside of the window with a couple of phone books before I did it." She passed a sign that said Patapsco Valley State Park, then pulled over at a wooded picnic area, and all 3 got out of the car. The woman opened the trunk, took out the tire iron, and leaned over the right side of the car. She swung the tire iron against the rear window 3 times, pounding the glass around the bullet hole into the back seat. She looked at the bigger hole, nodded to herself, and tossed the tire iron back into the trunk. "I saw a body shop down the road from your hotel the other day. Get the window replaced before you leave for home. And don't forget to tell them you're paying cash, so they don't waste a day writing up an inflated estimate for the insurance company." The shorter man with curly hair said, "Are you going to fly back?" "I'm going to keep her apartment occupied for a while," she said. "It'll take about a month to get a loan against her condo. Once the check clears and I've cleaned her safe deposit box and maxed out her credit cards, I'll turn up." The blond man grinned, then sat on top of the nearest picnic table and lit a cigarette. "I've got to say, you kept us hopping. We actually lost track of you a couple of times." She nodded. "Did you ever see Jane when she was getting somebody out?" "See her? I thought somebody made her up. You mean there's a real Jane?" The dark woman walked back toward the car. "Probably not," she muttered. "There used to be." She got into the driver's seat and started the engine. "Come on. If we trade cars now, you may be able to get this one fixed today and leave." Chapter 2. Jane McKinnon turned into the driveway, drove to the back of the big old stone house, and strolled up the flagstone path toward the back door. She would just have time to get dinner going and step into the shower before Carrie finished his rounds and started home. The feel of the evening made her think of the end of summer days when she was a child in Daganoweda, the air still and humid, the crickets just beginning to compete with the faint calls of the red-winged blackbirds in the marshy fields between her parents' house and the river. She heard the muffled sound of the telephone ringing inside the house and changed her walk to a trot. After 2 steps, the ringing stopped. Maybe she could still catch the call while the person talked to the answering machine. She reached the back porch with her key ready, unlocked the back door, flung it open, rushed through the little cloakroom, across the kitchen, and snatched the telephone off the wall. She heard the dial tone. She took a deep breath, then blew it out through her teeth as she walked through the living room and into the den. She pressed the button on the answering machine and heard her husband's voice. "Jane, it's me. Can you meet me at the hospital as soon as you get home? Thanks." Jane reached for the telephone, then let her hand hover over it. He had not said where he was, and his voice had sounded rushed. That usually meant he was already on his way to the next patient's room. If she called the main desk, it would probably take them 15 minutes to get him to a telephone, and she could drive there in 20. It would probably strike him as a refreshing change if she simply did as he had asked. The recording had sounded a bit like the voice of a man with car trouble. She retraced her steps through the kitchen, swung her purse onto her shoulder, picked up her keys, locked the door, and backed the car out of the driveway. The drive to the hospital at this time of the evening was easy. The mild rush hour that Buffalo could manage was almost over, and the only heavy traffic that she could see was flowing out of the city toward her. Jane pulled her car into the lot behind Carrie's office building, around the corner from the hospital, and walked up the street, feeling the warm, humid air wrap around her. Winters in this part of the world were dark and fierce, but the summers were a sweet, guilty pleasure. Jane went around to the rear entrance of the hospital so she could go up the elevator closest to Carrie's wing. As she turned the corner of the building, Jane saw the 2 police cars beside the emergency room entrance, not exactly parked, just stopped and hastily vacated. One of them had its door open and the radio still crackling over a woman's voice chanting numbers and street names into the hot night air. Jane glanced across the parking lot at the row of doctors' reserved spaces to verify that Carrie's black BMW was still there and that no tow truck was hooked to it, then noticed the news vans beyond it. There were 3 of them, all with transmitter booms folded on their roofs. Beside one of them, a young man who looked like a carnival roustabout uncoiled a long double strand of electrical cord. She kept walking without changing her pace, as though maybe she had always intended to take the long way around the building, or maybe she had noticed the police cars and simply decided that whatever the police were doing here, they probably would prefer not to have inquisitive civilians in their way. It had been over a year since she had last been on the road, but she could not yet abandon any of the precautions. Never stop walking in a place where there were policemen who had nothing to do but study faces. Never stay in the vicinity of a camera crew long enough to risk having her face appear on a television screen. The police had left their vehicles in a hurry without securing them, and the news vans meant that all 3 of the local channels had been monitoring their scanners and agreed that this was where the best story of the night could be had. She guessed that probably a policeman had been shot. She caught a glimpse of men in dark blue uniforms through the glass of the emergency room reception area. The time when they had been able to act, to move quickly and accomplish something, seemed to be over. Now they were just waiting. She walked more quickly as she approached the glass doors and watched them slide apart automatically. As she stepped inside the lobby, she held her head steady and walked purposefully toward the elevators. She veered to stay behind the man holding the video camera on a young blonde woman with a microphone. "Hospital spokesmen have confirmed that the suspect has been shot, and they characterized his condition as stable. The police officers we spoke to were only able to tell us that the injured man is a fugitive, and he is believed to have been armed." Jane's fingers found the button to close the elevator door, then the button for the 3rd floor. and she felt the sudden amplification of gravity as the elevator rose. She tried to fight the growing sense of dread. This had nothing to do with her. She was Jane McKinnon now, a respected surgeon's devoted wife who sometimes came to pick him up in the evening when he finished his rounds. Jane Whitefield was a memory. She walked down the hallway, past the rooms where Carrie's patients of the last day or two were recovering, learning to live without whatever he had cut out of them or sleeping off their anesthetic hangovers. As she came in sight of the nurse's station and began to crane her neck to look for Carrie, she saw a door open near the end of the corridor. The first figure to appear made her take in a little breath. There were Carrie's long legs and big feet, and his long arms below the short sleeves of the green surgical shirt. He still wasn't dressed to leave, but that was all right. He couldn't know that there was something downstairs that made her impatient to get away. He saw her and hurried up the hallway toward her, but he didn't pause. His arm came around her waist, and he spun her gently and pulled her along with him. He didn't let go, and she allowed his hand to guide her while she quickened her pace to match his. "Got to talk to you," he whispered. His brows were knitted, and the sharp brown eyes seemed to be searching her face for something. "Why are you looking at me like that?" she asked. "Is there a transplant patient who needs something I've got?" "I love you," he said. "You've already had everything that will get you," she murmured. "Anything else, you'll have to get me in the mood. Let's go in my office." As he led her into the tiny room, her eyes settled on familiar things, his briefcase, his coat. She watched him close the door and push in the button to lock it, then stop and lean against his desk. She felt the smile fading from her lips and became watchful. He folded his arms across his chest, and she suspected she was seeing him as his patients saw him, just before he told them something that they wanted desperately not to hear. Carrie said, "I got a patient, and in 15 minutes I've got to go in and repair a bullet wound in his shoulder. I want you to talk to him." Jane stared into his eyes. She could see that Carrie was making an enormous effort to keep his eyes on hers, unwavering, unblinking. She felt an unaccustomed chill, and when she identified it, she resisted the knowledge that came with it. He was building distance between them, trying to make her look at him the way a colleague or a patient would. That was why he was standing across the little room from her, not holding her or even reaching out to touch her hand. She recognized the stance with the arms folded in front of him. It was an unconscious gesture, using the arms to protect the midsection, where the guts and lungs and heart were. "I don't expect to be attacked," it said, "but I'm prepared for the possibility." She felt a strong impulse to fold her arms too, to hug herself to ward off the hurt. "This is my husband, who loves me. Why is this happening?" "Why do you want me to talk to him?" Carrie sighed. It was coming. "He's in trouble." She said, "Why do you care?" "I know him. He's a doctor, a surgeon. He was one of my teachers. There's some kind of crazy misunderstanding, and the police think he killed another doctor. I knew her, too. When I was a resident in Chicago, she was a couple of years ahead of me. The whole thing is insane." Carrie's eyes softened, and he held up his hands in a gesture of despair. "I know," he said. "You're going to tell me I can't possibly know he didn't do it. I can't make that judgment." "No, you probably can," she said. "I'm just wondering how you can be sure nobody else can. Cops, judges, and district attorneys are better at telling who's guilty than people think they are. And when they just want to close the books on a case, the one they pick to hang it on isn't somebody like a surgeon. It's some loser with the right kind of criminal record and no money for lawyers." She gently put her hand on Carrie's shoulder. "If you want to do something for him, let's start making some calls and get him some terrific legal help. What he's worried about isn't that he'll get convicted. It's that he won't get to court." "Why not?" "I don't know much. He's coherent, but we didn't have much time alone. He was agitated, in pain. He said something about being framed. He thinks there are people within some police department who are in on it, and whatever they put in their bulletin about him was designed to get him shot." Jane tilted her head, as though she had heard an odd change of pitch. "The police here don't shoot unless somebody's in danger. Running away isn't enough." "He's not lying about the bullet hole." "I didn't say that. I mean something's missing, left out." "Everything is missing. Everything is left out. I don't even have time to tell you what I know, let alone piece together what I don't know. I have to operate on him in a little while. All I ask is that you talk to him." "No." "No?" "I mean, no, that isn't all you ask. And no, I don't want to talk to him." She said it without malice, preoccupied. Carrie's head nodded slightly, and he closed his eyes, as though he were waiting for a pain to pass. "You're right. I guess that isn't all I wanted. And it was a bad idea." He pushed off his desk and stood straight. "Well, I'd better go get ready to patch him up. If you'll wait, I think I'd like to drive home together tonight." Jane was still motionless, her eyes staring at a little square of tile on the floor below him. Carrie never did that, she thought. Even if they went out, they would come back to the hospital and pick up the second car before they went home. He was going to try to do something himself, slip this wounded man the keys to his car. She seemed to notice Carrie only when his foot moved out of the square. "Wait." "What?" "You still haven't answered my question. What do you care?" He winced. 100 reasons. He seemed to search his memory for one. "Remember I told you how I was almost washed out of surgical residency? When they left you to sew somebody up and instead you went in again and redid the operation?" "That's close enough. I saw signs that the patient was hemorrhaging internally, so I opened the sutures and stopped it. The surgeon I was assisting said I'd performed a procedure I wasn't trained for, endangered a patient, and so on." "But this man saved you?" "You know what he said? The charge that I wasn't trained was absurd, because I'd just watched an outstanding surgeon perform the operation. It didn't work. Finally, he said, if I went, he went." "So you feel you have to do something because you owe him?" "I'm sure that's partly true. I hope it is anyway. But he didn't do that to save me. He believed that my career wasn't as important as somebody's life. No surprise, but that his career wasn't either." Carrie was silent for a second, then said, "That's part of it anyway. I know he's a good man, who certainly didn't do this." "What's the rest of it?" "I guess it's a feeling I have. A hunch." Carrie's brows knitted. "In the last few years, he's been doing research." "You mean he's indispensable or something?" "Nobody's indispensable." He paused. "This is going to be hard to put into words without sounding foolish. See all those—" He waved his arm at the collection of medical publications that lined the shelves over his desk. She recognized the familiar covers of the New England Journal of Medicine and the Lancet. "Looks as though there's plenty of research going on." "Right. The articles are short, just brief summaries of important things people discover in a month, doing medical research in 1,000 places at once. It's impossible to keep up with all of it in even one specialty. But if one person could somehow hold a fair portion of it in his head at once and make the connections between discoveries that seem unrelated, and had the skills and had the power to put it all into play, we just might make the next giant step." "What giant step?" He waved his arm in frustration. "That's just it. We don't know exactly. Can't know until it happens. It's like describing the wheel while you're waiting for somebody to invent the wheel." He glanced at Jane, then began again. "What if somebody invented a method that causes normal tissue cells to replicate quickly, the way some cancer cells do, only faster, so that surgical incisions would heal in hours rather than weeks or months?" "You tell me." "Surgeons like me could do things that we would never dare try now. Virtually nothing would kill a patient if you could keep him alive for 12 hours. It might very well make procedures like kidney or heart transplants into historical oddities. The man down the hall is the one who's going to do that? We don't know if anyone will. He's doing research in that area. It's rare for a person like him to turn to basic research, so there's been a lot of speculation, some tantalizing rumors. A few surprising early results have been published. So he might. All I'm sure of is that he's something that seldom comes along. 20 or 30 years ago, he was already one of the very best practicing surgeons in the country. The best hands, a temperament that was all concentration, an immediate understanding of the ways each technical advance could have been used to save the last patient, and how he would use it to save the next one. He's still doing it year after year after year, getting better at it. And he never forgets anything, so all of that knowledge has been building. He's reaching a point now, a kind of peak, that hardly anyone ever reaches, because by the time you know that much, it's too late. Right now, he has as much scientific knowledge as anyone, the experience of bringing thousands of patients through the most difficult surgery, and he's so deeply respected that if he wants to try something, the money and the facilities will come to him. I don't know of anybody else like that. If he's lost, destroyed, maybe nobody will be in that position again for 50 years. Jane studied Carrie for a moment. And if he isn't lost? What do you mean? I assume this process or formula or whatever would be patented. So we're talking about a lot of money. Nobel Prize, that kind of thing. Carrie shook his head. I know him. He's the one I picked to learn surgery from. I spent 4 years following him around from morning until night, listening to everything he said, watching everything he did. He makes decisions to keep people alive, and when he does, nothing else matters to him. Money, egos, his or anyone else's. What if somebody got in his way? This other doctor threatened to make the giant step impossible. What if all the thousands of people he might save would be lost unless he sacrificed the life of one single person? Would he do it? Carrie shrugged. It's an impossible situation. For one thing, that kind of act would require that he believed he was the only one in the world who could ever make the next step. To believe that, you'd have to ignore what's in all those medical journals. Tiny contributions that add up. What I was telling you is that I have a feeling that he might provide a shortcut, and it would be a shame if we missed it. Jane considered for a moment. So we have a special man who did you what's probably the biggest favor of your life, and who might be on the edge of inventing the cure for just about everything. I know, said Carrie. Why does a person like that need to disappear? An investigation will show he didn't do it, or a trial will, anyway. But he's convinced that whoever planted the evidence that he's a murderer has that figured out, and won't let it get that far. Jane shrugged. If there is such a person, that's probably what he would want. It's easy to get somebody killed in prison, and hard to keep a frame from falling apart. But if there is no such person, then he's as safe in police custody as he would be anywhere. Running is what you do if nothing else will keep you alive. I'm convinced that he can't be wrong about the existence of the framer. The police in Illinois didn't just pull him in for questioning. They arrested him and showed him a lot of manufactured evidence. Jane stared at Carrie for a long moment, then straightened. Her eyes had changed. They were quick and alert now. She began to pace. We'd better get started. I've taken too much time with this. You know how rescue crews try to get a person to the hospital in the first few minutes, what do you call it, when you can still do something? Golden time. Well, this is his. You've decided to take him out without talking to him? She looked at him in surprise. This isn't between him and me. When you asked me, you made the decision. That doesn't mean I'll succeed, or that when it's over you won't wish you hadn't asked. She walked past him to glance out the window. Is there a policeman on guard with him right now? Yes, said Carrie. They have him handcuffed to the bed in pre-op. He's been arrested. How bad is the wound? Carrie shrugged. Not life-threatening, but I don't have the pictures yet. He's lost some blood. The bullet passed through, but I'm guessing it left bone fragments. And he's not young. How not young? 67. Healthy 67 or weak 67? Healthy. He'd better be. Describe him. I told you. His mind is... Not that, she interrupted. His looks. Maybe a bit over 6 feet, 165. Gray hair. Beard or mustache? No, it makes your mask hot and itchy. He's a surgeon. Is the anesthetist someone you can manipulate a little? Within limits. It's Shelton. He won't do anything illegal. He doesn't have to. You'll just have to give him good enough reasons to do what you want. Maybe I can get him to do that. He respects Dahlman, and if Dahlman tells him I'm right, he'll go along. Dahlman, is that the patient? Yes. Who's going to be in the operating room besides you and Shelton? Darlene Brooks will be the surgical nurse. Shelton will have one of his people. Sylvia Stern will assist me. Jane stared at the wall to avoid being distracted. How long will the operation take? A half hour to 4 or 5, depending on whether there are bone fragments, or if vessels need to be tied off, or if I find nerve damage. All right, she said. Here's what you do. Go in while they're prepping the patient. Get rid of the cop and the handcuffs. Whatever you have to say, say it. No problem with the handcuffs, and the police don't go into the OR when we operate on a prisoner. But they do wait outside. Then Shelton. Have him order the full-dress general anesthetic, then change it to something else after you're in there. Something else? This is your field, not mine. Say what doctors say. You're worried about his age or something. Put him out for a half hour. Do what you need to do, then wake him up. I can't guarantee that I'll be able to do what needs to be done by then. And I can't guarantee anything will happen afterward either. Just make sure he'll live. If he'll be in terrible pain, shoot some local painkillers into him, but nothing that dulls his brain. I'll do my best. Then what? Give the cops a little preparation. Tell them he's going to stay unconscious, and the cops will contaminate his wound or hamper his recovery if they bother him before morning. Tell them where he's going to be afterward. Where would that be? The recovery room. No good. We need to send him someplace else. Where would that be? Intensive care. Someplace where there won't be a million nurses watching him. His room, I suppose. I'm sure the police would like it if he were in an isolated place where he wouldn't attract attention. It'll have to do. Work it out so that one of the staff talks to the orderlies and has him taken there. Then send her on an errand or something so somebody else talks to the cops. Don't do either thing yourself. Carrie held up his hand. Wait, I'll work out the details and excuses. Just tell me what you want to happen. She spoke patiently. Get rid of the cuffs and get the cop to wait outside. Do your work in a half hour and get him sent to his room. You keep everyone else assuming he's still in the recovery room until, say, 2 hours are up. The longer the better. Now, what's his room number? It's 3205. But how are you going to wheel him out of the hospital? Jane shook her head as though she felt sorry for him. There are cops and reporters in the lobby with nothing to look at but each other. If they see any patient being moved from this hospital tonight, they'll be all over him. He has to do what nobody thinks is possible. He has to walk out of here under his own power. She frowned. Can you get me one of these surgery outfits with the mask and headgear? Sure. He opened the door and went outside, then returned with a bundle of green cloth and plastic under his arm. These should fit you. He put them into a plastic bag and handed them to her. She stood on her tiptoes and kissed him, then threw her arms around his neck and kissed him again, harder. I'll get word to you somehow, but don't expect to see me for a couple of weeks. I'm going to try to buy him enough time for the police to straighten it out and drop the charges. Now go tell him about me. so he has time to think it over. I don't have to. She looked at him, puzzled. What do you mean? Carrie shrugged. He remembers me. He knew that I was on the staff of a hospital in Buffalo, but not specifically this one. Anyway, he didn't come to Buffalo to get shot and admitted to a hospital. He was trying to make it to Daganoweda. He was looking for Jane Whitefield. Chapter 3. Jane Whitefield McKinnon climbed the stairs and emerged on the 5th floor. She had chosen the 5th because that was where they put the cardiac patients, and it seemed to her that they would provide the greatest proportion of men over 50. She walked with an air of certainty, as though she knew exactly where she was going, but as she passed each open door she flicked her eyes to the left to study the room. In the first 2 rooms the patients were impossible to see, because there were visitors standing around the beds. In the 3rd, the curtain was closed because a nurse was doing something to the patient. She turned the corner and was in the blind spot from the nurse's station. The 4th door was closed. There was a sign on it that said, "Positively no admittance." That was what they did when somebody died. Jane opened the door quietly and slipped inside. They had not moved the body yet. The bed nearest the door was empty, but the bed beside the window was covered with a sheet. There were intravenous bags and feeding tubes on a tall metal stand, oxygen equipment and several kinds of electronic monitors on carts, but none of them was connected to anything. On the stand near the bed were a pair of glasses and an open magazine with a picture of a hooked bass jumping out of a stream, the way bass never did. Jane opened the closet, feeling a little hope. The clothes had not been packed yet. The man had probably been in the hospital for a long time, because the clothes looked a little warm for this weather. She took the tweed sport coat, charcoal gray pants, a tie, a blue Oxford shirt, a pair of shoes. She put them into her plastic bag, then opened drawers until she found underwear and socks. In the next drawer there was a travel bag. She opened it and saw the usual clutter of toothbrushes and combs and shaving gear, but there was also a little kit for shining shoes. She slipped the polish and a comb into her bag. Jane carefully collected the other belongings of the dead man and put them in a drawer, closed the curtain around his bed, then took a last look at the room. She opened the door a crack to be sure nobody was near, then slipped back out into the corridor. She took the sign off the door, threw it into a trash can in the hall, and hurried to the stairwell. She made her way to the hallway outside the outpatient recovery room on the 2nd floor. She looked inside to verify that there was no outpatient surgery at night. The lights were off. She pushed the automatic opener so the double doors swung open, walked in, and watched them close behind her. She hurried to one of the little half cubicles along the wall, closed the curtain, and turned on the light. There wasn't much in the space. A straight-backed chair, a few cabinets. She changed into the lime green pants and loose shirt Carrie had given her, covered her shoes with the booties, stuffed her hair up under the plastic covering, and tied the face mask around her neck. When she hid her clothes and the bag in the cabinet, she found a box of tight latex gloves, so she put them on too. She went out into the central part of the big room and looked around. There was a desk with telephones and incomprehensible monitors, and a few more cubicles. On the wall above one of them she noticed a television set, like the ones in the patients' rooms. She found the remote control hanging from the bed and pressed the switch. On the screen she could see the same newswoman standing in the lobby of the hospital. This time the woman was almost whispering. "Lieutenant Ballard, the police press officer is here, and he's about to issue a statement, so we'll listen in." Jane heard a change in the sound, with microphones clanking together and some blips as switches somewhere were flipped, and then a man's voice. The wide torso of a plainclothes policeman filled the screen. "At approximately 6:30 this evening, police officers at the Main Street Greyhound bus station encountered a man who fit the description of a murder suspect from Illinois. They attempted to question the man, who became nervous and attempted to flee. When they gave chase, he appeared to them to be reaching for a weapon. One of the officers fired his sidearm, wounding the suspect in the shoulder. That's from the preliminary report, and it's about all we know at the moment. When we have more—"
"Lieutenant," came a reporter's voice, "can we talk to the officers?"
"Both officers have been relieved for the rest of the shift, and we're not releasing their names yet. You said appeared to have a weapon. Did he have one?" "No weapon has been found yet."
"Who is he?"
Lieutenant Ballard looked down at a sheet of paper. "His name is Dr. Richard Dahman, age 67. He's being sought by Illinois authorities in the murder of Dr. Sarah Hoffman, and was considered armed and dangerous. I have no further details about that case. Will he be sent back to Illinois? No decision has been made about that."
"Will there be an extradition hearing?"
"I don't know."
"What's his condition?"
"He went into surgery about 20 minutes ago at 8:15. I'm told he's in stable condition, and his chances of recovery are excellent."
Jane turned off the television set and glanced at her watch. It was 8:32. She wheeled a gurney out to the elevator so she would look as though she had something to do, and put on her surgical mask as she ascended to the 3rd floor. As soon as she was in the corridor, she could see room 3205. There was a uniformed police officer standing in the doorway, watching 2 orderlies wheeling a patient inside on a gurney. She stepped quickly toward the room. "Hold it," she said, and the 2 young men stopped and looked at her, puzzled. She spoke loudly enough so the policeman would hear too. "His room's been changed. Let's get him up to the 5th floor so he'll be near the cardiac unit." The 2 orderlies wheeled the gurney out of the room, then pushed it to the elevator. Jane was aware of the policeman standing beside her in the elevator, but didn't look into his eyes. He was young, at least a head taller than she was. His belt was so festooned with equipment, gun and ammunition, handcuffs, folding knife, and pepper spray all in their own leather holsters, that she heard leather creaking every time he shifted his weight. The door opened, and the orderlies pushed the gurney out into the 5th floor hallway and followed Jane to room 5895. She opened the door and said to the policeman, "Excuse us for a moment." He lingered in the doorway for a second to glance into the room, then stepped aside. Jane let the 2 orderlies lift the old man onto the bed, then said, "Thanks, guys." One of them whispered, "Did he really kill somebody?" Jane said, "That's what I hear." Her voice was an uninterested monotone that made the 2 men retreat out the door. Jane pulled the privacy curtain to screen the patient's bed from the door, then knelt down and released the brake on the wheels, and did the same for the bed with the dead man in it. Then she pushed the patient's bed aside, pushed the dead man's bed into its place, and pushed the living patient to where the dead man had been. She looked around her until she found the oxygen mask, slipped it onto the dead man's face, slipped a surgical cap over the dead man's head, and looked at him. He was lying peacefully with his eyes closed. His hair and lower face were invisible. Jane began to search in the drawers around the room. At last she found what she had been looking for, 2 long white Velcro strips. She tried to lift the dead man's arm, but it was stiff. She tugged him closer to the railing on the bed and tethered his arm to the rail at the wrist, then did the same to the other wrist. She returned to the living patient by the window, then heard a knock on the door. She rushed to open it. The policeman was standing in the doorway, looking a bit sheepish. "I wondered—" "Just a few more minutes," she said. "I'm supposed to be sure he's restrained." He was fiddling with his handcuffs. "Oh, you can't use those," she said. "He's been in surgery and they're not sterile. He can't get out of the regular wrist restraints we use." She stepped aside to let the policeman look in and satisfy himself that the dead man in the bed was not going anywhere. He nodded. "I'll be right out here." She closed the door and went to the bed by the window. She leaned down and stared into the open eyes of Richard Dahlman. The pupils were dilated, and the face had a drug-induced calm. She took the mask off her face and whispered, "You awake?"
"Yes,"
he said. "Did Carrie tell you about me?"
"Yes."
"Then sit up." She pulled his good arm and watched him strain to raise himself. She felt frightened. He seemed too weak to do anything, but she had to try. She spoke quietly and firmly. "This is going to be hard, so concentrate. We're going to try standing. If you fall, we're lost. If you feel faint, warn me." She pulled his legs over the edge of the bed so they dangled a few inches from the floor. "Are you ready?" He seemed to hesitate a long time, his eyes focused on the floor.
"Yes."
She helped him down and held him for a moment. The hospital gown made him look old and frail. He was thin, but his bare back looked soft and boneless, and his buttocks were shrunken with age. She put her left arm around his waist and pulled his right over her shoulder, then began to move. Each movement of Dahlman's feet was fraught with risk and uncertainty. At first, each shuffle gained them only 2 or 3 inches, but then something about the feel of the cold terrazzo floor on the soles of his bare feet brought back to him a sense of balance, and his shuffles became steps. She talked to him in soft murmurs as she moved him into the bathroom. "You can do this," she said. "I can tell you can. If you sit on the toilet, can you keep from falling?"
"Yes."
It occurred to her that his brain might be so far shut down that no matter what a human voice said, he would answer yes, but that didn't change what she had to do. She eased him down on the toilet. "Just sit here for a few minutes, and I'll be back to get you out." She closed the door of the bathroom and returned to the doorway. She opened the door to the hallway and beckoned to the policeman. He stepped inside. "We've got a little problem," she said. "This room doesn't have a good oxygen connection. We'll have to move him back to the first room. Can you get me that gurney?" She pointed down the hall at the gurney she had left there. The young policeman looked pleased. At last he had something to do. He hurried down the hall and brought it back with him into the room. He prepared to reach for the body on the bed, but Jane stopped him. "Don't touch," she said. "You're not wearing scrubs. Go out and wait for me." She pushed the gurney up beside the bed, removed the restraints from the dead man's arms, lowered the railing, and tugged the body onto the gurney. She readjusted the oxygen mask and the cap, restrained the stiff arms again, and took a couple of breaths. Jane pushed the gurney along the hallway. She and the policeman moved the gurney into the elevator again, got out on the 3rd floor, and pushed the gurney into room 3205. Jane reversed the procedure she had followed the first time, hauling the body off the gurney onto the bed, pulling the covers over it, and then closing the curtain before she opened the door for the policeman. She said, "He's resting peacefully. Make sure that nobody disturbs him unless they have explicit permission from Dr. McKinnon." "That's what I'm here for," said the policeman. Jane wheeled the gurney down the hallway, into the elevator, and back to the room on the 5th floor. She opened the bathroom door and turned on the light with trepidation. She had been afraid that Dahlman would be lying on the floor unconscious, but he simply turned and blinked at her. "All right," she said. "Climb aboard." She helped him sit on the gurney, then swung his legs up and helped him lie down. She pushed the gurney back to the elevator, then punched the button for level B, below the ground floor, and pushed the gurney into the outpatient recovery room. She took 3 deep breaths, then turned on the light in the cubicle she had visited earlier. "Time to get up," she said. She eased Dahlman's feet to the floor, then helped him to the chair. She retrieved her bag from the cabinet where she had hidden it. "Just rest and get your bearings, and let me do all the work." She knelt in front of him and slipped the shorts and pants over his feet and up to his knees, then put on the socks and shoes. She removed the hospital gown and gently slipped the shirt on over his useless left arm, then his right, and buttoned it. His voice seemed to acquire some authority. "There'll be nurses up on the 5th floor looking for me in a minute."
"No, there won't," she answered quietly. "They didn't know you were coming."
"Of course they did."
"Believe me, they didn't."
"But I'm a doctor. I know how—"
"Tonight you're not a doctor, you're a passenger. Do exactly as I say, and you'll be outside in a minute," she said. "Do anything else, and you won't." She slipped the necktie over the back of his neck and quickly tied it.
"A tie?"
He seemed wide awake now, his eyebrow raised. "When somebody looks at you, if he thinks patient, then he might think, which patient? If he does, we're in trouble." She took his left wrist and removed the hospital's plastic ID bracelet, then slipped it into her bag. "Now we're going to stand up." She raised him to his feet and knelt to pull his pants up. She buttoned and zipped them, then carefully slipped the sport coat over his left arm, then his right. She could tell that he was hurting, in spite of the painkillers, so she eased him back down before she opened her bag and took out the polishing kit she had stolen from the dead man.
"What's that?"
"Hair coloring," she lied.
"Do we have time for that?"
Jane moved around behind him and opened the can of brown shoe polish. "We'll make time. It combs in like this." She began at the top of his head and worked downward, sticking the comb into the dark brown shoe polish and combing it into his hair. "When I asked Carrie to describe you, the gray hair came up. He's not very observant, at least the way a cop is, because he's never been afraid, never looked at people suspiciously. And the hair is about all any of the others know about you. So put up with it." Jane took off her plastic gloves, then stayed behind him while she took off the pale green hospital clothes and put on her skirt and blouse.
"What are you doing?"
"Disguising myself as a normal person." She stuffed the surgical clothes, the hospital gown, the shoe polish, and the gloves into the bag Carrie had given her, and raised Dahlman to his feet again. "Do you think you can walk?" he said.
"I think so."
Jane held his good arm and steered him out into the hallway, then around a pair of sharp corners and into another wing. She kept whispering in his ear. "We're going out through oncology. They don't schedule chemotherapy or radiation at night here, and any cancer specialists would be upstairs, where the patients are. But we might meet someone. If we do, can you walk by yourself?"
"Yes,"
he said.
"Not very well, but I can present like a chemo patient. Notable pallor, physical weakness, nausea."
He moved forward for a few seconds, then added,
"Hair that looks like a toupee."
Jane found a trash can and discarded the shoe polish, then a wheeled laundry bin and left the hospital gown and surgical outfit in it. She glanced at her watch. It had been almost an hour since she had left Carrie, and 35 minutes since Dahlman had gone into surgery. Dahlman's golden time was dwindling to nothing. She kept him moving as steadily as she dared down the long, empty hallways, past offices and labs that had closed doors and darkened windows, but each step was short and deliberate. Her mind kept bounding ahead, bursting forward to consider each foot of the corridor they still had to cross. They passed an alcove with a big window, and she turned her head to look out. There was nothing out there but the driveway and a cinder-block wall, and the blackness threw a bright, sharp-edged reflection back at her. She kept exerting the steady, gentle pressure on Dahlman's good arm. Her mind carried the sight of their reflection like a snapshot, and she studied it. She could detect no errors so far. Whatever Carrie's anesthesiologist had shot into Dahlman seemed to be wearing off. He bent over a little as he walked, but he didn't look as though he was protecting a bullet wound. The waxy brown polish had covered his gray hair, and it looked as though he had slicked it down with the kind of greasy stuff that some men his age actually used. The coat and tie helped.
Dahlman looked like a man who had just come from visiting a patient, and Jane could easily be his daughter. Jane led him around another corner, and she could see the rectangle of the glass door ahead. Through it she could make out a few feet of dimly lighted sidewalk, and then inviting darkness. She wanted to push him, to get out of the light, away from the hospital before something happened. But suddenly there was movement in the darkness, and it startled her. In a second she could see that there were two men coming up the walk toward the door. She let go of Dahlman's arm. "Walk by yourself. Do the best you can." She spoke evenly and forced her face into a smile as she glanced at the old man. From a distance, she knew, it would look as though they were having a pleasant chat.
"What is it?"
Dahlman whispered.
"What's wrong?"
She looked at him as though he had said something clever. "Two men coming up the walk. If they're cops, they won't be the ones who arrested you, because those two have been sent home for the shift. These haven't seen you before. Just act like we visited Aunt Hilda and we're going home. Don't rush, because we're not in a hurry."
"What if they've seen my picture?"
"If they say your name, laugh at the idea. Don't try to run, but keep moving unless you have to stop. If we're separated, turn right at the corner and go to 4997 Carroll Street. It's about a block. Wait for me behind the building." As Jane moved toward the door, she focused her eyes on the right objects. On the floor for 2 seconds, on her companion for 2 more, straight ahead for just a second, and then at a spot on the floor 10 feet ahead, so she didn't appear to be looking at the men, or not looking. She controlled her breathing to relax the tightness that was growing in her chest. She had been so close to the outside that she had almost begun to consider it accomplished when the sudden sight of the two men had startled her. The fact that there were two of them bothered her. There were 1,000 harmless reasons why two large men in their 30s might come up the walk together, but until one of them had been positively shown to apply this time, none of them brought any reassurance. Couples or solitary men might be doing anything, but men didn't usually travel in pairs unless they were working, or doing something that excluded women. These two weren't playing poker or bowling. She touched Dahlman's arm again to move him along. The best place for them to see him was right outside the door, where the light would be behind him and his face in the shadow. Through the glass, she saw the blonde one's eyes take note of the fact that Jane and Dahlman weren't going to turn at the end of the hall, but were coming out the door. Then he did something unexpected. He stopped, turned away, bent his head, and cupped his hands in front of his face to light a cigarette. His companion stopped and stood in front of him to shield him from the wind. As Jane stepped out and held the door for Dahlman, she turned her face to feel the direction of the wind. She had to be sure. The wind sometimes whipped around in eddies beside big, tall buildings. She took 5 more steps, then watched the darker man point his fingers toward the lighted lobby entrance and mutter something. The blonde one agreed, and they set off across the lawn in that direction, walking slowly. Jane stared at their backs as she walked. As soon as she was 5 more steps away from the building, she stuck her finger in her mouth and lifted it to feel the wind. "We might have a problem," she said quietly.
"Why, they ignored us,"
Dahlman protested. "The blonde one, the one that lit the cigarette, turned into the wind to do it."
"I'm not surprised. Smoking in this day and age requires a certain flair for ignoring the forces of nature."
"Don't you see?" she asked. "He was doing it just to turn his face away from us. He's 30 feet from a building where he'd have to put it out anyway." Dahlman was silent for a moment. He looked over his shoulder, then winced and grunted from the pain.
"Do you think they're policemen?"
"A policeman might recognize you, but he doesn't care if you see his face. Carrie said you thought someone wasn't just trying to get you arrested. Is that true?"
"Yes, I think someone's trying to kill me."
Jane found that Dahlman was walking a little faster now, but it cost him great effort. They moved down the street toward the corner. Just as they turned up Carroll Street, Jane saw the two men coming away from the lighted lobby entrance of the hospital and walking toward the door where she had first seen them. She said, "We're in trouble. They didn't go into the lobby entrance. You're too weak to run, it's too late to hide, and I'm not carrying anything that would scare them." The answer came to her as she heard herself say it. Off. She leaned close to him and said, "Can you keep walking?"
I can, but
"Then do it. Walk straight up the street to the small brick building over there. It's Carrie's office. No matter what anyone does, keep walking. Go around to the little parking lot in back. Sit down between the gray car and the brick wall. Don't move. If they follow you, try to watch them, but don't let them see you. Got it?"
I heard it,"
said Dahlman. "Do it." Jane pivoted away from him, then stepped along the side of the hospital building. As soon as she was out of sight of the sidewalk, she began to run. She knew that she must look insane running in a skirt, but in the narrow space beside the tall building, nobody could see her. The weightless flat shoes she had worn were better than she had expected. She worked herself up into a sprint, dashing along the side of the building. 3 stories above her there were lighted windows where she knew that patients lay staring up at television sets that showed live shots of police officers milling around the hospital. Down here she was alone. Just before she reached the lighted area at the far end of the building, she slowed to a walk. She knew it would have to be the first try. She couldn't walk up and loiter, looking for an opportunity. It had to be there, and she would have to read it instantly. Jane took a deep breath as she stepped around the corner into the light. The 3 television trucks had their booms up and their dishes turned toward their station's receivers. The ambulances were lined up in their spaces as before. No one was missing. There were 5 police cars now. 3 had arrived after the emergency was over, so they had been parked in designated spaces with their doors closed. She stepped along more quickly, her head held rigid, but her eyes scanning. She was closer now, and she could hear the same garbled radio noises she had heard when she had arrived. She passed to the right of the first police car, where she could see the ignition on the steering column, but the radio sound led her on past it. The window of the second car was half open, and faint orange lights glowed on the dashboard. She angled away from the curb and past the trunk. In a single, fluid movement, she reached for the door handle, swung open the driver's door, and was in. She turned the key, brought down the gear selector, and stepped on the gas pedal. She didn't let the car glide forward before she began to turn, because it would pass in front of the glass doors of the emergency room. Instead, she wrenched the wheel to the left as far as it would go and swung around smoothly to drive the wrong way down the entrance lane. Jane pulled out of the drive and accelerated up the straight, empty street, away from the hospital. As she passed into the little splash of light under each street lamp, she studied the interior of the police car. First, the shotgun upright in the rack behind her right elbow, then the dashboard with its radio and mic, and what looked like a computer screen. Next, some hard-sided notebooks that could be manuals or books of tickets, or even the source of all those forms that cops seemed to whip out when anything happened. It wasn't until she reached the bright intersection that she found the switches she had been searching for. She made the turn, drove past the hospital, and began to look for Dahlman. She searched for the 2 pursuers, but she could not see them either. Could they have run hard and caught him already? She tried to imagine it. They would have needed to recognize him, see her part from him, decide she was going for help, dash to catch him, and either kill him silently and hide the body or push him into a car. Jane was nearly at Carrie's office. As she came to the parking lot, she spun the wheel sharply toward the entrance to make the car seem to have come from nowhere. As soon as her front wheels touched the driveway, she reached to the dashboard, switched on the red and blue lights, and stopped. Just outside the beams of her headlights, she discerned the two men walking toward the end of the building near a red car. If Dahlman had followed her instructions, then they must have seen him come as far as the building. If they were looking at the red car and not the gray, then they hadn't found him yet. Their heads turned in her direction, then away. Jane put her hand on the upright shotgun beside her and waited. The men didn't move. Jane suspected they could see a head silhouetted in the windshield above the headlights, and she knew they could see the bright red and blue lights revolving on the roof. Maybe they could see Jane was alone, or even recognize her. She closed her right hand on the grip of the shotgun, but didn't lift it. Of course it would be loaded. There would be no shell in the chamber, but there would be 5 rounds of No. 4 buckshot in a line ahead of it in the magazine. With her left hand, she switched on the spotlight mounted on her door, and manipulated the handle to sweep the beam along the side of the building. She let the car begin to drift forward slowly in their general direction as she shone the light on the door of the building, then along the ground near it, inching her way along like a cop who had received a prowler call. Then she swept the beam ahead to the corner of the building. The two men were gone. She hit the gas pedal and shot forward to stop behind her own gray car, then waited. Where was Dahlman? She craned her neck to look in every direction, but she saw nothing. Her breath came out in a hiss through clenched teeth. She had come too late. The men must have killed him, and she had let them walk away. She began to turn the police car around, then hit the brake. Of course. What had she been thinking? Dahlman was a fugitive. If he saw a police car pull into the lot with its lights flashing, would he come out of hiding and climb in? She backed up quickly, opened the door of the police car, and ran to the row of cars parked behind the building. "Dr. Dahlman?" she called.
"Here,"
came the quiet voice behind her. She whirled. "Where?" Dahlman slowly stood up behind the low brick wall at the end of the lot. She stepped to the wall and helped him swing his legs over it. "Did you see what they did when I got here?"
"They threw something over the wall. Over there someplace. I heard it, but I couldn't see what it was."
Jane didn't need to see. She vaulted over the brick wall and walked the weedy patch between the two parking lots. She found first one gun, then the other, only a few feet away, picked them up, and ran to the police car. She looked around anxiously. "Get in." Jane helped him ease his body into the passenger seat, then handed him the 2 guns. "Hold these." She turned off the flashing lights and drove quickly out of the lot and up a dark side street, then turned and drove up another. She drove until she passed a house a mile away with its lights off and a for sale sign stuck on the lawn. She stopped, backed up, and pulled into the driveway. She opened the garage door, got back into the car, and drove inside. She opened Dahlman's door and helped him out. "Do you think you can walk a little farther by yourself?" he said.
"Yes."
"Then start walking up the street in that direction. I'll catch up."
"What are you doing?"
"Go," she said. As soon as she could see that Dahlman was heading in the right direction, Jane closed the garage door, turned on the headlights, and found a rag hanging on a nail on the garage wall. She quickly wiped the steering wheel, the shotgun, the door handles, the shifter, then opened the trunk and found the foam fire extinguisher. She sprayed it liberally inside the car, then wiped the extinguisher off too, and tossed it onto the front seat. The foam would destroy any fingerprints she had missed. She turned off the headlights and stepped out the small door in the back of the garage. She walked along the house to the street and hurried after Dahlman. When she caught up with him, she said, "I don't want you to faint or fall down, but can you walk a little faster?"
"Do I have a choice?"
"Sure. You could get caught." He turned his head to focus his sharp gray eyes on her.
"Suppose those men had seen your face, figured out that the police car was stolen, that you weren't a police officer."
Jane shrugged. They were still on foot in a parking lot.
They could see I had a very big car and suspect that there was a very big shotgun inside it.
But suppose they had guessed that those were just part of the bluff.
Jane looked at him with quiet sincerity in her eyes. If they had guessed that, then one of them would have tire tracks on his chest, and the other would have a 5-inch hole in his. This isn't a game. Chapter 4. Jake Reinert hung up the telephone, put on his jacket with slow deliberation, lowered his weight carefully down each of the front steps, and walked to his car. He had been Jane Whitefield's neighbor for her first 31 years, and had lived beside her parents and grandparents for the 40 years before that. Since she had married Carrie McKinnon, he had found himself living beside an empty house. He had watched the lights going on to illuminate unoccupied furniture in the evening, then going off at bedtime, heard radios talking to themselves during the day, and sometimes heard the telephone ring 4 times before the answering machine cut in. Burglars might not be fooled by all that, but if they came in, they certainly would not be lonely. Jane's unexpected telephone call had disturbed Jake, but he was making an effort to hold his anxiety in abeyance. He started his car and drove down the street toward Delaware Avenue. The night air was chilly, and Jake began to feel better as the engine warmed enough to permit him to engage the heater. If Henry Whitefield's daughter had called him at any hour of the day or night in any of her 33 years and said, "Jake, I'm having trouble. Can you fly down here to Peru and pick me up?" he would certainly have been on his way to the airport. Tonight she was just asking for a ride home from a movie. Jake began to feel impatient to see her face and verify that this was all she was asking. He glanced at his speedometer and saw that his foot had begun to get impatient too. 37 in a 30-mile-an-hour zone wasn't exactly madness, but it wasn't especially smart either. A man in his 70s could easily fail to discern some pedestrian in the dark and then react too slowly to do anything but stop and back up over the body. After about 20 minutes, Jake saw the bright lights of the marquee over the theater and began to search for an acceptable place to pull over. He failed to find one until he was abreast of the place, so he stopped in front. There was a startling thump on the roof, and he looked over the back seat to see Jane standing there yanking the right rear door open. "Hi, Jake," she said. "Wow, it's hot. Is the heater on?"
"Evening," said Jake.
He turned off the heater while she helped a man about his age slide into the back, then slammed the door and got into the front seat beside Jake. "This is Mr. Dahlman," said Jane, "and this is my friend Jake." The 2 men nodded, but Jake had already said good evening, and a second greeting seemed to him like taking a hat off twice. Besides, he was sure he had heard that name before, and might be able to think of something original to say if he could just drag out of his memory why the name was familiar. He pulled the car out into traffic. The man was quicker.
"I hope we're not getting you into trouble, Mr. Reinert,"
he said, and then Jake remembered. It was the name that they had kept interrupting the baseball game to repeat. The confirmation of Jake's ability to sense trouble was not a sufficient recompense for the obliteration of his peace of mind. He turned to Jane and watched her face as he said,
"Finding married life a little quiet, are we, Janie?"
"No," she said. "I like it." She looked strained, as though she were concentrating on biting something that she had between her teeth. After a moment she said, "I'm sorry to get you involved, Jake. I had no time to prepare anything sensible, so I had to improvise."
"It's flattering to be the first name that came to mind, I guess."
Jake sighed.
"What can I do?"
She turned her face to him. "Thanks, Jake."
"What can I do?"
he repeated. "Not much more than this. We've got to stop at my old house, so it's best if you just pull into your own garage. Dr. Dahlman, you may have heard, had a 9mm bullet pass through him a couple of hours ago, so he's not at the top of his game, but we can bring him in my kitchen door. We'll only stay long enough to pick up some things I left there and make arrangements for a car." Jake nodded,
then drove the rest of the way home. He pulled his car all the way into his garage, then got out to help Dahlman to the driveway of the Whitefield house and up the back steps. Jane closed the door behind them and then turned on more lights. As he helped Dahlman into the living room to sit on the couch, Jake said,
"Don't lean back just yet. There's blood showing through your coat."
He went into the bathroom, found a towel, folded it, and placed it between Dahlman and the throw pillow, then helped him lie down. He watched Dahlman's eyes rise upward toward the staircase, so he knew Jane was climbing the steps behind him. Dahlman whispered,
"She said you were just a family friend. Why are you doing this?"
Jake shook his head.
"Lie still. Gather your strength. Why are you helping me?"
Dahlman insisted.
"They said on the news that you were a big doctor somewhere. Why did you kill somebody?" "I didn't."
"Good," said Jake.
"Then from now on, that can be the reason."
He watched Dahlman close his eyes. In a few moments, he seemed to be asleep. Jake heard the sound of a television set above his head, so he climbed the stairs. As he reached the top, he saw Jane moving up the hallway.
"He seems to have dozed off."
"Good," she said. "He's going to need some strength." She walked into the master bedroom, and Jake followed. As he watched her throwing things into the suitcase, it occurred to him that she had left an awful lot of Jane Whitefield in this house when she had become Mrs. McKinnon. She hesitated, took off her wedding ring, and quickly slipped it into a drawer. Jane kept walking to closets, to dressers, to the suitcase on the bed, then turning to glance at the television set. She caught him watching her. "It's the only way I have to keep an eye on the opposition. Sometimes at the beginning, before the police know much, the news people will put it all on the air. There's a good chance this time because they're all at the hospital trying to scoop each other." Jane stared at the television set, but they had returned to their regular programming. Until the news people thought of something else to say, the Blue Jays were back to getting beaten in New York. He went to the window and pushed the curtain aside an inch. "Not from there," said Jane. "If you want to watch the street for me, do it from the room at the end of the hall where it's dark. What you're looking for will be a car with too many lights or too few. It'll pass once, then come back. Don't move the curtain. You can see that much through it." Jake walked off down the hall to the empty bedroom and did as he was told. He had been skeptical of Jane's instructions, but now he found he could see much better than he had expected. Through the curtain he could not only make out the 60-watt lamp in Mrs. Oshinsky's front window across the street, but even the dim patch of light it threw on her front lawn. He could still hear Jane hurrying around in her room, and he felt he could almost see her. On the day when he had first realized what it was that she had really been doing for a living from the time she was in college until a good 10 years later, he had experienced something that had never before happened to him. He had been struck speechless. Nothing that had come to his lips had been worthy of a thinking man. Cut It Out had seemed closest, but it was too paltry to meet the scale of the situation. Here was the quiet, pretty, and studious young woman he had known since birth, occupying the house where he had come just about every day until he and her father had both gone off to war, and— no, it was more than that. This was the only house that Jake had ever been welcome to enter without knocking. And when he did, he was expected to smile and sit at the table while the older Mrs. Whitefield, Jane's grandmother, it was in those days, set something in front of him to eat. And here was this little girl, the product of all of those Whitefields, living under this roof while she engaged in the business of taking future murder victims, some of them with legal difficulties of their own, away from their troubles and making them disappear. When Jane had finally agreed to marry Dr. Carey McKinnon, to Jake's immense relief, she had appeared to consider herself the last of her fugitives to be taken out of the world. She had not needed to spend time thinking of a new name, because her husband had a perfectly good one that had been around western New York for a couple of 100 years. She had not needed to do much of anything except start being Mrs. McKinnon instead of Jane Whitefield, and let time do the rest. It had seemed to him that she had even begun to look different, the thick black hair hanging long and soft most of the time like a frame around her face, with just a subtle hint of an inward curl at the ends that hadn't been there before. Even the face itself had begun to seem different to him. Maybe it was just that she considered that a married woman could afford to devote more time to makeup, but he had attributed it to a change in what was behind the face. It had actually struck him that she had lost that sharp, watchful look that had disconcerted him a few times over the years. But now, after only a year of that, here she was back in this house, packing a bag, while a wounded murderer rested up on the couch downstairs. He wasn't quite sure what to make of it. He knew for a fact that she had made a promise to Carrie, and he could not imagine Jane breaking her word to her husband. That had been part of the new identity she had invented for herself, a woman who didn't do things like that. But Jake had spent enough time in this part of the country and enough time in this very house to know that there were deeper issues involved. The Whitefields had always been very old-fashioned people. And although the Whitefields and all of the Senecas Jake had ever met were scrupulously law-abiding, they made no secret that the impulse had not come from anything as recent as what a bunch of immigrants in Albany or Washington had voted. The laws simply happened to coincide pretty well with how the Senecas believed a person should behave anyway. The Whitefields were not shy in their judgments of human behavior, but they were traditionalists, and the founders of Seneca culture had not felt the need to include institutions like jails. The old-time Senecas had been in favor of revenge, famous for it, but they didn't feel that it was society's place to punish people. Not that a person might not deserve it, but that, whoever you were, punishing somebody else simply wasn't in your job description. Punishment was a matter that would be taken care of later. Not by God, exactly, but close enough. The Senecas believed that the universe wasn't governed by one benevolent deity. There were twin brothers, grandsons of the first human being, a woman who had fallen from the sky. One twin was good, and when he was referred to in English, he was called the Creator. The other was perverse, and one of his names was the Punisher. The European innovation of building jails and using manacles to restrain people seemed to them to be an unwise decision to redundantly build a small and rather amateurish hell on earth. As of tonight, Jake was beginning to suspect that he was seeing a new phase of things. He had always felt, no, hoped, that what Jane had done with the first part of her life was an instance of youthful optimism and high spirits taken to an extreme. But what if it was more than that? What if it was an expression not only of what she thought was right, but of who she was and had reason to believe her female ancestors had been going back to Sky Woman? Jake was familiar with the idea that marriage reformed people, more in second-hand testimony than with his own eyes. But those stories were always that some guy stuck to his promise to stop doing something he knew damned well from the beginning was wrong. Jake couldn't think of an instance where a woman had saved her marriage by sticking to a promise to stop doing what she believed was right. Not consistently, and in a sustained way. "What do you see?" Her voice startled him, and he turned to see her in the doorway.
"Nothing I couldn't have seen a week ago if I'd looked."
"Good."
"Why are you doing this?"
She stood absolutely still. He could see the silhouette of her thin, too small body, her long black hair combed back and tied in a tight ponytail, and it occurred to him that he had not seen her wear it that way since she had gotten married. She spoke quietly. "Carrie asked me to." Jake's mind seemed to him to choke for a second, then to start again like an engine that needed to be taken out and run at high speed to burn off the deposits.
"Why?"
he said. "Because if I hide him for a while, then we think the police will find that he's innocent. If we let him wait in jail, we think the police will find him dead in his cell." She looked at him as though she were waiting in case something else needed to be said.
but Jake couldn't imagine what it could be. She turned and disappeared in the direction of the staircase. Jake stared out at the empty street he had been staring at for 70 years. Carey was an educated man and a skilled surgeon, and that was why the whole world had agreed to put doctor in front of his name. But he seemed to have taken a look at this situation and missed the important part. Carey McKinnon had, by a series of circumstances that, when you analyzed them, came down to luck, been given a beautiful young woman who had the intellect, the courage, and the determination to do virtually anything, but who, for reasons that were probably more biological than logical, had decided to be his wife. What Dr. Carey McKinnon had seen fit to ask her for was that she go back on the promise he had extracted from her to stop putting herself in danger. Whoever this Dr. Dahlman was, Jake found himself silently praying that he was worth it. Not to society or some other word for a bunch of strangers, but to Carey McKinnon. Chapter 5. Carey McKinnon tried to think the way his wife would, and found it impossible. His brain wasn't as quick as Jane's was, and he had no experience at her kind of deception. He was reduced to trying to remember what she had told him to do. He had a difficult time bringing it all back. Since she had left him, he had been concentrating on the specific tasks that he had needed to perform to get Dahlman through the surgery. It had been one of the most nerve-wracking procedures he had ever done, trying to be sure that he left no bits of metal or bone in the shoulder, that he sutured the torn muscular tissue and vessels properly without injuring tendons or nerves, so that one of the finest surgeons alive could heal and continue to perform surgery on other people. Every second, while his hands had been working, he had been aware that those eyes were open and staring into the overhead mirror, the eyes of his old teacher, evaluating, scrutinizing every move his fingers made. Now he had to be certain that no policeman or reporter could ask him any questions. Certain parts of the job were obvious. He could not walk out the rear door of the hospital and stroll to his car in the parking lot. What he really needed was to disappear and reappear somewhere else. Time was going by, and the longer he waited, the more likely it was that someone would begin to look for him. He put on his sport coat, walked to the fire stairwell, and descended to the first floor. He stepped into the unoccupied break room for the radiologists, walked past the coffee machine, opened the door to the little patio, and slipped onto the lawn. Carey walked briskly along the side of the building to the street, then took the long way around the block until he came to his office building. He supposed it was smarter to go in the back door from the parking lot than the front door, so he kept going until he reached it. He could see that the usual collection of cheapskates had parked their cars in his lot so they didn't have to tip the valet parking attendants at the restaurants down the street. That reminded him that he hadn't eaten dinner yet, and he was hungry. Hours and hours ago he had hatched some plan to take Jane to a restaurant. It might as well have been years ago. Then he noticed that the third car from the end was Jane's. He stopped, paralyzed with alarm. He had assumed that she would be driving Dahlman out in her car. He looked at his watch. He had finished the operation nearly an hour ago, and Jane had been waiting for the first chance to slip him out. What if it had never come? He turned and started to walk back toward the hospital, then stopped. If he went back, he might be putting her in danger. If he found her, what could he do to help her? He squeezed his eyes shut. What would she want? What had she said? Every minute that Carey stayed out of sight now would buy her another minute before anyone knew Dahlman was missing. That could last at most another hour or two if he didn't panic and rush back there. Carey turned and walked slowly and reluctantly up the side street away from the hospital and away from the restaurants. The best he could do would be to go kill some time. There was a movie theater not far from here, the Rialto. He would watch a movie, eat dinner, and then come back. Later tonight there would be lots of questions, but he didn't have to face them yet. Where was Jane? He tried to summon a picture of her driving off somewhere with Dahlman,
but since he had just found her car parked behind his office, the picture wouldn't coalesce. He tried to imagine her on an airplane, but he was fairly certain Dahlman would not have been up to that. Not the flying, but fighting the crowds and keeping himself from attracting attention during the long walks in an airport. It occurred to Carrie that he really had no idea what Jane would do in this situation. For the decade after he had met her in college, they had simply been friends. They saw each other maybe once a month until the year before they were married. At that time, he would not have guessed that she was doing anything secret and dangerous and illegal. He had not guessed until the night when she had told him, and she had initiated that conversation only to warn him that marrying her could put him in danger too. After that, she had not talked about her old clients, told him the trick she had used to make them invisible or throw off their pursuers. He had no clear, specific knowledge of how it was done. It was just something she used to do, and talking about it had made both of them uncomfortable. Jane walked down the wooden steps to the cellar. The damp, musty air seemed to her like the house's breath. The house was a relic of the days when cellars were made of mortared stone, and the beams under the floors were rounded logs with the bark stripped off. The coal furnace had been replaced by an oil furnace before she was born, and above the corner where the coal bin had sat there were still old ducts that led up to floor registers that had long ago been blocked off. She took the stepladder to one of them, pushed 2 sections apart, removed the small metal box hidden inside, and set it on the top step of the ladder. She took out a handful of cards and folded papers and shuffled through them. In the past 2 years, the only fake identification papers she had obtained were in matched sets, with her picture on one and Carrie's on the other. There were some very good ones in the collection, as well as a few that wouldn't be ripe for some time. A good identity needed signs of a long history, with a real birth certificate and social security card, a couple of renewals on the licenses, visa stamps on the passports, and small but regular charges on each of the credit cards going back a couple of years. Jane went past the recent identities, the ones she had made for a couple on the run. They were a part of her dowry that Carrie didn't know about, and that she hoped he would never need to see. When she had retired from being a guide, she had known that people who were running would still come to her for a while, and there would still be people whose business it was to chase them. Some of the chasers might have heard of Jane or seen a little of her work, and would like the chance to get her into a small, quiet place somewhere and ask her questions until she died. She found 4 identities for men who had birth dates in the 1930s, took 4 sets of cards she had made for herself, and then reached deeper into the heating duct to take out $10,000 in cash. She put the box back into the heating duct, joined the 2 halves together, and carried the stepladder to the other end of the cellar to leave it with the tools and paintbrushes. When she returned to her room, she found Jake sitting on the bed watching television. He looked up when she entered.
There was just another news bulletin, but they didn't say anything about him being gone. They don't seem to know.
Good, said Jane. Do you think you have any clothes that you don't care if you ever see again?
Yes, all of them. I'll go put some in a suitcase.
Nothing bright-colored, nothing new. You may not have noticed, but men over retirement age seem to have a lot of clothes of an earlier vintage.
Yep, he said. We're all timing it to wear them out at the moment of death, so everything comes out even.
When Jake returned to the house with the suitcase, Jane had Dahlman sitting up on the living room couch, and she was just finishing putting new gauze and adhesive tape on his shoulder and back. Jake opened the suitcase so she could look into it.
Nothing to get him a lot of invitations, but nothing with blood on it either.
Jane quickly fingered through the suitcase. These are perfect, thanks. She pulled out a plain tan shirt, slipped it onto Dahlman, and buttoned it quickly. She had taken the necktie off him by loosening the loop, so now she slipped it over his head again and tightened it, then helped him to his feet. We'd better get going. Jake followed her into the kitchen and watched her turning off lights and checking windows.
I'd like to go with you.
Jane shook her head. Sorry, one geezer per trip.
He's weak. You can't drag him around and watch your back at the same time.
I said no, she said. If you're so eager to take one more unnecessary risk, I'll accommodate you. Give me a spare key to your car. Call a cab tomorrow morning to take you to the airport. After he lets you off at the terminal and disappears, stroll over to the short-term lot, find your car, and drive it home.
That's it?
No, she said. Make sure this place is clean when we leave. Wipe off anything Dahlman could have touched. And when you think of it, tell Carrie I love him. Chapter 6. Jane walked into the airline terminal and saw the clock on the wall. It was 10:15 already. The first flight out would have to do. But as soon as she was on the escalator and had ascended near enough to the top to see the second floor, she knew that it was too late. It was likely that a stranger who seldom flew into Buffalo would not have noticed the change. The single sleepy security guard, who spent most of his time talking to the airline man who weighed luggage and issued tickets, was still downstairs at the door, but here on the departure level, where the people slowed down and formed a line to pass single file through the metal detectors, plainclothes policemen loitered, their eyes on the procession. The time was up. They had discovered that Dahlman was running. She skirted the departure area and kept her eyes on the windows of the shops and restaurants. As long as she stayed away from the metal detectors, the cops would not consider her eligible for close scrutiny. There would be some kind of cutoff team up here, too. If Dahlman got this far and saw the cops waiting, he might turn and head for the door. Jane went into one of the shops and bought some items that wouldn't be wasted. Toothbrushes, toothpaste, a hairbrush and comb, all in compact sizes for travelers. When she came out, she joined the stream of tired passengers who had come off an airplane and were now headed toward the baggage area. Jane was one of several in the group who stopped just before the escalators at the row of car rental counters. She rented a big, roomy Oldsmobile Cutlass. In Buffalo, the car rental lots were all outside the door behind the terminal, so it took her only a few minutes to join the next crowd heading downstairs, get out the door, and into the car she had rented. She drove it to the short-term lot and helped Dahlman step out of Jake's car and into hers. She put the 2 suitcases into her trunk and drove out onto Genesee Street. Dahlman looked alert and maybe even a little scared.
Where are we going?
Jane shrugged. There are police waiting in the airport, so right now we're only one very small jump ahead of them. What we've got is a big new car with a full gas tank, and that's about it. In a minute I'm going to turn left on Bailey Avenue. That's Route 62. By midnight we should be passing Warren, Pennsylvania. Then we switch roads and make a pretty straight run down to Pittsburgh.
Why Pittsburgh?
Jane said, I know this is all very strange. You're in pain, you're weak, you're tired. In 15 minutes we'll be out of the congested area and going through farmland with a little town every 10 or 20 miles. You can stretch out on the back seat and sleep. She turned south onto Bailey Avenue and accelerated slightly.
I'm not ready to sleep,
said Dahlman irritably.
I asked you a question, and I'd like an answer. What's in Pittsburgh?
Jane glanced at him. The momentary glare of a set of oncoming headlights showed her the sharp little gray eyes glittering. At some point he was going to collapse, but until he did, his agitation had to be borne. Okay, here's the situation. Staying in town is a bad idea. There's a term for people who thought they knew some city better than the local police. They're called convicts. We don't seem to be able to fly out, so we're driving. We can't get on the thruway because there are toll booths, and in at least the first few around here, the state police might be waiting for you. But once we cross the border into Pennsylvania, some of the searchers will be left behind. You're a fugitive from Illinois who escaped from custody in New York. Unless the Pennsylvania police have some reason to believe you're headed there,
and you're just one of 1,000 or so New York criminals they've been warned to keep an eye out for this year. You're very important to the Buffalo police because you embarrassed them by walking out of the hospital, and you might be dangerous. To the Pittsburgh police, you're just a name that's most likely to be somebody else's problem. They have at least 1,000 murderers of their own to catch.
I'm not a murderer.
I'm glad.
You don't believe me?
He was incensed. Jane looked ahead and paid attention to her driving. If he had been young and healthy, she might have put him into the trunk and avoided the chance of his being seen at a lighted intersection. It was too bad he wasn't young or healthy. It's not that I don't believe you. It just doesn't matter right now. I think that should be your first lesson, she said. For tonight, it doesn't matter what you did or didn't do. If you could listen to the police radios right now, or even the television news, you would hear that you're an escaped murder suspect, armed and dangerous, probably desperate because you're wounded. They're warning each other and everybody else who's awake.
I'm a well-known physician who's not only saved thousands of lives, but taught a fair share of the best surgeons in this country how to—
Then use your brain and think about it the way they do, said Jane. If you've suddenly killed somebody who isn't related to you, it means you're crazy. The fact that you're a doctor who slipped out under their noses means you're devious and probably smarter than they are. The fact that you're famous only means they won't have to rely on one of those crude police drawings. They have lots of pictures of you, probably great ones. He was silent for a moment, and she looked at him again. She decided she had better tell him the worst of it at the beginning. She spoke more gently. If they can't take you under ideal circumstances, they'll kill you. It's not because they want to, but because they know that people like you seldom surrender.
I'm trying to tell you that it's a mistake. All of it.
And I'm trying to tell you that it doesn't matter. Don't imagine that your credentials and accomplishments will convince people you're innocent or that you're harmless. Deep in the back of your mind, you seem to have the notion that those things will make this come out all right, that the truth will save you. Maybe it will, but right now it won't. And right now is reality. The future is just a theory. Dahlman sat in silence for a full minute. A few times he looked as though some retort was on his tongue, but each time he decided not to speak. Finally he said with exaggerated patience,
It's just that you mentioned Pittsburgh. We could stop and see if we could get some help. I have friends there.
No, you don't.
I just told you.
Listen carefully, because this is important. You haven't told me who was chasing you hard enough to make you run to Buffalo. But I know who's been chasing you since then, and I think I know who will join in the hunt. You came through several states and committed crimes in 2.
What crimes?
His voice was irate. Fleeing to evade prosecution in Illinois and New York. That's if you didn't do anything else, and nothing happened on the way, like breaking into your own office in the university to get things before you left.
Dahlman was shocked. That's absurd.
That's a federal crime. School break-ins are investigated by the FBI. Crossing a state line while you were running is enough for them, though.
I'm not some mad bomber. I'm a physician.
Jane sighed. There it was again. They don't know what else you are, and waiting isn't a good way for them to find out. In one sense, it would be good for you if the FBI does come in. They would take a very close look at whatever evidence there is that you killed someone, and at every piece of paper you owned. If there's anything that will clear you, they're more likely to find it than anyone else is, and they have no reason to conceal it. But in the short term, they're trouble, because they're better at finding people than any local cops can be. They make stopping in with out-of-town friends and relatives a very bad idea, both for you and for the friends and relatives. Your friends can be charged as accessories if they so much as fail to turn you in. It's hard to think of a friend you trust with your life, but also don't mind putting in that kind of fix.
I never intended to get anyone else in trouble. I was simply thinking of ways to make this easier.
What we want isn't easier, it's less predictable. There are experts chasing you now. They're using this time to find out everything about you. You're hurt, so where will you go? Probably to a friend who is a doctor. I'll bet you know a dozen who would take care of you for a month without turning you in. Good for you. But 12 is a tiny number for the FBI to check. And if they've already been called in, they're busy tonight compiling the list of names and addresses. If you had them written down someplace when you left Chicago, the FBI already has a list. They don't have to waste time flying around the country to find these people. They just have to phone the agents already in the cities where they live. I'm sure you had money, bank accounts and retirement accounts and stocks and bonds. Unless you kept it in cash a distance from home or in offshore banks under a false name, then forget it. The second you touch any of the accounts, bells and whistles will go off in the J. Edgar Hoover building. Dahlman glared at her angrily.
You're trying to get me to give up, aren't you? To go into some police station and turn myself in because I'm going to be caught.
Jane looked into his eyes and held the gaze unblinking for a moment before she returned her eyes to the road. No. I'm making sure you know at the outset what it costs when you decide to run. It isn't easy, and it isn't pleasant. And most of all, it isn't a sure thing. If you want to survive, you have to change who you are. You don't just get to run away from one bad incident in the past and keep the rest, the respect and gratitude you earned, the friends and family you loved, the status you enjoyed. The past is what the police will use to find you. And I don't know much about those two men at the hospital, but I wouldn't want to make it too easy for them either. Jane had managed to plant a few bits of the truth in his brain, and over the next few hours his mind would be working out the rest, whether he wanted it to or not. She hoped she had said enough to keep him scared, quiet, and docile for the next few hours, while the trail was still hot and any mistake could be fatal. Adult males had always been the most difficult kind of runner to guide. All of that self-reliance and aggression that they had painfully developed as survival characteristics got in the way and made their impulses foolish. It was true. Women stopped and asked for directions, and men didn't. Even the way they looked was against them. Their hair was almost always too short to change much. The differences between the kinds of clothes they wore were minuscule. As she thought about Dahlman, what came to mind was a list of ways in which he was the worst ever. He was wounded and weak, and could easily get worse instead of better. If he did, she couldn't even take him to a doctor, because apparently in that closed, limited world he was famous. And he was older, more brittle, and attached to his own habits of mind. It struck her as odd that she had used the comparative. Older. Older than whom? Not just older than the usual male in trouble. Older than Carrie. She admitted to herself that the worst mental habits that Dahlman had were familiar to her because her husband had a milder, less irritating case of them. Dahlman never let a statement of fact go unquestioned and unexamined. Is it a fact? How do you know? Doesn't that contradict this other fact? That was Carrie, and so was the casual, unconscious assumption he had picked up in medical school that he was one of the good guys, so nobody would wish to do him harm. It was one of the qualities that she had always loved about Carrie. It made him cheerful, pleasant, and self-assured enough to look goofy once in a while without getting defensive. He moved through the world smoothly, telling people what was good for them, and quietly smiling through their irrational protests and retaliations, like a parent waiting for a tantrum to end. She loved it now when he was 34. Would she love it in 30 years, when he had earned the kind of adulation and status that Dahlman had? When more confidence was heaped on top of the conviction, and it started to sound a whole lot like arrogance? As she drove along the dark highway, all she could think about was Carrie. The question she had been holding in the back of her mind for hours tumbled into view. Carrie had been adamant that Jane must never again drive along a dark highway with a fugitive in the seat beside her. The reasons had been carefully assembled, and calmly presented. But all of the arguments had been made on the assumption that runners were certain kinds of people. Some had caused their own problems and others were victims. The victims were usually women and children. There were people besides Jane Whitefield who would be willing to take the risks to save them. All Jane had to do was keep a list of those quasi-illegal organizations who hid abuse victims and make a call or two, and the person would be picked up. The ones who weren't exactly victims, just people who had acquired enemies but had not done anything bad enough to deserve to die just yet, could be handled differently. Carrie had grudgingly conceded that if Jane felt it was justified, she could give a person like that a set of false papers left over from the old days, a handful of $100 bills, and a half-hour of advice before she sent him on his way. Carrie was very good at constructing fair, logical solutions to other people's problems. She glanced at Dahlman. He was staring ahead, motionless. She looked at him longer and harder, waiting for him to blink. Was it possible he had just... He said,
"Don't worry. I'm not dead. I was just daydreaming."
Jane pulled the car onto the shoulder of the dark road. "Get in the back and stretch out. Maybe you'll be able to sleep a little." He climbed out and lay down in the back seat.
"Might as well. Not that it will be easy, now that you've convinced me I'm homeless, penniless, and friendless."
"Not friendless," said Jane. "You've got me." She didn't like the way that sounded. Maybe some reassurance would help him sleep. "The police and the FBI will be working hard on building a case against you, and it would be a very unusual frame that could stand up to that kind of attention. All they have to do is detect some flaw that proves one piece of evidence against you is faked. If it's faked, the killer faked it, and that can't be you."
"Then all I'll have to worry about is a pair of men I've never seen before, coming in the night to kill me."
"If the frame fails, killing you afterward won't put it back together," said Jane. "Those men will have other things to do, like making sure they're not caught." She forced a smile. "We just have to keep you out of sight a little while and let the police straighten it out." As she drove along the dark road in silence, she wished that she were as sure as she had sounded. Chapter 7. Carrie McKinnon walked along smartly, conscious of the sound of his shoes on the concrete sidewalk. Instead of worrying about his wife, he tried to review in his memory an article by an orthopedist decrying the effects of shoes that force the foot to strike with high impact on the calcaneus at each step, and the further skeletal deterioration caused by leather soles and hard rubber heels. But there was little in the article that had surprised him, so he couldn't keep his mind on it for more than a few seconds. He turned the corner and saw the hospital building looming ahead, dominating the whole next block. He had never thought of the hospital as looming before. He raised his head, straightened his spine, and lengthened his strides. He had spent as much time away as he could possibly justify, and now he had to walk in, head for the 3rd floor, and pretend to be the one who discovered that his patient was missing. Everything he did during the next few hours would have to be deceptive and misleading. He had to delay the police, divert their attention, send them in the wrong direction if possible. Jane was risking everything. From the second Carrie had heard Dahlman say, "I came to find a woman named Jane Whitefield," he had wished he could throw himself in front of her. He wanted to hide her, deny she existed, and let the faceless, invisible threat take him instead. Even as the words had formed in his mind, he had known that he could not do it. For most of his life he had been learning to believe passionately in human expertise. Nearly every day he detected the approach of someone's death and asked himself, what is the best strategy to fight this? Who is the very best one to do it? Sometimes he would clear his own schedule to prepare for the surgery, and sometimes he would instead make a telephone call to a superb practitioner of a particular procedure, an expert in a narrow specialty, and ask him to save the patient. When Carrie had seen this patient, Dahlman, handcuffed to a gurney in the emergency room, he had known. Dahlman needed a specialist, not some clumsy amateur who would get him killed. Dolman needed Jane. He fretted as he walked toward the hospital. He worried that in the rush and the anxiety he had not really explained to Jane who Dolman was. Jane had a right to know everything, and Carrie had the impression that what he had told her must have sounded incoherent. He found himself rehearsing what he should have told her. Dolman was truthful. Dolman was no more knowledgeable than Carrie about things that criminals did, but he had all of his faculties and knew that he hadn't killed Sarah Hoffman. He was certainly capable of knowing that someone had planted evidence that he had killed Sarah Hoffman. No, Carrie had told Jane that much. What he had not told her was why a rational person, any rational person who happened to be nearby when this happened, should feel that saving Dolman was worth enormous risks. That was more difficult. In a way, it was absurd that there had to be an excuse for saving a life. People, sometimes thousands of them in a single day, unhesitatingly threw themselves into battles to preserve the lives and privileges of degenerate kings and corrupt politicians. Dolman was something that Carrie could not have said aloud, even to Jane. He was a man who might be worth more to humanity than all the kings and presidents who had ever lived. Carrie could say the easy, verifiable part. Dolman had already saved thousands of people in his operating room, and had personally trained a few hundred of the best young surgeons now in practice. But the part that Carrie was torn about was an assertion with no proof. He believed that Dolman might be this generation's standard-bearer. Dolman and Sarah Hoffman's quiet clinical research on post-operative regeneration of external epithelial tissue had produced results promising enough to attract the attention of a few non-specialist journals. But what only Carrie and a few dozen others who had read the scientific articles had understood was that Dolman wasn't just looking for a way to help surgeons produce evenly healed, aesthetically pleasing incisions. The doctors who knew Dolman, who knew the way he thought and were used to the understated, terse way he spoke, knew that the articles were hints. Working on the skin was almost inevitable because a researcher could see it and touch it. But the outer skin and the membranes of internal organs were both epithelial tissue. Dolman was after game so big that even a whisper of it did not belong in a scientific article. It was nothing less than a way of making all surgery a minor procedure. Ultimately, maybe in another generation or two, it might provide a way of treating everything from heart disease to cancer. Huge sections of damaged tissue could be removed and the body stimulated to replace them. And if Sarah Hoffman was already dead, then the seeds of that research, not what had been done, but what paths had been rejected, what would have been tried next and why, existed only in the brain of Richard Dolman. Carrie walked along trying to look unconcerned, but feeling his heart pounding. A very small, incidental part of this was up to him. He had to do what he could to help Jane carry this off. He had to become a disturbing, confusing element in the mixture, make a lot of noise and appear to raise the hue and cry while really making a mess of it and adding to the delay. He had to buy Jane more time. If she was driving, a minute could put her a mile past a roadblock. If she was flying, it might get her off a plane and out of the door of a terminal. He realized that he had been describing an urge of his own. He would like to be with her, running away, not stepping toward the bright lights of the hospital. He wanted all of this never to have happened. Wished he had never been alert enough to know that if he didn't ask the wife he loved to risk her life, then he deserved never to have been born. He studied the building as he approached it. Was he imagining that there were more police cars than before? He probably was. When he had arrived at 5, there had been none, and then he had seen 2 out the back window. Those had undoubtedly been parked in front all evening, and he had not been looking in that direction when he had slipped out through radiology. He walked through the front door and stepped directly into a glaring light.
"Dr. McKinnon," said a female voice, "can we talk to you?"
He had thought he had gotten past the news people. Their vans had been parked in the back near his car. He looked down at the short, pretty woman beside him. and he recognized her as the one he had seen this morning when he had turned on the television to find out about the weather. She was wearing the same awful blue suit, and he felt sorry for her. Could she have been working all this time?
I'm sorry, he said apologetically. I have a patient to see right now, but I'll be around later.
The woman's face seemed to lose muscular control and go flat. The professional demeanor of concerned commentator had vanished, and for a second she looked confused. Then the eyes widened with excitement. Carrie saw the change and hurried toward the elevator.
"Dr. McKinnon!"
she called, and he thought he heard her footsteps behind him. He went past the elevator toward the door to the stairwell, heard the elevator doors open, spun to step inside, and punched the closed door button. He pushed the button for the 3rd floor and tried to collect his thoughts. They already knew Dahlman was gone, and the newswoman had assumed he had known too, at first. But he hadn't wanted to let her be the one to tell him, and he knew he wasn't a good enough actor to let her record his reaction on camera. He stepped out of the elevator and walked down the hall toward the room assigned to Dahlman. There were 2 men in sport coats, one gray tweed that matched the man's gray, bristly hair, and the other a brown that looked a little like one Carrie had that Jane never let him wear. The men had plastic wallets stuck in their breast pockets so they hung over to display badges, one gold and the other silver. Carrie pretended not to see them as he walked to the doorway. The younger one in brown stepped into his path.
I'm sorry,
said the man.
This is a crime scene.
He studied Carrie's face as though trying to verify that Carrie had seen his badge. Carrie turned his head to look in puzzlement at the older man, then looked back at the one in brown.
I understand. Dr. Dahlman is in custody, but I'm his doctor, and I'd like to see him.
The older man was holding a little spiral notebook in his hand, and he consulted it.
You are Dr.
He flipped a page.
McKinnon.
It wasn't a question, but he said,
That right?
Yes, said Carrie. He craned his neck to look in the doorway at the empty room, and looked at the policemen in surprise. I operated on him earlier this evening, and he's supposed to be in there. Can you tell me where he's been moved?
I'm Captain Folger,
said the man.
This is Detective Cole. I wish I could tell you where he is. He's missing. If you'll come with me, you might be able to help us clear this up.
He was reassuring and calm, but not quite friendly. Carrie knew it was time to start causing trouble.
What do you mean, missing?
Carrie simulated the amazement he might have felt.
That's crazy. He's seriously injured and tranquilized. You're trying to tell me he just got up out of bed? He was supposed to be restrained. And where were the policemen who were supposed to be watching him? We should be looking for him.
We've already done that, said the policeman.
But he's not in the building anymore.
As the policeman stepped off down the hall, Carrie almost smiled. Jane was out. She had done it. The policeman said,
I think you understand. We'd like to ask you some questions about his condition and so on.
Of course, said Carrie. He followed the older policeman down the hallway, reminding himself that he couldn't let himself get lazy now. He had to think. The man had said Captain Folger, a very high rank, the sort of policeman who was in charge of a station, not the sort who wandered around looking for people. Then Carrie felt, rather than heard, something behind him. The younger one, Detective Cole, was following a few paces behind them. Was he cutting off Carrie's retreat, or was his position simply the result of starting to walk after his boss had? Carrie decided that, for the moment, he had better not assume anything was meaningless. Captain Folger opened the door to the conference room at the end of the hall, and to Carrie's surprise, he went in and closed it behind him. Detective Cole stepped to Carrie's side.
Have you ever had a patient walk off before?
Carrie decided he was trying to distract him.
Usually if they chicken out, it's before I operate.
The detective seemed to think that that was a very witty thing to say. He laughed, then said,
I guess he can't have gone that far.
Carrie shook his head.
I'm amazed he went anywhere. He's 67 years old. He's lost blood. He's been bruised by the impact of the bullet. Oh, yeah.
Detective Cole interrupted. I've seen it a few times, and I know what you mean. Whatever's going through his mind, he hurts. He said it with a satisfaction that reminded Carrie that this man was no friend of his. The door opened, and Captain Folger beckoned and stepped aside. Thanks, Doctor. As Carrie went past him into the familiar room, Folger began to recite names. Carrie listened, aware that he should hold the names in his memory, but they were just words. This is Officer Grayley, Officer Wilczewski, Mr. Marshall, and I'm Captain Folger, in case you didn't catch it before. Nobody stood to shake hands. As Carrie had expected, the captain did the talking. Dr. McKinnon, I should say at this juncture that we appreciate any help you can give us. If you'd be more comfortable consulting an attorney before you say anything, we understand. There's no way to predict whether you might open yourself up to some kind of malpractice litigation or other legal problems. It would cause delay that's probably unnecessary, but after all, we do need to respect your rights too. Because this is an official police inquiry, it can't be off the record, and could come out in court. Carrie admired the smooth, affable way the captain had spoken. It seemed to him that Folger had probably read him his rights and set a trap at the same time. If Carrie was here to delay the police, Folger had offered him a simple way to do it. But that would confirm their suspicion that he was the enemy. I don't think that'll be necessary, he answered. Will it? I can't give anybody legal advice, said Folger, and I don't know anything about all these civil suits against hospitals and doctors. We just do the criminal stuff. He paused. Want to go ahead? Carrie nodded. Our logs say officers brought Richard Dahlman in here at 7:15 this evening. The hospital records say you operated on him at 8:15. Is that right? So this was going to be about the subject of times. He didn't want to talk about times. That would help them isolate exactly when Jane had slipped Dahlman out, and if they knew when, they would know where it had happened. People might remember having seen Jane there. He answered with names. Yes, I operated. Dr. Shelton was anesthesiologist and Dr. Stern assisted. The surgical nurse was Mrs. Brooks. What did you do to him? I removed fragments of a bullet from his left shoulder. 5, I think. Very small particles, really. The main projectile had expanded as it passed through and glanced off a bone. That seems to have been what caused the pieces to come off. It also caused a fracture with bone chips, torn musculature, and damage to a major vein. The main artery was not severed, and there appeared to be no significant nerve damage. How long did that take? Not long. It couldn't have been more than 45 or 50 minutes at the outside. Folger looked at his notes. The anesthetist keeps a timed record. Did you know that? Of course, said Carrie. That's right. If you need exact times, you should get Shelton's notes. We have. He frowned, then handed the sheet of paper to Carrie. Is this his handwriting? I guess so, said Carrie. It said 15 minutes and 37 seconds. He usually keeps his own notes. He handed the paper back. 15 minutes? That seems like world record speed. Carrie shrugged. Faster than it seemed to me, at any rate. He added, No surgeries entirely without risk. We don't keep a patient open any longer than necessary. When I was sure I'd removed the foreign objects that had shown on the X-ray, repaired the damage to the vein to stop the bleeding, and sutured the muscles, I closed. What kind of risk are you talking about? Carrie cocked his head. Infection, adverse reaction to anesthetics, shock and possible cardiac arrest, hemorrhage. As Carrie spoke, he was aware of each of the people in the room. Did the young woman's squinted eyes and pursed lips mean she was trying to understand, or did she disbelieve something he was saying? How could she? Folger was looking down at his notes. Why were you the one to operate? Carrie had not been prepared for this question, and it astounded him that he had overlooked it. He constructed his response cautiously. Dr. Leo Bortoni was the surgeon on duty at the time. He said, "When the patient was brought into the emergency room, I was on my usual rounds, visiting my surgical patients. I knew Leo was in surgery at the time. The procedure is to phone one of the surgeons on call, but of course I was on that list and was already there, so I stepped in." "And you met with the patient?" "I went to the emergency room to examine him." "What was his condition?" Folger's eyes weren't on Carey's. He seemed to be glancing at the man in the dark suit across the table. What was his name again? Carey sensed that some kind of trap was being prepared. "He had a bullet wound in his left shoulder, as I said before." "Yes, but I was wondering if there was anything else. I mean, was he unconscious, delirious, anything like that?" "He was weak and in quite a lot of pain. The wound had bled profusely, but the ER doctors had it pretty well stopped by the time I arrived." "He was conscious?" "He's a surgeon, so he was acutely aware of his condition and knew already that he would need to undergo a surgical procedure." "What did you talk about?" "That's about it." "You were alone with him for a time, right? And you knew him personally. All of a sudden he shows up with a bullet wound. You didn't ask him how that came about?" So there it was. They already knew. "Well, no," said Carey. "He told me that much. He said he'd been wanted for murder, and the police, one of the officers who brought him in, had shot him." Carey thought about it and decided that if there was a record being made, that there was no reason he could not use it to preserve Dahlman's denial. "He said the whole thing was a terrible mistake. He had not killed anybody, and the person who'd done it had framed him. I couldn't imagine Richard Dahlman as a murderer." "Why?" This time Carey was sure. The captain was watching the man in the dark suit for a reaction, maybe for unspoken instructions of some kind. "He's a distinguished surgeon and teacher of other surgeons who's never in the past committed a crime and, as far as I know, never lied about anything. I admit I haven't seen or heard any of the evidence against him. I assume it's pretty compelling, or we wouldn't all be here. But I think when you look into it, you'll find he didn't do it." The captain was watching the man in the suit throughout Carey's answer. But who was he? Had Folger said marshal? Carey had a vague notion that marshals were the people who transported prisoners or took them into formal custody in court or some such thing. But why would a police captain be deferring to somebody like that? "Do you know this building well?" Was he just giving Carey a chance to lie about something? "I ought to. I was born here," said Carey. "When I finished my residency, I came back. I've been here nearly every day for a couple of years. Do you know how he got out of the building?" Carey stared at the grain of the wood of the table. This was the question, he thought. It was best to ignore the implication, to pretend the word "no" had not been used. "If I were to guess, I would guess that he didn't get out, that he hid somewhere in the building and found himself too weak to go on, or fell asleep." It occurred to Carey that he might very well have made a terrible mistake. What if that had been Jane's plan? It would explain why her car was still parked behind Carey's office. It made perfect sense to put him in bed in another unoccupied room, slip a different bracelet on his wrist, and let him rest until the police had left the hospital. They had told him they'd searched, but why should they tell him the truth? The captain shook his head. "No, that was what we thought too. But Mr. Pinkowski's staff took officers into every room, every broom closet and storeroom in the building. We even searched every laundry bin and garbage can big enough to hold a man. He has definitely left the building. It's too bad you weren't here when it happened. They were beeping you, but—" Carey was ready for this one. "They were?" He took out his pager and looked at it. He flipped the switch off and on a few times. "I wonder how—" The man in the dark suit leaned forward and held out his hand. "I'm pretty good with those. Can I see it?" Carey slid it toward him. The man picked it up, worked the switch, examined the display, opened the little hatch at the end, and took the battery out. He put the battery back.
You had the battery in backwards, with the poles reversed.
He closed the hatch and flipped the switch with his thumb. The beeper went beep, 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 beep. Carrie watched him studying the display. He pressed the button twice more. Carrie realized that he had been outsmarted again. The man was looking to see if other numbers besides the hospital's appeared. Then the man looked up at Carrie, and his eyes carried an unexpected message. They said, "I know." But the eyes didn't look triumphant or reproachful. What the man seemed to feel was sadness, a mixture of sympathy and regret. Carrie's heart beat faster, and he tried to calm himself. The man had convicted Carrie in his mind, but at least he was not writing a number down. That meant that Jane hadn't called. She was safe. Carrie accepted his pager.
Thanks, Mr.
He frowned.
I'm sorry. Too many names at once. Marshall? You're welcome.
Carrie knew he had to say something.
What a dumb thing to do, said Carrie. It must have been that way all day.
Then his mind scurried to see if he had made a mistake. They could probably check the paging service to see when he had answered his last beep. But the policemen seemed to miss it. The captain said,
Where were you this evening after the operation?
I had dinner and went to a movie.
What restaurant?
I walked to Garibaldi's on Merman Street. He took out his wallet and read the credit card receipt. It's 597 Merman Street.
I know that place, said the captain. What was the movie?
Carrie said, Finally Dead. I guess the title should have warned me, right? He smiled.
It wasn't very good. I didn't want to hang around the hospital getting badgered by news people, so I thought I'd waste some time. I got my wish. What would have happened if something went wrong with the patient?
What are you referring to?
You know, the things you mentioned. Dahlman starts hemorrhaging and needs to be operated on again, that kind of thing.
After Leo Bortoni's shift, Arthur Hicks was on duty. He's a good surgeon, and there are always others on call. In my judgment, the best surgeon in an emergency would not be the one who's been working for 14 or 15 hours.
But you wanted to be here. What for?
To check on him. It was my responsibility to ensure that my patient was responding well. To see for myself, in other words. Folger glanced down at his notebook and looked surprised.
I don't think I have any more questions right now.
He looked directly at the man in the dark suit.
Do any of you?
The man in the dark suit was silent and motionless. Folger said,
Thanks very much, Doctor. I assume you'll be going home from here.
I suppose so, Carrie said. Unless my patient turns up.
We'll let you know if he does.
Thanks. Carrie stood up. The others remained seated, waiting for him to leave. He opened the door and stepped out, then turned around to close it. The last thing he saw confirmed his impression. The captain, the female detective, and the uniformed officer were all looking attentively at the man in the dark suit. The man in the dark suit was staring straight into Carrie's eyes until the door closed. Agent Marshall said quietly,
That's what I was afraid of.
Captain Folger shook his head.
It's hard to believe that a man like that would put himself in this kind of trouble.
Marshall sighed.
Have you ever read any medical books? Can't say that I have. There's not much in them. You don't learn to be a surgeon by studying. After medical school, you do 4 years of surgical residency at some hospital, helping out and doing the easy ones. Then you go find yourself the best surgeon you can, and you spend the next 3 or 4 years finding out how he does it and trying to learn to do it too. Dahlman was the one McKinnon picked out. McKinnon owes him what he has, what he does, who he is. It's a damned shame to see him paying off like this.
Marshall looked at the papers in the file in front of him and shook his head. 15 minutes for a 9mm round at 12 feet, and a 67-year-old is up and running. If I ever take a hit, McKinnon is the one I want to dig it out of me. He would have been, anyway. He tossed the file on the table and rubbed his eyes wearily, then squared his shoulders. All right.
Can you spare 2 officers around the clock for McKinnon? I guess we'll have to.
Folger turned to the policewoman. I'll put a team on it right away, she said.
I'll have them take care of the wiretaps in Washington. The phone company will set it up so his phones can be monitored from there. Thanks, that will save us some man-hours. We'll do the lab work and print identification on whatever your people find here. Anything else you need, don't be shy. The worst I can say is no, and you know in advance I won't want to. I'd like to wrap this up in the next couple of days, but for now let's act as though it's gonna get long and ugly.
Chapter 8. As Jane drove along Route 62, she began to feel the old habits of mind coming back to her. Years of experience had taught her that the decision she made during the first few hours would determine whether her runner was safe or merely a step ahead. She was satisfied that she'd had no choice but to take Dahlman out of Buffalo tonight. The authorities would assume that a wounded man could not have gone far. They would look for him hardest in the immediate vicinity, and keep moving outward for a few days. They would knock on doors and interview everyone who could conceivably have seen or heard anything. For at least a month it was going to be very difficult for a man in his 60s to show his face in Buffalo without getting a lot of inquisitive stares. If Dahlman so much as walked past a window, somebody might call the police. But if she could get Dahlman out of this part of the country, there was a good chance that wherever she took him, few people would have heard of him, and the local police would have their own fugitives to hunt. The police were the immediate threat, but what they did made sense, so they were predictable. Her mind kept returning to the 2 men at the hospital. When she had pulled into the parking lot in a police car, they had hidden their guns in the weeds, so there was no possibility that they had anything to do with any police organization. Who were they? She glanced over her shoulder at Dahlman. He was asleep on the back seat, so for the moment she couldn't ask him any questions. The sudden arrival of people Dahlman didn't seem to have recognized, who were prepared to kill him in police custody, raised Dahlman's problem to a new level. Jane had believed Carey when he had said that Dahlman had been framed for a murder. What that had meant to her was that some person who knew both Dahlman and Sarah Hoffman had killed her and hit on some unusually effective way of throwing suspicion in another direction. Jane had only temporarily suspended her disbelief enough to accept Carey's statement that Dahlman would not be safe from the framer if he went to jail. It was possible. If Dahlman had something to say that the killer was worried about, it wasn't that difficult to find a prisoner who could be paid to make sure he didn't live to say it. But in Jane's experience, lone killers were shy about the process. The killer had to go to an intermediary, negotiate a deal for the second murder, and then wait to see whether the other side delivered or turned him in. Her skepticism had triggered her reflex to construct alternative plans. She had decided to listen to Dahlman's story as soon as possible, and then decide whether the threat was real. If she was sure that Dahlman was wrong, she would teach him to recite a plausible tale about why he had been scared enough to leave the hospital, then return to Buffalo and drop him off at the police station. When she had picked up the guns the 2 men had hidden in the weeds, her skepticism had been obliterated. In its place was mystification. Dahlman's adversary wasn't some solitary amateur who had killed Sarah Hoffman and shifted the blame onto him. He was being hunted by professionals. That raised the possibility that Sarah Hoffman had been killed by professionals and that the frame had been constructed by professionals. What attraction would 2 doctors engaged in medical research have for people like that? Doctors had drugs. They tended to have money, houses and offices full of nice things, and cars that might interest thieves. Doctors engaged in research that had intriguing implications might excite a pharmaceutical manufacturer or a jealous rival. Sarah Hoffman might have had some secrets that Carey didn't know about. A gambling problem, or a boyfriend who called himself a developer or investor or consultant, but was actually a gangster. No answer she could think of was more likely than any other. Until she had asked Dahlman all of the questions and listened to all of the answers, she would know nothing. She didn't even know for sure whether Dahlman was innocent. Having armed men hunting him didn't exactly prove he had not murdered Sarah Hoffman. Jane looked at Dahlman again. He was still asleep, so for the moment he was invisible to a casual glance from a distance. But if a policeman were to pull them over, he could hardly fail to notice that there was an old man lying there, and that he looked sick. Jane was only as far as North Collins when she noticed the headlights behind her. She watched and waited, hoping they would turn off in Lawton's, then Gowanda, Conewango, Clear Creek, but they stayed there, just far enough back so she couldn't really see the car. When she slowed down, so did they. As she approached Jamestown, she began to feel tense. Jamestown was big enough to have policemen who stayed alert at night, and the hour was just past 11 when traffic was thin. If the ones behind were policemen, they could easily have called ahead and consulted with the local authorities. They would have asked them to pick a spot to set up a blind roadblock. Pulling over a suspected murderer was a delicate matter. They would want a big complement of policemen waiting, and Jamestown was the last city of sufficient size to have one. They would want to do it in a place where he couldn't shoot bystanders, so it would be outside of town. No, she couldn't even count on that. Since it was long after business hours, they might choose to divert him into a cul-de-sac in an industrial area, where he would be surrounded on 3 sides by high walls lined with sharpshooters. Jane tried to decide whether her uneasiness was pronounced enough to make her turn off the highway onto another route. She studied the headlights in her rear-view mirror for a few seconds. The car was still staying back a set distance, maybe 1,000 feet on the long dark stretches, and half that when she approached a town. It had done nothing suspicious, and that could be what was making her suspicious. Carrie would have said she was driving like an old lady, but she had her reasons. What were theirs? After 11, on an open country road in good weather, people got careless, drove too fast, got impatient waiting for a safe place to pass. The driver of the car behind her never did those things. Her tires made a new sound as she crossed a little bridge over Conewango Creek. She glanced over the rail at the quick flash of black water. If she remembered the route correctly, the road would cross the creek at least twice more. Conewango meant in the rapids. The rapids were south of here, where there had once been a village. It was just before Warren, Pennsylvania, where the creek emptied into the Allegheny River. Tonight the stream seemed higher and faster than the last time she had been here. It had been a rainy summer. She supposed it had always been a rainy summer. The old people had a vast repertoire of procedures and medicines for success in war and love and curing disease and stopping whirlwinds, but she had never heard of one for making rain. They used to thank the thunderers once a year for the plentiful supply. When European visitors of a literate sort visited Nundawaonogo in those days, they had all written descriptions of miles of fields growing tall with corn, bean vines twining up the stalks, and squash beneath. Jane stared at the empty blackness ahead, but a growing glare began to sear her eyes. The car behind her was coming up fast, and the driver had switched on his high-beam headlights. She tilted her mirror to keep the light out of her eyes and watched the car in the side mirrors. If he was trying to tell her he wanted to pass, she would be glad. But first she had to be sure. She hugged the right side of the road and slowed down to let the car slip by safely. Then she watched. The car kept coming, moving a bit faster now. Finally it swung into the left lane, and as it came abreast, she turned her head over her left shoulder to look behind the glare of headlights at the driver. She saw his head in silhouette, but all she could make out was that it didn't have the long hair of a woman, and it wasn't wearing a hat. The car glided forward, and everything changed and came into focus at once. A second head popped up from the passenger seat. The window started to come down, and she saw the face. Jane stamped on the brake pedal, then turned the wheel to the left toward the other car. She had predicted the other driver's reaction correctly. He was alarmed by the sudden swerve and the squeal of tires. His foot touched his brake pedal for an instant, but then he realized he had miscalculated. If she wanted to ram him, then he wanted distance. His foot jammed down on the accelerator and he shot forward again. Jane saw her hood slip behind the other car's trunk, missing it by inches, then kept turning. She concentrated on gauging the spin of her car. For 2 full seconds it was in its own motion and out of her control, the rear end swinging around with a shriek of friction. Her seatbelt tightened around her hips and chest, and she heard her purse slap against the inside of the passenger door and fall to the floor. Finally, when it seemed as though the car could not do anything but keep spinning, the tires caught, the brakes held, and it came to a stop, rocking violently once, twice, but not tipping over. Jane looked over the seat. Dahlman had his arms and legs spread, gripping the door handle with one hand and clawing the fabric of the back seat with the other, his face set in an open-mouthed, breathless grimace. She found the white line on the pavement leading into her door, saw the bright taillights of the other car still diminishing at high speed, and regained her sense of direction. She straightened the car and began to accelerate northward, the way they had come.
"Who are they?"
gasped Dahlman.
"Police?"
"No such luck," said Jane. She watched the rear-view mirror as she added speed. "It's the 2 men we saw outside the hospital." The other car was still going south, but then the taillights came on bright. They were stopping.
"How?"
"Maybe they were at the airport when I rented the car. Maybe anything. We're in trouble."
"What do we do?"
"Run." She stared in the mirror just as she entered the first curve, and the mirror showed a flash of the white side of the other car turning around to come after them, and then she could see only the empty darkness of the trees beside the curve. She tried to remember in reverse order all of the sights that had floated past her window on the way south. Whatever she did, it had to be soon. Her speedometer said 50, 60, 70. At 85, the big car was harder to keep on the right side of the white line, and each bump seemed to make it rise into the air and come down with a bone-jarring bounce. She knew she was putting some distance between them and the white car, but 2 men who had planned to walk into a hospital full of cops and shoot a patient who was already in custody probably had an optimistic view of the nature of risk. The fact that they were following her would add to their safety. All they had to do was get her taillights in view and keep them there. Any obstacle in the road might kill Jane and Dahlman, but the white car would have plenty of time to stop. She said to Dahlman, "How are you feeling?"
"Rotten, but fortunately I was asleep when it happened, so I woke up on the floor and didn't see enough to give me a heart attack."
"I'm afraid we have to do something. If you're not up to this, tell me now and we won't try."
"I know what you're thinking, and the answer is no."
"What am I thinking?"
"You've disarmed them. You have their guns, and they have nothing. You want to arrange an ambush and shoot them. I won't permit that. I'll let you off somewhere with the guns and drive on myself."
Jane fought her way through competing thoughts, each in its own way important but distracting. She had left the guns in Jake's car because she had been trying to get on an airplane. Dahlman wasn't very observant, but he was unexpectedly brave. He wanted to take all of the risk on himself and let her escape a completely impractical idea. He had also been lucky enough to live in the world all this time without learning anything about criminal behavior. The pistols those men had been carrying at the hospital were throwaways, ones they could use on him, then drop in a trash can before they walked out. If they had not left others in their car, they would never have come after him now. Dahlman was naive and overconfident and insistent about matters he knew nothing about, but Jane supposed she should have felt glad. A man who would not use a gun to protect himself in a situation like this could be called many things, but he was certainly no murderer. Circumstances had presented her with the proof that she might have gotten around to wishing for later. Carrie had been right about Dahlman, but it wouldn't matter unless she could keep him alive. "You're wrong about nearly everything, but we have less than a minute for talk, so I'll do all of it. Those men aren't unarmed, so don't give them a target. Just do as I say."
"What's your plan?"
"To have you do as I say."
"I thought I had an option. What if I can't do this?"
"Then you'll die trying." Jane turned the car quickly to the side and up a street in the little town. It ran along Conewango Creek a short distance, then reached a dead end. She parked the car between two others along the curb, got out, and hurried to the trunk. Dahlman stepped out stiffly and leaned on a taillight to watch her. She pushed the two small suitcases aside, then lifted the false floor of the trunk, pulled out the spare tire, tossed her purse into the trunk, and slammed it. "Come on." She rolled the tire across the street and between two old brick buildings, then scrambled down a rocky bank onto a narrow, muddy plateau. "Take my hand." Dahlman let her help him down onto the mud and stared at her in confusion as she lifted the tire down beside them. She said, "I know you're not in any shape to swim, but that's what the tire is for. The rim is heavy, so it will float low, but it will hold you up. Cling to it. If you can't, I'll hold you." Jane eased him into the cold, dark stream and placed his hands on the tire, then kept walking until the muddy bottom was no longer under her feet. She felt the current begin to pull them downstream. The momentum of the water tended to sweep them outward, away from the bank, but Jane resisted it, keeping her legs pumping steadily in a frog kick that didn't risk breaking the surface. She saw the white car flash past over the bridge upstream, but she kept her eyes in that direction for several minutes because she knew it was too much to hope that the men would simply miss the turnoff and keep going. "How are you doing?" she whispered.
"Cold. I can take it for a while," said Dahlman.
"That's all you need to do." She changed her grip and began to push Dahlman downstream on the tire, using only her legs to propel them onward in hard surges. It was probably a lie, she thought, but Dahlman seemed to find contradicting her either beneath his dignity or beyond his strength, because he said nothing. The old dim street lamps along the road above the stream and the faint glow of light behind the translucent curtains of the old two-story houses made the little town of Frewsburg look unreal, like a stop in an elaborate electric train set. It was after midnight now, and there were no cars moving along this road. She kept looking back at the bridge, and she had almost begun to believe that the white car would not be back when it came into view again. She kept her eyes on it and felt a weight in her stomach. The car was slower now, prowling along the quiet street like a police cruiser. She could not see the men from this distance, so the car itself seemed to become the predator. It glided to the middle of the bridge and stopped. Jane turned her face away and put her head under the surface, feeling the dark water pushing her along at its own slow pace. In the cold silence, she thought and waited. She could not pull Dahlman under with her, but as long as his head was close to the tire, the shape would be hard to see, and it wouldn't look like a man. She held her breath for a long time, then surfaced on the downstream side of the tire and looked back. The car was moving again. It came off the bridge and turned up the street where she had parked. Jane rolled in the water and began to kick again, taking in deep breaths and blowing them out rhythmically as she pulled the tire along with one arm. She could tell that her memory had been right about the course of the little river. As it turned and meandered out of the hills toward Pennsylvania, there were lots of lazy curves. But these little old towns had all been built along rivers and streams that would run a mill, so there were probably narrows ahead where the water would get difficult. She needed just one big curve to do this right. The first one was too gradual, so she kept kicking. But as she did, the curve extended, not cutting back on itself, but making a much bigger half-circle to the east. She bent her arms to bring her close to Dahlman's ear. "Are you okay?"
"Yes,"
said Dahlman. "The worst part is over." Dahlman was lying, and so was she. Jane raised her wrist close to her face and tried to read the dial of her watch, but the moon was hidden by clouds, and she had not checked the time when she had entered the water, so the watch would tell her little anyway. She held the watch to her ear. It was still ticking. She was glad she had put the one Carrie had bought for her in a drawer and strapped this cheap plastic one to her wrist. She had never worn anything that could be construed as jewelry while she was working, unless it was part of a disguise meant to distract a viewer from her face, because jewelry was memorable. It was also precious, and that might make her hesitate to throw it away when she knew it was the sensible thing to do. Jane floated in the stream as long as the curve lasted, then dragged the tire to the shore with Dolman clinging to it. He stood up with difficulty, the water running out of his clothes, then sloshed along in the shallows, leaning on her, until she could bring him up onto dry, pebbly ground. She pushed the tire back out into the current until it caught and rotated downstream, the momentum slowly nudging it toward the middle. Jane brought Dolman up into a little park full of willow trees. She let him lean against the trunk of a short one with branches that drooped nearly to the ground while she wrung out his sport coat and emptied the water from his shoes. She twisted her long hair into a rope, then shook it out, and the shake turned into a shiver.
"I know you're cold," she said. "So am I, but I seem to remember it was a hot night a little while ago. Maybe we'll dry off a little on the walk."
"The walk?"
"I'm afraid so."
She gripped his arm and began to ease him away from the tree to walk across a small open lawn. He came with surprisingly little resistance, and it worried her a little, but he said,
"Tell me what we're doing."
"I don't know if you were following the course of the stream," she said.
"I had my eyes closed most of the time."
"Well, it was a curve, like a horseshoe. We left the car at one end and came out of the water at the other. The people who built this park probably picked the spot because of the curve. It's secluded and there's water on 3 sides. We're going to walk straight north back to the other tip of the horseshoe where we started. Cut across the curve."
"But I saw them driving right along that street. By now they've found the car."
"I thought you had your eyes closed. But you're right. So what are they doing now?"
"I have no idea."
"First, they looked inside it. They thought about breaking into it, but they saw that it had an alarm installed. I know they saw it because otherwise we would have heard the alarm. They thought some more and remembered that the car wasn't what they wanted anyway. They want us. The reason I rolled the tire along the street and onto the mud was so they would eventually figure out that we had gone into the water. First, they'll look in all the alleys and dumpsters and dark alcoves around the car, but at some point they'll see the track and ours beside it. Even they will know that a single fresh tire track leading into a creek wasn't made by a car. So they'll follow the creek looking for us."
"How can you be so sure?"
"I'm not. I told you what I think. And if they had done anything but park, we would have seen their headlights again." Jane was pleased. She had gotten him across the park, and now they were on a street leading away from the creek. They were heading straight for the car.
"What makes you think they're not searching the whole town on foot?"
"Just a guess." Her guess was that she had heard a story that they had not. When she had thought about the road crossing and recrossing the stream, she had remembered one of the stories about the old people. Once, maybe 200 years ago, and maybe 2000, there had been a small party of Senecas camped at a bend in a river. While they were sleeping, they had been stealthily surrounded by a much larger band of Cherokees. It must have happened on one of those winding waterways like the Conewango that ran south toward Pennsylvania and beyond, because that was the way the raiders had traveled in the endless wars. While his friends prepared for battle, a brave Cherokee had clung beneath a floating tree trunk and breathed through a hollow reed to reach the spot where the Senecas' canoes were tied and cut them loose. When he had done it, there was no way left for the Senecas to escape. But a few Senecas had caught the canoes beyond the river bend. Then they portaged across the narrow spit of land to come out upstream on the river again. They had kept paddling down and carrying the canoes across until the Cherokees had concluded that a huge army of Senecas was gathering at the camp. The Cherokees had quietly retreated. Jane did not walk quickly, just kept Dolman moving at a constant pace. She could tell that the time and the sleep and the cold water and the fear had taken away the last traces of anesthetic that could have been in his bloodstream. Now his body was rigid with pain, but it made him seem stronger, faster. As though to warn her that his personality had not changed, he said,
"You could easily be wrong."
"Yes," she admitted.
He persisted. They could simply call the police anonymously and say they saw me getting out of that car and recognized me. We could arrive to find 100 police officers waiting for us."
Jane said patiently, "I don't think that's what we need to worry about."
"Why not?"
"Because if having you in police custody was enough for them, they would have left you alone in Buffalo."
"What do you mean?"
"Those 2 men didn't show up because you had escaped from the hospital. We only saw them because they and I happened to know the last few minutes when the police would leave you alone, and which would be the safest hallway in the building. If you'll remember, we were on our way out, but they were on their way in." She added, "carrying guns," to settle the matter.
"I sort of missed the implication,"
he admitted.
"There's no way they could have known I wasn't still in the operating room, is there?"
"No."
"It's still not a very good plan."
"No, it's not," she agreed. "Let's hear yours." Dahlman was silent. Jane looked behind her at the sidewalk. Their clothes were no longer leaving drips on the pavement. The moisture evaporating from her clothes into the night air seemed to be taking most of her body heat with it and leaving her shaking, but a casual observer would not glance at her or Dahlman in the light of a street lamp and know that they had been in the water. At this hour she had little to fear from casual observers anyway. They were getting close to the creek again because she could detect the familiar scent of it. She kept scanning the street ahead for the shapes of men on foot. At each intersection she lingered in the shadows of the big old trees and looked up and down to detect any movement, then hurried Dahlman across and into the darkness again. When they reached the street where she had left the car, she ushered Dahlman into the shadow beside the corner of a house and whispered, "Wait here for me." She slipped across the street and down the frontage road, staying close to the buildings. She came first upon the white car that had been following. It was parked 3 spaces back from hers. She saw no heads in the windows, but she approached it cautiously from behind the right side until her angle gave her a clear view of the interior. It was empty. She hurried ahead to her rental car, clutching the keys. She went to her knees, examined the tires, then sighted along the top of the hood to be sure there were no spots where fingers had displaced the dust of the road. She lay on her back and stared up at the undercarriage. There seemed to be no booby traps. Jane stood up, hurried back to the white car, took out her pocket knife, knelt in front of the hood, and reached under the grill. She felt around until she found the bottom radiator hose, then sliced it. She found the fan belt and cut that too. She stabbed the wall of the left front tire, then the right. She ran to her rental car, started it, and swung it around to go back up the street. When she got there, Dahlman was already emerging from the shadows with a stiff, tottering gait. She got out and helped him into the back seat.
"Thank you,"
he said. Far off, in approximately the direction they had come from, there came sounds.
Pop. Pop, 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 pop.
Dahlman was alarmed.
"What was that?"
"Sounds like they've found the tire floating down the creek. They just killed it." Chapter 9. The sky was still dark when Jane crossed the line from Pennsylvania into Ohio, but by the time she was on the outskirts of Youngstown, whole blocks of street lamps were turning themselves off. Jane pulled into a gas station, filled the tank, and walked to the little building to pay for the gas. When she returned, Dahlman was still asleep. She found a motel, checked in, then came back to the car and shook Dahlman. "Wake up, open your eyes, but don't sit up just yet." Dahlman blinked up at the ceiling of the car.
"Where are we?"
"Youngstown, Ohio. A motel. I'm going to take you inside in a second, when I'm sure there's nobody watching." She took a long look in each direction, then said, "Now." She quickly walked him into the building and down the hall to their room. She hung the "Do Not Disturb" sign on the knob outside and closed the door. "Make yourself comfortable. Don't answer the door, don't answer the phone, don't open the curtains. I'll be back." Jane drove out of the lot, along Bridge Street to Coatesville Center Road, north to King Graves Road, and west to the airport. She turned in the car she had rented in Buffalo and went to a second agency to get a new one under the name Kathy Serini. On the way back to the motel, she stopped at a big discount chain store and took a shopping cart. She bought pairs of sunglasses for men and women, 2 kinds of hair dye, makeup, baseball caps, a big roll of gauze, a bag of sterile cotton balls, a roll of adhesive tape. She bought a bottle of peroxide, some mercurochrome, neosporin ointment, a bottle of alcohol. Before she returned to the motel, she stopped on Route 224 at a takeout restaurant and bought 4 breakfast specials that came in foot-wide styrofoam boxes. She entered the room and looked around. Dahlman was invisible. "Anybody home?"
"I'm in here."
She walked into the bathroom to find Dahlman lying in the bathtub naked. "Oh, sorry," she mumbled and stepped out.
"Oh, for Christ's sake," said Dahlman. "Come in here."
Jane entered again. Dahlman glared at her.
"You're a grown woman. You've definitely seen enough by now so that the sight of an aged person of the opposite sex can bring no surprises."
"I was being considerate," said Jane.
"Thank you," said Dahlman. "Now look at this wound, and you can be more considerate."
He pointed to the hole in his left shoulder.
"This is the entrance wound, very neat and clean. A high-velocity bullet passed through intact. It was sutured expertly by a fine young surgeon. Come around to the back."
He leaned forward.
"What do you see?"
It was big and angry-looking, and the white of his skin had a redness around the sutures. "Not so neat," she said. "The stitches haven't completely come apart, but they look like they're unraveling. It doesn't seem to be bleeding."
"That's the lesion I'm most concerned about. When a bullet enters the body, it's still only 9 millimeters wide with a rounded tip. After it's hit bone and burrowed through muscle tissue, it mushrooms and splays out, and the exit wound is worse. This one was closed as it should be, but last night's violent fall off the car seat undid that, and the swim in polluted water will have introduced contamination. What color is the tissue around it?"
"Red. I'm sorry." He brushed her words away with his hand.
"That was your job, and this is my job. If I get a raging infection, your job will have been a waste of time."
"What do we do?"
"Well, I think we should start by washing around the wound with antiseptic. Any drugstore should have what we need."
"I bought peroxide, alcohol, mercurochrome, and neosporin." He stared at her for a moment, but she couldn't tell whether he was considering praise or a reprimand.
"Yes, well, help me dry off and we can get started."
Jane took his arm over her shoulder and let him lean his weight on her while he stepped out of the tub. Jane worked to dry his bony legs and feet while he dried the places he could reach. She finished with his back.
"Now let's lay out what you've got,"
he said. She brought in the shopping bag, and he arranged the bottles and wound dressings. He looked at her again and conceded.
"Very thoughtful of you."
"I had noticed that you had a hole in you," she said.
"Oh, yes, well, you can wash up and we'll get started."
Jane scrubbed her hands until he said,
"Let's start by washing the surface area around the wound with alcohol."
Jane took some cotton balls, soaked them with alcohol, and gently dabbed around the front of his shoulder. He watched her and frowned.
"Here."
He took a few cotton balls, soaked them, and roughly sloshed alcohol on the wound at the back of his shoulder. Jane waited. It was only a couple of seconds before the pain clawed him. Every muscle in his body tensed, then quivered. His eyes squeezed tight, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. His breaths were shaky hisses moving in and out through clenched teeth. He leaned forward, gripping the counter for a moment, as though he were about to faint. When the wave had passed, his voice was rough and croaky.
"Now, let's use the peroxide the same way."
"I'd like it if we could do this someplace where if you faint you won't crack your skull."
"You're right," he said. "I was being foolish."
He walked into the bedroom and sat on the bed.
"The alcohol is dry. Now the peroxide."
Jane slopped the peroxide on the entrance wound and watched him suffer.
"That's better,"
he gasped.
"It hurts like hell, but it ends. An infection would feel like that until I died. Just remember that. You're not causing someone pain." It's not you.
What next?
Neosporin. Then tape a sterile gauze pad over it.
Jane did as he directed. He looked down at her work, nodded, then lay on the bed on his stomach.
Now comes the hard part, he said. This wound, the exit wound, is open. I can tell by the feel that infection has begun. It needs a bit more attention. Are you a good seamstress?
No, said Jane. She shook her head slowly as he looked up at her.
Do you mean no, I'm not a good seamstress, or no, I won't do any sewing?
A little bit of each, she said.
Will you do it or not?
He glared at her from the pillow. If you think it's necessary, I'll do it. But I don't have anything to sew with. I'll have to get something.
There's a kit in the bathroom for sewing buttons on. Compliments of the inn. These are battlefield conditions, so you can use what you've got.
Jane sighed. All right, tell me what to do. Dahlman waited while Jane went into the bathroom and returned with the little paper packet. He didn't watch her, just began to talk.
We'll use white thread, because it's been bleached rather than dyed, and the dye is probably more poisonous. Soak the needle and thread in alcohol for a few minutes while we repeat the procedure we used on the entry wound to disinfect. When you're finished, take as many stitches as you can fit with the thread we have. Work outside the sutures that are there by at least a 1/4 inch on each side in a pattern that looks like shoelaces.
How do I tie it off?
Take it in and out of the earlier laces a few times and then tie it in a square knot.
Jane went about preparing the needle and thread. When she poured the alcohol on his wound, he gripped the mattress so hard that she heard a sound like the sheet ripping, then went limp. But in a few seconds she heard him say,
Next, the peroxide, please.
She used the peroxide, then waited until he said,
Now, begin.
Jane forced her mind to stop thinking of his back as living flesh. She told herself it was the soft, buttery leather they used for couches and car seats. She sewed it as she would have repaired a piece of furniture, except that it bled. She had to catch the blood with cotton. When she had finished, she tied off the thread as he had told her to.
Next, douse the whole area with peroxide again, said Dahlman.
His voice was hoarse, all air and no vibration.
Then neosporin, in a full dressing of gauze and adhesive tape.
When Jane had finished, she stepped back and waited. Dahlman lay still. Finally she detected from the sound of his breathing that he was asleep, so she covered him with the blanket and went to the table by the window. She opened a styrofoam container, looked at the food she had bought, then closed it and sat down in the chair with her hands over her eyes. Dahlman awoke an hour later, sat up, threw off the blanket, and walked to the bathroom, still as unaware of his nakedness as ever. He used the shaving mirror in front of him to look over his shoulder into the big mirror. He lifted the gauze and studied the wound.
I don't like the look of that. It's inflamed.
What do we do?
An antibiotic. I'm afraid I can't just write a prescription, can I?
Jane shook her head. We'll have to do it another way.
I've heard there's a black market for medicines,
he said.
Is it true?
Of course it's true. There's a black market for everything. But they're not people we want to deal with right now. They're just like any other drug dealers. Antibiotics aren't their usual merchandise, so they'd have to make a special trip. That makes them curious. We'll just cut out the middleman and get it ourselves.
How?
The way they do. What's the antibiotic?
I'd prefer Cipro. It's effective against the widest spectrum of bacteria, and I have no idea what was in that water.
Spell it.
Cipro. But if that isn't available, any of the penicillins or cephalosporins would be worth having.
She picked up her purse and walked toward the door. Get some rest, and try to eat something. I won't be back for a few hours. Jane selected a gynecologist by talking to a woman at the hotel desk who had a list of doctors for sick guests. She called and made an appointment for that afternoon. When she reached the office, she told the nurse that she was on vacation and had forgotten her birth control pills. The doctor took her right away,
checked her blood pressure and heart rate, and wrote her a prescription for orthocept pills. As she left the office, she slipped his pen into her purse. Jane drove up the street until she saw a mailbox rental store that advertised self-serve copies 100, went inside, made a copy of nothing, then used the blank sheet to cover the doctor's handwriting and make a blank prescription form. Next, she used the doctor's pen to trace his signature and the genuine prescription, substituting the word Cipro for orthocept. It took Jane a little longer to find the right pharmacy. She looked for one on the other side of the city, so the druggist would not be too familiar with her doctor's handwriting. She wanted one that was not part of a larger building, so all sides would be visible, and one that wasn't part of a chain, because there was no way to know what might come up on the computer of a chain store. After she handed in her prescription, she sat in a coffee shop in the strip mall across the street and waited. No police cars arrived. No strangers showed up to hang around the building. After an hour, she went in, picked up her prescription, and paid for it in cash. When Jane handed Dahlman the bottle of pills, he looked at her with his eyebrows raised. "Something wrong with it?"
"It's exactly what I asked for."
"That's why I asked you to spell it." He took a dose immediately, went back to bed.
"I've been thinking about you," he said.
Jane said nothing. She opened her suitcase and brushed her hair.
"Don't you want to hear what I was thinking?"
Jane stared at him over the lid of the suitcase. "Not if it's about me."
"Interesting," said Dahlman. "What I was thinking about was why a man like Dr. McKinnon would know the telephone number of a woman like you."
"A woman like me?" Dahlman went on.
"He had it in his head, you know. Didn't have to look it up. I was thinking it was something like this. He did you a favor, maybe operated on you or a friend of yours. You told him that if he ever needed anything in return, he should call. The number just stuck in his mind. He's a brilliant man, with the sort of mind that things just stick to. And last night I came looking for you. The police shot me before I could make it to your house. I told Carrie your name, and out came your number."
"You think he once took a thorn out of my paw?" Her face wore a mirthless little smile.
"Well?"
He looked at her triumphantly.
"Am I right?"
Jane picked up a new set of clothes and walked toward the bathroom. "I'm going to shower and change. Then I'm going to sleep for a few hours. You can watch TV quietly or read if the light's not in my eyes. When I wake up, it will be dark. And then we're going to check out and drive on."
"You won't tell me how he knows you."
"He knew my number because I'm his wife." She closed the door, and in a moment Dahlman heard the shower running. Dahlman eased himself onto the bed. He had done it again. He had met a person he liked, and had studied her for a time, and found her so intriguing that he had allowed his curiosity to explode into life and hungrily turn her into a specimen for study. His life seemed to him a long and distressing series of incidents like this, a sequence of offenses that made him want to hide his face. He found himself wishing he could be back in the clinic in Chicago with the door closed and human beings kept far away, where he wouldn't be tempted to do something that would make him ashamed. He felt a sudden twinge in his shoulder and shifted his weight to his right side. That's another reason, he thought. If I were back there, I could make this thing go away. Chapter 10. It was time for the morning flurry of activity around the airport, and Marshall waited for the deep roar of the latest airplane to fade before he spoke into the telephone again. Now and then he looked down at what he had written in the little leather notebook that he carried.
"Here's what I would like. The Buffalo police will be sending prints from the hospital, along with prints on file of the members of the staff who were supposed to be in the area. Anything out of the ordinary goes to me and to them. Okay?"
On the other end of the line, Albert Grappelli spoke in a preoccupied way, as though he were writing.
"Okay."
Marshall looked down at his list again.
"When Dahlman walked out of there, he didn't take his medicine with him. He's supposed to have painkillers and an antibiotic. The painkillers we can't do much about because there are so many kinds on the market,
and we can't even be sure he'll take one. But the antibiotic seems promising. The guy who operated on him was one of his old students, so let's assume they both believe in the same antibiotic. Now that he's on his own, he'll prescribe the same stuff for himself. It's called Cipro. If any pharmacist fills a prescription for it anywhere in the next few days, I'd like to have him interviewed."
Grappelli was silent for a moment. Marshall waited, then heard Grappelli take in a breath, so he knew what was coming.
"John," said Grappelli, "isn't that a little—" He corrected himself. "No, scratch that. Let's hear what else you want before I tell you what you can't have."
Marshall said,
"Problem? You know what I'd like?" said Grappelli. "I'd like to know what you think is going on."
Marshall glanced around the little office that the airport people had lent him. The door was still closed, and under it he could see no shadow that would indicate someone was politely waiting for him to finish his call before they knocked.
He said, "I think there's serious strangeness here."
"What kind of strangeness?"
"A sedated 67-year-old man doesn't hop out of bed with a gunshot wound and stroll past cops and news people wearing nothing but a hospital gown and a smile. I think even if all of the laws of the universe were temporarily suspended, and he did, then you'd still have a wounded senior citizen walking barefoot and bare-assed down a well-lighted and well-traveled public street."
"I thought he stole a police car and drove it someplace."
"I don't,"
said Marshall.
"It's possible that it's just one of those jokers who see a unit sitting there during an emergency, take it for a joyride, and dump it. Unfortunately, the search for it took up maybe half the men and equipment the local police had for a couple of hours. They found it in the garage of an unoccupied house. That meant they had to surround the house and assault it as though he were barricaded in there."
"Should I send a team to tactfully explain that a man is short and round and a house is big and pointy?"
"Not necessary," said Marshall. "They'll look stupid in the morning papers, but they're not. They had a wounded murder suspect and a patrol unit disappear at the same time. When they last saw the car, it had a shotgun in the rack. When it turned up a mile away in a dark garage attached to an empty house, what were they going to do? No, they're good. Whoever took Dahlman out is better."
"What?"
Grappelli elongated it into a drawl.
"Just a theory, of course," said Marshall.
"Who is it?"
"I don't know. Dahlman's surgeon knew him, so there's a connection that might make him want to help Dahlman. But the surgeon was accounted for during some of the time when the hard part had to happen. Wheeling Dahlman out, bringing a getaway car, maybe stealing the police cruiser to create a diversion. The whole thing had to be cooked up in less than an hour and executed in 15 minutes. You can see the problem."
"Yeah, I can see it all right.
Multiple perpetrators of unknown number. If I say it out loud, then it's crazy time. Maybe a conspiracy involving half a dozen people who work in the hospital."
You mean doctors?"
Marshall said, "Whoever did it was smart. Doctors are smart. They also get to order everybody around in a hospital, have them wheel patients here and there with no questions asked. And maybe there was a cop who got talked into helping a prisoner escape, or maybe even one who got worried about the fact that he was unarmed when they shot him and took him out to finish him off. I'd say that for the moment, at least, we've got to let the Buffalo police take all the embarrassment, while we quietly do everything we can to straighten this out."
Grappelli was silent. Marshall waited, then asked,
"New problem?"
Grappelli sighed.
"I was just wondering what you would consider straightening this out."
Marshall said, "Getting Dahlman would be a start. I'd like to throw everything we can into his path and snap him up so he doesn't hurt anybody else. Then there's the surgeon. The Buffalo police are keeping an eye on him, but I'd like a wiretap on his phone."
"All right," said Grappelli. "We might as well solve the problem we know how to solve. Let's get Dahlman, and hope the conspiracy turns out to be a product of your imagination. What else do you need?"
"Printed circulars, news coverage, publicity. There should be lots of photographs of Dahlman in print. It's hard to be invisible with a hole in you."
"Done. What else?" I'd like to have a special agent assigned to take a close look at what happened in Illinois before he left. The evidence, the timetable, whatever else they have. Sure. I'll have somebody there tonight. He corrected himself. Today. I guess that's it. I'll let you know if anything else occurs to me. I'm sure you will, Grappelli said. Where are you? At the Buffalo Field office? At the airport. I asked them to give me a little office near the security checkpoint for a few hours to watch for Dahlman. What do they need you there for? I said that was what I told them. If he was going to fly out, he would already have done it. But it puts me about 50 steps from the ticket counter if he turns up somewhere. You're going to do this yourself? If I'm lucky, said Marshall. Take care. Grappelli stared at the dead telephone for a moment, put it back in the cradle, and then dialed Amory's number. He knew he was dragging Amory out of bed, but after he told Amory that he was the best one to go to Illinois, Amory's voice acquired that serious professional manner that he cultivated, and Grappelli could hear the rustling of cloth while he got out of his pajamas or made his bed or something. Grappelli was not exactly lying. If Marshall was doing something else, then Amory was the best special agent to go and make sense of a lot of evidence and interview the cops to find out where it came from. He hung up and sat at his desk for a moment, thinking about Marshall. On the day when the memo had been posted announcing that Grappelli had been selected to take over this job, Dan Phipps, who was retiring from it, had taken him out for a drink. Phipps had given him a brief summary of the hidden parts of this job, the problems his subordinates didn't know about because he had seen no reason for them to be distracted by problems they weren't paid to solve. He had said, "Listen to Marshall. He'll keep you honest." I like to think I can keep myself honest. Grappelli often remembered those words with regret. He had not given himself time to consider them, just said them automatically, without first asking himself whether they were the best words to induce Phipps to tell him things he didn't know. For a second, Phipps had let his face go blank and had stared at Grappelli. "We'll see," he'd said, and had returned to his drink. Grappelli was sure it had taken him years to learn on his own what Phipps might have told him in the next 30 seconds. That was probably what Phipps had been leading up to when he had mentioned Marshall. It wasn't about Marshall. He was simply the most obvious example. Another supervisor had once said that if he had 5 like Marshall, he could rule the world. The truth was the opposite. Marshall didn't think it was part of his job to help anybody rule anything. The complicated, intoxicating competition for budgets and the rising or falling in the chain of command that were played for keeps inside all government bureaucracies were not of any interest to him. Salvation was not in power, but in competence. That was what Grappelli now believed Phipps meant that night when he said Marshall would keep him honest. Not scheming and plotting, but spending the day ensuring public safety and then going home. As it was, Grappelli had been left to sort out for himself what was printed in the job description, acting as liaison to the following groups, reporting to this set of remote superiors, in consultation with these competing supervisors, meant more than it seemed. And even the part that seemed clear, being a supervisor, was not what it seemed. How in hell anybody could consider himself to be supervising a disparate set of men and women who were usually hundreds of miles apart in situations where they had to make decisions instantly was not something that he had yet deciphered. Grappelli felt an acidic burning in the pit of his stomach, because his train of thought had led him to his second lesson. The next morning, on his first official day as section chief, he had found an unlabeled audio cassette on his desk. Nobody seemed to know where it had come from. He played it, and heard his entire conversation with Phipps. The microphone might have been planted under the table in the bar, but that would have required them to know what table Phipps would choose, and Phipps didn't usually go to bars. It could also have been a remote directional microphone, but there had been brick walls on 2 sides and a crowd of talking people between their table and the windows. When Grappelli listened more carefully to the tape, he was sure it wasn't made in either way.
There was no sound of idle talk over it. His own voice was much louder, closer than Phipps. The bug had been hidden on Grappelli's own body. It had taken Grappelli an hour to go through all of the suspects and find that he could not eliminate a single one. They all had the technical expertise, the experience, and the nerve to plant a bug to eavesdrop on their boss and then shove the recording in his face. At this hour of the morning he wasn't in the mood to piece together the train of thought he had used, but he had reached a conclusion. The one who had planted the bug was somebody who wanted to remind him that the ones who would judge him weren't the directors and assistant directors up the line, or the endless parade of ignorant and venal politicians who passed by somewhere above the directors. The people he had to satisfy were much closer to him, the ones whose lives would depend on decisions Grappelli made. The one who had planted it was the one who knew what thought processes the tape would set off, that he would spend some hard hours thinking about each of the agents in his section and not be able to find one who couldn't have done it, and appreciate the effectiveness of the tool that had been placed in his hands. It had to be Phipps. It had taken him almost 2 years longer before he had learned enough to understand the rest of it. The suspect, who was probably the most formidable and the most capable of pulling a trick like that, was the one who would never have done it. That was what Phipps had been trying to tell him, that Marshall would keep him honest. Chapter 11. Jane drove west on Route 224 into the dark, flat Ohio countryside. For 10 minutes she watched the pattern of glowing headlights behind her. Then, at the beginning of a long, straight stretch where she was sure she could see a mile or two ahead, she turned off the road and stopped until the line of cars had passed. She waited to be sure that none of the cars stopped farther down the road, watched her rear-view mirror until there were no headlights, then accelerated onto the highway again. She was satisfied that she had not been followed. "Are you up to talking?" she asked.
"I should be," said Dahlman. "I don't think I've slept this much since I was a child."
"I need to know exactly how you got into this mess."
"Why?"
Jane raised an eyebrow. This man had apparently spent a lifetime collecting and refining ways of being irritating. But she said patiently, "I think it will help. It might tell me all of the people who are searching for you, and that's useful, because they all search in different ways, look in different places, ask different people. If I don't know these things, I could take you right into someone's path."
"I didn't kill anyone," he said. "That isn't how this happened."
"I know." He didn't seem to be willing to accept even that.
"How do you know? Presumably most people who kill someone say they didn't either."
They would also be willing to use a gun to defend themselves from someone who is chasing them. In fact, most people would. But not you.
"Oh, I suppose so."
He seemed to respond to logic, and that made Jane feel more hopeful.
"It's a very long story."
"I expect it will be a very long night." Jane turned to look at him and saw that his eyes were focused on a point in the distance. He seemed to be collecting his thoughts, and that was something Jane did not want him to do. She didn't want an account full of neat, clean summaries and judicious, erroneous conclusions. "Who did the police think you killed?"
Her name was Sarah Hoffman. She was a friend and partner of mine for about 10 years. She assisted me in surgery frequently. She was a fine plastic surgeon with her own practice, but at the time we started working together I was better known, and was being brought some cases that other people weren't.
"What sorts of cases?"
"Reconstructive surgery, mostly. Usually people who've been terribly burned or injured. I was developing experimental methods for transplantation of tissue, and some post-op procedures that had brought promising results. It had struck me some time ago that these were the areas where the new developments could be made. We have thousands of surgeons who are now probably about as good at cutting as a human being will ever be. We have methods of magnification and non-intrusive monitoring and micro-instruments and lasers that make use of that dexterity in very sophisticated ways. But maybe 70% of the battle with restorative and plastic surgery involves allowing the body's tissue to grow and letting it make up for what we can't do with a blade, as well as repairing what the blade has done. Surgeons are the star quarterbacks of medicine. Everything has been done to protect our part of the process and maximize its effectiveness. But at a certain level, you do one after another. It feels like being a quarterback who throws a pass and is taken out of the game and put into another one before he even sees whether it's been caught.
"This isn't what you taught at the university, is it?" she asked.
"I was a general surgeon," said Dahlman. "For most of my working life, I probably performed more thoracic operations than anything else. The instruction I gave was almost entirely practical in an operating room, teaching people who already were surgeons. I spent less time on post-operative work than most surgeons in private practice."
"What happened?"
Dahlman seemed mystified by his memories, like a man leafing through photographs who kept finding ones he had forgotten and lingering over them. As his eyes stared ahead of the two funnel-shaped beams of the headlights, his face moved, taking on a look of happiness, then sadness, then puzzlement.
"I had good hands. By the age of 40, I was one of the 8 or 10 most accomplished traditional surgeons in the country. I'd been practicing at the University Medical Center since residency, and was already the Goldston Mira Distinguished Professor of Medicine. I was so busy performing surgeries and teaching young doctors like Carrie McKinnon that I paid little attention to anything else. At 60, I was forced to do some thinking."
"Forced by what?"
"My wife died suddenly. An embolism. She was fine in the morning, and when I came home in the evening, she was dead."
"Did you have children?"
"2. He said, "My boy, David, was born the year we graduated from college. He was 38 when his mother died, and living in California. My daughter, Terry, was 36, married and living in Paris. They both came home for the funeral, said the correct things to each other and to me, and went back to what they'd been doing. When they were gone, I sat and thought and looked around me. The kids were grown up and self-supporting in every sense of the word. They seemed to like me, but whatever emotional needs they ever had must have occurred during an earlier period, and my wife handled them while I was too busy to notice. So I was left with a lifetime appointment to an endowed chair, a series of vested pensions, paid-up life insurance policies, and various savings accounts and investments that my prudent wife had accumulated for a rainy day she never lived to see. I found myself absolutely alone, with no real responsibilities, but no real connections either, and certainly no needs. That was a surprise. There were others."
"What others?"
"I suddenly realized, as though I were waking up, that I was 60. What it meant was that the best work I would do with my hands either had been done or shortly would be. I had to decide what to do next, how to use the next 10 or 15 years. I could spend the time training young surgeons, or use my name and reputation for medical causes, gradually do less medicine and more lobbying and fundraising. Or I could try to do some clinical research to solve the problems I'd noticed during the years of non-stop surgery."
"I take it you chose research."
"I found I didn't need to choose. As it turned out, my name and a letter from me did more for medical causes than my presence. My personality seems to irritate people. So I let the institutions write the letters and signed them for a couple of hours each week. My best teaching was done in the operating room, so it took no exclusive time at all. I spent my afternoons taking on the work I was telling you about."
"Where did Sarah Hoffman fit into it?"
"I selected her as my teacher. She taught me to perform plastic and reconstructive surgery like an apprentice. When I was ready, I began to move ahead, and she followed. I learned from her that the surgery itself is more art than science, like being a sculptor. I became good at it, and my broader background in surgery gave me a wider range of techniques, familiarity with more of the situations that can come up, and so on. My credentials gave the universities and big drug companies an interest in keeping me abreast of the enormous amount of research they'd been doing on various kinds of induced healing, artificial tissue, and so on. We both made great progress, became extremely productive. We published a number of articles, helped lots of patients.
Carrie seems to think there's more to the research than you're saying.
Dahlman smiled. Carrie. He would see what it was instantly, and want it to happen right then, even if the others couldn't imagine it. He was that kind of medical student, always asking why we can't do better, asking for a finer instrument. He was right, of course. We were trying to reach the point where we could reliably induce rapid cell replication, persuade the body to do what it does anyway, but much, much faster and more completely.
Did you succeed?
We had some success, but nothing as dramatic yet as what we're hoping, what I'm hoping for, and what Carrie envisions. We understand a bit about the hormone that makes a human baby grow quickly during its first year of life. We know a bit about rapid cell replication in malignancies. There's already work being done on giving the body more of what it needs, exposing it to hyperbaric oxygen to stimulate healing and so on. But ultimately, what we're talking about is speeding up time within the human body, an increased flow of blood to the wound, increased supply of oxygen and nutrients in the blood, a tremendously increased metabolic rate.
How close were you to doing it?
We were just beginning. We weren't simply doing theoretical research. We were physicians trying to help the human beings who came to us, and that meant that most of our time with each patient went to applying the proven methods we had. When something was both promising and safe, we would get a patient's permission to try it.
So what went wrong?
We took on a case of a sort that we seldom did, purely cosmetic. It was a man who simply wanted to improve his appearance. He came through Sarah's office, and she did all of the interviewing and so on at the beginning. The paperwork was handled by her nurse, Carol. Sarah used to take her own photographs, so that was done there too. Normally, whatever we had done together was paid for by the patient's insurance. Since this was purely elective surgery, it would be paid for by the patient. Normal procedure is to alert the insurance company anyway, in case there are complications. Records were created. That's an important fact. Then Sarah brought him to me.
Why?
Why what?
Why did she bring him to you instead of doing it herself?
We usually work together on particularly difficult cases. This one wasn't difficult medically, but it was a patient who had certain requests, and one of them was my involvement.
You just said you were concentrating on using your last years as a working surgeon efficiently. Surely there must have been somebody, some kid with a birth defect or something that fit better. Or was using a healthy patient better for the research?
Dahlman waved the question away. I don't know that it makes any difference. Our motives aren't really the issue.
He was hiding something. So tell me anyway.
It was a combination of things. One was that Sarah had already made up her mind when she brought him to me. She was my partner. I owed her a lot. What was called for was a safe, familiar sequence of procedures. The difference between performing them on a patient who had no physical limitations and a patient who had suffered disfigurement was really only a question of the quality of results, and it would demonstrate the applicability of the methods we had learned in our reconstructive work to another whole category of...
He offered you a lot of money. Dahlman slumped in his seat.
Yes.
How much?
$200,000.
I thought you were set for life and didn't need money. Dahlman squinted, as though he were still trying to fathom what had been in his own mind, and having little success. Jane could tell that this part of the story was an irritant.
I didn't need money. Sarah was younger, I believe 38 or 39. I could work for free. She couldn't. We had always assumed that she would gradually take over more of our joint work until I retired. The clinic and our research would revert to her. But at this stage, the research was enormously expensive, and even the surgeries we did increased the deficit, sometimes because we took on the very sort of patient you mentioned. We had to give some thought to how Sarah would manage to continue the work without me. 200,000 wasn't much, but it would help.
You didn't like the decision, did you?
No, I didn't. But I couldn't deny the problem. We discussed it in very specific practical terms that day. The question was, would we interrupt our real work to do 40 tummy tucks and nose bobs, or do one complete, ambitious makeover for a rich patient who would serve as a demonstration for others?
Jane said, "Tell me about the patient."
Dahlman said, "I never knew much about him. Sarah told me he wanted not only to have the best medical services available, but to be of help. The fee was his idea, and we were to consider the excess a contribution. He had signed a standard agreement to let us publish whatever we learned in the course of his treatment."
Jane tested a suspicion. "Including pictures?"
"Including pictures, of course."
Jane had guessed wrong, but she sensed that she shouldn't let Dahlman gloss over the patient. "Where did the money come from? What made him rich?"
Sarah mentioned that he was heir to the Hardiston fortune.
"Was his name Hardiston?"
"Yes, James Hardiston."
Jane still couldn't be positive. There probably were some living Hardistons. There was no way for her to verify her suspicion while she was driving along a deserted road in the middle of the night, but this was the first part of the story that seemed to sink when she put weight on it. Hardiston was a word that everybody knew. Bulova, Piaget, Timex, Cartier, Rolex, Omega, Hardiston. One of them was printed on your watch, and 10 times a day when you looked to see what time it was, you couldn't help reading it. Hardiston was undoubtedly the best of the bunch, because nobody could be named Timex, and half the school classrooms in the country had those big Hardiston clocks over the blackboard. Kids sat at their desks watching it out of the corners of their eyes. At 3 o'clock, the red second hand reached the 12, the minute hand clicked backward a half step, then forward to the next minute, and the dismissal bell went off. It was a con game as old as the Industrial Revolution. You just took some brand name that had started out as a surname and told the mark you were the great-grandson. If you could convince somebody your name was Pillsbury or Hilton or Doubleday or Kellogg or Hardiston, they thought they'd already done all the checking they needed to, and they started to get light-headed from the smell of money. And you, or Sarah, thought the 200,000 might be only the beginning.
Well, it had occurred to us.
How did he know about you?
That was one of the things that impressed me. His form said he had been referred to us by a doctor in Maryland. The doctor was real and highly respected.
Did you call him?
There was no reason to. He had simply told Mr. Hardiston that we would be the best specialists in the country for his needs. What was there to ask him? Whether he meant it? Afterward, I learned that he had given Hardiston copies of some of our articles from medical journals.
Jane's jaw muscles worked, keeping her mouth closed so she wouldn't succumb to the temptation to point out that this, too, was a confidence maneuver. The con man arrives with a fistful of recommendations and credentials, but they're all about the mark, not about him. So you took him on?
Yes. We performed 5 procedures over a period of about 8 months.
What exactly was wrong with him?
Nothing, really. He was healthy and had regular features, but the net effect of his face was not what he wanted, and I couldn't blame him. He had clearly never been considered attractive when he was young, and now his expression seemed forbidding, unlikable. and he was about 50 and looked older. Lots of damage.
What kind of damage? Scars?
Nothing like that. His nose had been broken at some point, a souvenir of some adolescent football game. But the damage I meant was wear and tear. Some I would attribute to the sun, some to tobacco and alcohol, and possibly other drugs, and the rest to age. He had some unflattering wrinkles that went with the sun damage, scowling and squinting.
None of that sounds like anything he couldn't have fixed on a slow afternoon the next time he was in Beverly Hills. What did you do?
We decreased the prominence of the brow and cheekbones and smoothed the skin with endoscopic surgery. Performed rhinoplasty to make the nose thinner and slightly shorter, made the chin thinner and tapered it. In the process, we did some traditional cut and tuck work here and there to remove wrinkles and sags, made the lips seem slightly fuller, and performed blepharoplasty on the eyes. We used a carbon dioxide laser to remove small wrinkles and uneven pigmentation. It wasn't the surgical procedures that interested him, it was the work we had done on inducing healing and tissue regeneration. And it worked. When he left, he looked like a different person. But that different person is a man about 30 years old.
Did you do anything to his body?
Liposuction to relieve him of a middle-aged slackening around the middle.
It sounds pretty good. I hope you're still around when I need a little help.
Dahlman's head turned toward her abruptly, and the stare was almost hatred.
He destroyed us.
Did he? Jane said evenly. Tell me how.
His pause gave her time to amend it.
Tell me how you found out, step by step.
Dahlman's anger seemed to slowly change to something like amazement.
It was strange, like being eaten alive, bit by bit. There were 5 of us involved in his treatment. Sarah Hoffman, her nurse Carol Flanders, me, of course, the anesthesiologist Dr. Ko Wung, and his assistant, Celia Rodriguez. The first thing that happened was that Carol Flanders quit.
Why?
She got an offer from a hospital in her hometown in Colorado. She had elderly parents there, and the job was, by any objective assessment, better than the one she had. We all advised her to take it. Working in a small clinical research facility like ours was rewarding, but it was also exhausting. We couldn't pay her the way a major hospital could, and there was no better job we could promote her to. So we wished her well, and had a little party for her on her last day.
What then?
Nothing for about a month. Then Dr. Wung left for a university hospital post in Boston and took his assistant with him. The final thing was that Sarah Hoffman was murdered.
He was skipping over parts of the story that Jane suspected must be huge. She would have to bring him back to them, but for now she needed to keep him talking.
How was she murdered?
At first it looked like a burglary. She was in her office, apparently late at night. Nobody knows why. She seldom did that. It's possible that she was trying to catch up on some paperwork because she hadn't yet replaced Carol Flanders. Or maybe someone called her and asked to meet her there. She was shot several times, but nobody heard it. The office was torn up terribly. Not as though someone was looking for something valuable to steal, but as though they wanted to destroy all of it. File drawers dumped in the middle of the floor and set on fire.
Did the police call you in to look at it?
No, the police came to me about a day later because they wanted some idea of who might have done it and why. By then they'd decided it wasn't a burglary. That night I called Carol Flanders in Colorado to break the news to her gently. I got no answer at the number she had given us. I tried to reach her through her parents. They told me she had been killed in a car accident a couple of weeks before. She had been driving to Colorado to start her new job and had never made it.
Did it occur to you to call Wung?
Of course. His new university gave me a runaround. He didn't have an office listing because he was to start in the fall, and the fall directory hadn't been printed yet. The personnel office in Boston at least knew who he was, but not where. I finally went to our university and talked to 4 people before I could get them to see that this was an emergency and to give me the emergency numbers he had put on his old personnel forms. The numbers were for relatives in Korea. I called his brother and got another terrible shock. Ko was dead. I asked how, and all he would tell me was that he had gone on a vacation and died. His English was only slightly better than my Korean, and I don't speak Korean. He did understand when I gave him my name and phone number, because an hour later his sister called. She was screaming at me. All I could sort out at first was that Ko had committed suicide. Somehow they got the impression that he had been fired from the University of Chicago and the job in Boston was a step down. Since he had been working with me, I must have gotten him fired, and the shame made him kill himself. I couldn't get the details, how they knew it was suicide, how it happened, and asking again just infuriated her. I gave up.
What did you do then?
I realized that the most urgent thing was trying to warn Celia Rodriguez. I called the university in Boston again. It was the same story as Ko. She wasn't supposed to start work until the fall, so they had no idea where she was or even if she had arrived in Boston yet. I called Boston Information. I even called Ko's sister again to see if they found her number in Ko's effects. Nobody there had ever heard of Celia Rodriguez.
Jane saw it immediately. If Carol's accident and Ko's suicide and Sarah's murder had taken place in Chicago, the police would have jumped on them and initiated a search for Celia Rodriguez. But in Boston, nobody knew the connection or that anything else had happened. She knew nobody there, so there was nobody to report her missing. Some murders got reported nationally, but not the suicides or car accidents of people who weren't famous. Were you afraid?
I was angry. I went to the police and told them what I knew, that within a period of about 40 days, all 4 of my colleagues had met deaths that were, at the very least, suspicious. At first, I thought they weren't taking me seriously. Then, a couple of days later, 2 policemen came to my house.
To arrest you? There was no question that he had been arrested at some point, but she knew she should verify each bit of the story that she could hold on to as a fact, and the order of events made a difference.
No, they were from a special squad that protects people. They told me they believed I was in danger. We talked for some time.
Did you talk about who the criminal might be?
Yes, after some discussion they agreed with me that Mr. Hardiston probably wasn't Mr. Hardiston. He was someone who wanted to change his looks to escape prosecution for some crime. They were desperate for the photographs, many copies I had of the one Sarah took. But I never had any, and now I'm sure they were all destroyed, along with the medical records in the fire in Sarah's office. The policeman tried to get me to describe the man. I've described him for you, as he looked before the surgeries and after. Could you find him?
I could find about 100 of each in the next town.
Exactly. They called the station and explained the situation to some superior, then came back to say that they had a plan.
I'll bet.
What?
What was their plan?
Since there was no way to identify the man, the safest way was to take me to a quiet place and hide me. I was to tell no one where I was going. I would have to live incognito for a time, and when the man surfaced, I would have to reappear to identify him and testify in court. It would take lots of arranging, but if they didn't do it this way, they would risk losing me too. I was the only living person who could point out the man.
You agreed to this?
I felt it made no sense not to cooperate. They took me to a farmhouse that night, over 300 miles from Chicago. I was allowed to pack only those items that nobody would know were missing. Some clothes, a few items of little value. Then we left.
Where was it? The farm?
about 10 miles outside a little town near Carbondale called Hurst. I was there for 3 days.
Then what?
It was strange, like a dream. They were very considerate. They even had a newspaper delivered every morning. One morning I got up and walked down the long dirt road from the house to the mailbox on the highway to pick up my paper. On the bottom corner of the front page was a story that said the police wanted me for questioning.
How did you feel?
A bit disappointed, for one thing. The police had given me to understand that they were going to make my house look lived in, and if the killer made an attempt to break in, they would scoop him up. For some reason, the deception hadn't worked, and they'd given up hope of that. Otherwise, the police would never have revealed to reporters that I was gone. I also had some trivial concern about how the story in the paper would look to other people. It sounded almost as though I were a suspect.
I take it the policemen had a key to your house?
Well, yes. As I said, they wanted to make it look as though I were still living there.
When did your small worry turn into a big worry?
3 more days passed. The policemen were to deliver more groceries once a week. I wondered when they would come. The next day I stayed indoors all day waiting. Finally, I left a note on the table and went for a walk. When I returned, there were police cars parked in front of the farmhouse. Not plain ones like the ones they'd used before, but real ones, black and white, with lights on the roofs. I was excited. I knew that they would never show themselves like that unless the waiting was over and they'd found the killer. They had. It was me.
Tell me about the arrest.
I ran up. They threw me on the ground on my face, handcuffed my hands behind my back, pushed me into the back seat of one of the cars, and set off for Chicago. I told the policemen everything. I asked them to call the Special Protection Squad and verify my story. They just listened, but they called nobody.
Jane frowned. What made them come after you?
Dahlman threw up his hands.
I just told you that...
No, she said. Forget the hiding part. I haven't heard anything yet that sounds like grounds for charging you with murder.
They said they'd wanted to ask more questions, couldn't find me at work, couldn't reach me by phone, and became concerned. They got a warrant and broke into my house. They showed me pictures they took. I recognized the place, but it had been altered. My wife's walk-in closet had been transformed into a kind of madman's shrine. There were pictures of Sarah pasted to the walls, dozens of them, with steak knives stuck in some and holes or burn marks in others, and strange scrawls about killing her. One said her time was coming, and others had captions like thief or betrayer on them.
When they showed you this stuff, did you have a lawyer present?
I had a lawyer. He had settled my wife's estate and made out our wills before that. He called a criminal lawyer for me who was supposed to be terrific. I'm sure the man was competent, but...
Dahlman's voice trailed off.
But he didn't believe you.
He asked me questions like, do you know what day it is? What year? And then he said, I'm here to help you, but the best help I can give you is to advise you not to hide anything.
Did he listen to your whole story?
He'd already heard it when I met him. The police had apparently been recording it when I told them the first time.
No wonder he didn't believe you.
I know. The idea that the police department had conspired to frame me for a murder seemed to be too much of a leap for his plotting intellect.
Jane sighed wearily. She had been dreading this moment. There's a lot to be said for a plotting intellect.
Dahlman was offended.
What exactly do you mean?
Well, said Jane, for starters, those 2 men who came to talk to you and then hid you weren't policemen.
How could you possibly know?
He was furious.
Jane ignored his anger. There are a lot of little things. One is that no city police department has anything called a special protection squad.
Los Angeles and Chicago have both asked for money to begin protecting witnesses in gang-related trials, but so far, neither has gotten it. If the police want a witness protected, they don't hide him on some farm alone. They protect him, put a cop with him, or keep him in custody. A criminal lawyer knows these things. And if policemen think you're being watched and stalked by experts, they don't use your phone to call their office and discuss their whole plan. These weren't policemen.
"Oh," said Dahlman. Then he added, unnecessarily, "They were very convincing."
The real ones were the ones you saw when you went to the police station. How did you get away from them?
Dahlman shook his head. "That was the one service my attorney provided for me."
Jane frowned. After all that creepy stuff in the house and the sudden disappearance to the farm, he got you out on bail?
"No. The lawyer had them put me in a psychiatric lockup ward in the hospital for observation. I'd worked in that hospital, and suddenly there I was, just like any other mental patient. The transformation was quite a feeling. A loss of identity, really. I was just another anonymous patient in institutional pajamas. Who I had been a week before meant nothing to them. I was there for observation, but I was given large doses of a powerful tranquilizer that would have made observing me a waste of time."
Would have?
"I pretended to take the pills, but hoarded them for 4 days. I didn't really have a plan yet, but I knew that if I took those pills, I never would have one. Then one day an orderly turned up who I'd known for some time. He used to work the surgical floors, but had transferred to the psychiatric ward because it paid better. We talked. He knew I wasn't crazy, and that I certainly hadn't killed my partner. He agreed to help me if I could keep him from looking guilty. So we put the tranquilizer into his bottle of Snapple. I took his identification, keys, and clothes, then put him in a place they called the quiet room to sleep it off. I used his keys to get out of the ward and used the money in his wallet to get on the bus to Buffalo to find you."
This is something I've been waiting to hear. How did you know about me?
He shook his head slowly. "It was an odd circumstance. It was less than a year ago. I was at a conference in Roadtown on the island of Tortola in the British Virgin Islands. It was the week between Christmas and New Year's."
He stared at her.
"That's something you must know all about. If you have a conference of surgeons, it has to be in some holiday period when very little surgery gets done. If it's in the winter, it will draw better attendance if it's held in a warm place. In fact, Carrie might have been there."
Last year? Jane shook her head. Nope. Since they had been married, Carrie had gone to very few of these doctors' conventions, and she was glad. She would have missed him, and she didn't like to go with him. She had spent too much of her life in airports and hotels already, and whenever she was in another, she felt a quiet uneasiness that one of the people who had a reason to look for her would turn up.
"I seldom go either. I went because I was reading a paper on a few of the post-operative techniques we had developed. That part seemed to go well. Then it was New Year's Eve, and I was scheduled to leave for home the next morning. I had developed a friendly relationship with a waitress."
Jane considered saying nothing. She had almost asked whether Sarah had gone to the Virgin Islands with him, but had decided to wait. At some point, she was going to have to ask exactly what their relationship had been, but not yet. She decided to prod him a little. She raised an eyebrow. "A waitress?"
"Don't be ridiculous," he snapped. "The week in that hotel was frustrating. Most guests dealt with the manager and got nothing they asked for. I now believe he was the evil, wayward son of some aristocratic family. Or they spoke with the concierge, who seemed to be there because she looked good behind the desk but was utterly brainless. But this waitress would listen and get what was wanted. So I overtipped her and treated her with courtesy. That is all."
"She told you about me?"
No, she knocked on my door at 3 a.m. and said there was a medical emergency. The hotel was full of surgeons, but in her eyes they all had disqualified themselves. Some had been drinking. I didn't drink. Some had come with wives and children, and I had come alone. Some had simply never noticed her, or had not struck her as approachable. So I was the one. She took me to a house. It was enormous. A villa of the sort you might expect to see on the Mediterranean, but wouldn't. The owner was ill, and apparently there was some problem about finding a surgeon who would admit him to the local hospital on New Year's Eve. Maybe it was true, and maybe it was just an excuse for drafting me, but I could tell the man had a hot appendix. We moved him to the hospital. I operated, and he was fine. It's a simple procedure. Medical students do it all the time. But he was grateful. He wanted to reward me. I refused. It's one thing to perform emergency surgery in a foreign country, but another to take pay for it. But he didn't mean money. He was positive that I had come to Tortola with a suitcase full of cash to hide at a bank down there. I said it was a medical conference, and he said that the reason they held conferences during the holidays was because the customs force was thinner and lazier then, and that's when American doctors and lawyers and politicians came to make deposits. I couldn't convince him. He just kept looking at me with a patronizing, knowing smile. The man was clearly a criminal, and the idea that someone else could be honest seemed never to have occurred to him. Finally, he wrote down your name and address and handed it to me. He said that since I was evading taxes, I might one day find myself in trouble. I said I wasn't. He said there were a million reasons why one day a person, any person, might need to disappear. I was to memorize your address and destroy the paper, and when my time came, I should go there and ask for you. I destroyed the paper, of course, but the words he had written never seemed to have left my mind. It was such an odd evening, and I've never met anyone like him before.
When the Buffalo police spotted you, you were on your way to my house?
Yes, I got as far as the bus station in downtown Buffalo. I was going out to find a cab, but I guess I looked suspicious, so 2 policemen approached me and asked to see identification. I ran a few steps. They called for me to stop, and that brought me to my senses. When I reached into my coat to produce my stolen wallet, they thought I had a gun. That was something George Hawks hadn't told me about.
If he was still calling himself George Hawks, Jane thought, then his luck was holding. When she had met him, he had made his living as a travel agent for money, taking it on trips from a jewelry wholesale operation in California through Panama to banks in the Netherlands Antilles to front corporations in Europe and then back. One afternoon 7 or 8 years ago, he had been raided in Los Angeles by policemen who thought he was a drug dealer. But he had managed to see the signs just in time, the van that had been parked down the street, which occasionally wobbled a little as though a person were moving around inside, and then the large plain cars arriving from different directions all at once. He had slipped out through the crowded produce market next door, carrying a great deal of money with him. Walking out ahead of the raid instead of getting caught in it did not, however, have the desired effect. His clients, who were innocent of drug dealing but deeply involved in the business of making unauthorized copies of feature films and selling them in foreign markets, had interpreted the facts in their own way. They felt he had absconded with their money. He had come to Jane. After Jane had hidden him, she had gotten in touch with his former clients. She had then dictated a treaty. The former Harvey Fisk would take his usual commission and return their money via the usual channels, which would then close forever. He would not engage in any illegal activity again. They need not worry that at some time in the future he would get caught and be tempted to trade information about them for a light sentence. In return, they would never search for him, bother him, or speak of him to a third party. Any infraction of the treaty by either party would result in Jane, the referee, giving sufficient information to the authorities to put the infringing party away. Jane gave in to her curiosity.
"How is he?"
"Oh, fine," said Dahlman. "Excellent health for 56. Good physical conditioning. Muscle tone apparently from tennis and swimming. The appendix doesn't really mean a thing."
He noticed her expression.
"You didn't mean that, did you?"
No.
"He lives like a king. And you know what? It didn't seem like anything then, but now it seems like everything. He isn't afraid."
Chapter 12. Jane drove through the dark country with tireless discipline. She kept her speed constant, changing lanes only when she needed to, never letting lines of cars build up behind her where a follower could hide. The parts of Dahlman's story that were most incomprehensible to him were clear to her. The two men who had pretended to be cops had done it so they could interview him at great length. The questions they had asked were the ones that killers needed to know. Were there any pictures of Hardiston, or any medical records that had survived the fire in Sarah Hoffman's office? When Dahlman told his story, did it sound reasonable and rational, or disconnected and mad and unbelievable? If he had any witnesses they didn't know about, any evidence that would lend credence to any part of his story, that evening was the time when he would have produced it. Since he could produce nothing, he was perfect. They had put him in suspended animation on the farm, convinced that he should go nowhere and talk to no one. Then they had pocketed the keys he had willingly given them and returned to his house. They took a whole week to search every inch of his house and destroy any evidence he had missed that might corroborate his story, then plant all the evidence they could invent that he had gone insane and spent months working himself up to killing his partner. Their plan had been very well considered. There had been 5 doctors and nurses on the Hardiston case. If all 5 had suddenly died in Chicago, the police would have been in a frenzy. These killers had known that, so they had begun by culling the herd, luring the first 3 away and picking them off quietly. Even the order of the murders had been precise. The first was Dr. Hoffman's nurse, who had a car accident on the way to Colorado. She was the safest because when it happened she had already been separated from the others. The second was Dr. Wang in Korea. His death and that of the nurse could not be connected, even in the unlikely event that anyone heard about both. She had never worked for Dr. Wang. The third was almost certainly Dr. Wang's assistant, Celia Rodriguez. As soon as her boss was dead, they had probably just grabbed her in Boston and buried her somewhere. Nobody would notice unless her body was found. She was a stranger in Boston. She had only moved because she was going to keep working for Dr. Wang, who wasn't expected to arrive for at least a month. Even then, when the vacation and relocation period was up, the one they would have missed was Dr. Wang, not the assistant he had said he was bringing with him. It was very neat. They had killed 3 people, one between Chicago and Colorado, one in Korea, and one in Boston, in 3 different ways, without having either the police or the 2 doctors who had stayed in Chicago know that anything had happened. That left only the 2 doctors in Chicago, Richard Dahlman and Sarah Hoffman. If either were murdered, there would be an immediate investigation. There was no way to avoid it. When that happened, the authorities were likely to try to ask questions of the people who had once worked with the victim, and they were going to find that a statistically unlikely number of them had recently died. So what the killers had chosen to do was to trigger the investigation themselves, so that the questions weren't asked until they were ready to hand the police a killer. They had made sure that before any question could be asked, the police had an answer. If the investigation led the police to change the suicide or the accident or the disappearance into murders, they would not start looking for new suspects. They would already have in custody a proven killer who was clearly out of his mind and who'd had as little reason to murder his partner as any of the others. The real killers must have planned the deaths in 100 different ways, 100 different orders to see which of the 5 should be killed when, and which would be left to serve as perpetrator. The more Jane thought about it, the more sophisticated the plan they had chosen seemed. The one who would simply disappear had to be one of the 3 women, because that happened to young women fairly regularly in big cities and hardly ever to middle-aged men. The one killed in the car accident had to be someone who could be fooled into traveling a long distance by car. That way there would be lots of chances to arrange it, and the investigators who were stuck with it would have very little information. The supposed murderer would have to be one of the men, because men who went mad were more likely to do it that way than women were. Jane wasn't sure about suicides, but she suspected men did more of that too, and an anesthesiologist was the best candidate because he carried the means with him in his bag.
What's our next stop?
Jane remembered Dahlman. He had to be talked to. Human beings were terribly fragile. A person had to be kept informed, kept thinking and participating, or he would begin to lose his connection with the herd, and that was the same as losing his connection with the world. "I'm not sure," she said. "I've been trying to think over everything you've told me so we'll know what we should do." She smiled apologetically. It's not very comforting stuff. His answer wasn't a snap, the way it had been earlier. It was quiet and regretful.
"You said you wanted to figure out who was chasing us. Did you figure it out?"
"The police in Chicago are interested, of course. Most of the time, getting out of Illinois would do a lot to solve that problem. When there's a murder, the local police keep looking hard, but everywhere else, you'd just be a name among thousands of others. The people who set you up took care of that. They've made it look as though you're unpredictable and dangerous, so for the moment, you're probably near the top of the list everywhere. Since there are plenty of grounds for the federal authorities to come in, we have to assume that just about everyone in the country who hunts people for a living is looking for you."
"You think I should turn myself in and take my chances at trial, don't you?"
Jane shrugged and slowly blew out a breath. "It's a hard question. Most of the time, if someone is wrongly accused of a crime, I would say yes. If there's evidence of your innocence that I haven't heard, I would still say yes. Is there?"
"Not evidence in the sense you mean. A lifetime of decent behavior doesn't seem to qualify."
He was silent for a moment.
"How do you think I would do at a trial? Be honest."
She squinted ahead at the road. "You've already been arrested. They got you a lawyer. Everyone listened to your story 2 or 3 times, and they sent you to have your head examined. This is not a verdict, of course, but I think it's pretty consistent with what you could expect next time. Since you're clearly able to understand what's said to you, I would also guess that it was done as a necessary formality. You would be declared sufficiently sane to participate in your defense, and would stand about a 70 to 80% chance of being convicted."
"How can you put a percentage on it?"
"That's about how the average defendant does in a murder trial in this country. Your chances are actually a bit worse, but it's unrealistic to guess how much worse."
"Why would mine be worse?"
"A lot of reasons. One is that you've been made to look very clever and sneaky. You can't deny you escaped from a mental lockup by drugging someone, or that you slipped out of the hospital in Buffalo. Juries don't like that kind of defendant, because they assume he's a liar. Judges don't like them either, so the close calls would go to the prosecution. The people who framed you have already had weeks to clean up any loose ends, and the police have had more weeks to examine the faked evidence, so I can't hold up much hope that the frame will fall apart of its own weight."
"I can't live with this kind of injustice," said Dahlman. "I can't let them get away with what they've done."
Jane sighed. "Then maybe the best thing to do isn't to disappear, and I'm not the person you need right now."
"What do you mean by that?"
"I'm not in the business of ensuring that justice is done. I'm just one small person,
Not smart enough to assume I always know what justice is, let alone imagine that I can make things happen that are neat and symmetrical enough to qualify as fair. What I do is take people who are about to be killed and move them to places where nobody wants to kill them. If you want to disappear, you come to me. If you want something else, revenge, keeping your enemies from hurting someone else, peace of mind, justice, I'm not interested. Dahlman was silent for a long time. Finally he said, I'm convinced that justice is a positive, verifiable, obtainable goal. I need you to keep me out of jail, but I'm not going to give up. I won't lie to you about that. Fine. Just don't imagine that you and I are going after these people ourselves. If that's necessary, I'll do it. Really? Said Jane. Then I guess you'd better do as much weighing and measuring in advance as you can. What do you mean? The authorities aren't looking for the people who framed you. That leaves only you to do something about it. But if you see any of them again, they'll be armed and trying to kill you. Will you let them? Well, no, he said. The last time it happened, I was under the mistaken impression that you wanted me to help ambush and shoot them. Naturally, I refused. But letting them kill me doesn't serve justice. I would try not to let them do it. Would you try with a gun? I would certainly be reluctant. But if there were no other way to preserve my life and what I know, then maybe I would. Jane shook her head. The no other way argument doesn't work in real life. When it happens, you don't have 10 hours to work through each alternative to predict whether it will necessarily result in your death. You don't have 10 heartbeats. You see them and shoot, or they see you and shoot. It's not about good and evil. It's about who gets to feel the 11th heartbeat. He nodded. I suppose it could happen that way. There could be circumstances. Yes, she interrupted, there could. And while you're preparing for them, you'd better start working on the most likely of the circumstances. What's that? There are, how many? Maybe 5 evil men searching for you. They're not using magic. They're probably watching TV to find out where you turn up next, so they can go there too. The TV reporters get their information from the police. What that means is that the next person to aim a gun at you probably isn't going to be some slimy, conniving criminal who helped murder 4 of your friends. It's going to be some kind of cop. A good guy. In fact, the best of the good guys, because he not only hasn't done anything evil, he's taking a risk to protect people. And he believes in justice as much as you do. What are you going to do about him? She waited a few seconds while Dahlman tried to sort it out. Then she said, I've been hoping all we had to do was keep you out of sight for a while and let the police clear you. Now I don't know if that's going to work. All I can promise is that I'll try to keep you alive. I can't make things come out even. It was 2 a.m. when Jane pulled off the highway into a gas station and stopped beside the row of pumps. The attendant in the little lighted building stood and stared out from behind his counter, and Jane studied him. He was probably 19 or 20 years old, with a 3-day growth of beard that had taken him much longer to grow, and a tattoo on the back of his left hand that he was going to live to regret someday. The only feature of it that she could see clearly was a spider web. Jane said to Dahlman, Sit tight while I pump the gas. Look away from him while I open the car door because the light will come on. She started to open the door when Dahlman said, Wait. She closed it again. What? I'd like to go to the men's room, since we've stopped. How do I get the key? I'll get it for you. She kept her eyes on the gas station attendant. He seemed to be unconcerned now. He had gone back to watching the television set behind the counter, having reassured himself that he wasn't about to be robbed. Anything else you want? A soft drink? Candy? Tell me now before the light goes on again. No, said Dahlman. No, thank you. Jane walked to the little building and pulled the door open. She could hear the television above the hum of the big refrigerator beside the door. Los Angeles pulled a game ahead of the Padres in the West with a 1-hit shutout at Dodger Stadium. She placed a $20 bill on the counter and said, I'm at pump number 5.
And do you have a key to your men's room? The boy pointed to a key attached to a board on the wall above her head. She took it and turned to leave. She kept her eyes on the glass door of the refrigerator and watched his reflection. His head and chest were visible above the counter, and his eyes now fixed on her and remained on her as she walked away. She reminded herself that this was not a customs official in a foreign airport. It was a normal teenaged boy whose interests were limited to cars, music, and what he was staring at right now. When Jane reached the car, Dahlman got out. She handed him the key and turned her attention to filling the gas tank while she watched the boy over the roof of the car. The boy seemed lost in some kind of cogitation. He had stopped staring at the television. She hoped he was just waiting out a commercial, but then she saw that wasn't it. He came around the counter with a mop in his hand. Jane's mind worked on him. He was not the sort of person who had a mania about cleaning. There were packages of gum and cigarettes in the rack on the counter that would stay there forever because they had a film of dust on them. If his boss had told him to mop the floors, he would do it at the end of the shift, and that was not likely to be between 2 and 3 in the morning. It would be at 6 or 7. She watched him closely. The boy left the cubicle and walked toward the men's room with his mop. He had no bucket. Jane turned off the pump, capped the tank, and moved quickly toward the lighted building. Inside the cashier's station, she worked frantically. She pulled the telephone cord out of its socket and stomped on the plastic connector, then jammed the wire back in. Then she stepped through the inner door into the mechanic's shop and gazed around her hungrily for anything she could use. There was a set of tire chains hanging on the wall. She took it, then hurried outside. Dahlman was just coming out of the men's room door. The boy edged past him with the mop. As soon as he was inside, Jane slipped the tire chain over the doorknob and clasped the other end of it around the upright pole that supported the overhanging roof. Dahlman stopped, shocked.
"Are you insane?"
he hissed. Jane seemed not to hear him as he followed her back into the shop.
"How can he fail to suspect something if you lock him in the men's room?"
Jane picked up the hammer on the workbench. There were wrenches of various sizes hanging from nails on the wall. She used one of them to pry out the nail it had been hanging from, then the two beside it. "Give me the men's room key," she said, and snatched it out of his hand. "Is there a window in there?" He shook his head. Jane rushed past him, knelt beside the door of the men's room, and began to pound a nail through the door and into the frame. As she raised the hammer for another swing, she heard a loud bang, and there was a hole in the door a few inches above her head. She sidestepped away from the door. She had thought of the possibility of a gun when she had seen that there was no weapon hidden under the cashier's counter, but she had rejected it. Now the kid was scared and trying to save his life. She hurried toward the car, but Dahlman wasn't in it. She ran back and found him inside the cashier's station, staring at the television. The image on the screen was his own face looking back at him.
"I'm on television," he said. "They're saying incredible things about me."
He looked at her in disbelief.
"I'm a serial killer."
"I wasn't able to tell you by the time I realized what he must have seen," she said. "When I came in, I could hear something about baseball scores. After I was outside, I realized that it couldn't be a game at this hour. It had to be the news." Jane looked inside the shop again. The vehicle parked in there was a tow truck. She hurried to it and saw the toolbox in the back under the winch. She opened it and found the precious object she had been hoping for. It was homemade, just a foot-long strip of sheet metal that had been notched about a half-inch from the tip. She took it, the hammer, and a screwdriver and closed the box. She grasped Dahlman's arm in her free hand and gently tugged him out to the car, then started it and drove back onto the highway.
"What are we going to do?"
Seeing himself on television seemed to have destroyed the last of Dahlman's confidence. Jane looked at her watch. It's now 2:35. He could be in there an hour or so before somebody stops for gas and goes looking for him. But somebody could come along in 5 minutes. Either way, we've got to get as far as we can while we can. I don't think there's much chance a kid who works in a gas station won't give the police a good description of the car. Do you? Dahlman held up his hands in a gesture of helplessness and shook his head.
I don't have any idea.
It's obviously been a while since you were 19. 19-year-old boys care about cars.
I suppose so.
Jane frowned. Don't go all limp and worthless on me now, please. What we do next has got to work or we're caught.
What are we going to do next?
Take the map and look for the nearest airport. Jane knew approximately where the next airport was because Akron was only about 10 miles away. She had driven Route 224 before. It ran in nearly a straight line to the west across Ohio. Policemen looking for people had to watch the big interstate highways that ran in the same direction, 80 in the north and 70 in the south, because people who ran were strangers, and strangers took the interstates.
Right here.
Dahlman pointed at the road map.
It looks like 8 or 10 miles straight ahead. It's the Akron airport.
10 minutes later, Jane took a ticket from the machine at the entrance to the long-term parking lot, drove in, and began to search for the right car. When she found it, it was a 9-year-old Chevrolet Impala that had good tires and would not have been as shiny if the engine didn't run. She could see it had no mechanical locking device across the steering wheel, and there were no glowing lights inside that could be an alarm. She parked beside it and studied it. It wasn't in mint condition, so it wasn't somebody's old friend. More likely someone who traveled a lot had bought an old car he didn't mind leaving in airport parking lots so he could keep his fancy car locked in the garage at home. "Get out with me," she said. "Open your suitcase and keep your head down, as though you were checking to be sure you haven't forgotten anything. Warn me if anybody drives into the lot." Dahlman opened the trunk and leaned in to fiddle with his suitcase while Jane moved to the other car. He watched her while she slipped the long, flat strip of sheet metal into the space between the Chevrolet's window and door and wiggled it a bit.
"What's that?"
"It's a Slim Jim," she said. "Tow truck drivers sometimes carry them because people lock their keys in their cars." She tugged upward, and the lock button on the door popped up. "Keep looking for cars." She sat in the driver's seat, used the hammer to drive the screwdriver into the space between the ignition switch and the steering column. She pried the ignition switch out of its receptacle with the screwdriver, yanked the wires out of it, and stripped back the insulation a bit. "Bring the roll of adhesive tape from the suitcase." Dahlman carried it to her and watched. She taped the ignition wires together. Then she pumped the gas pedal once and held the 2 starter wires together. The engine turned over. When it caught, she pulled the starter wires apart and listened. "Fairly smooth for a cold engine. It'll do." She put their suitcases in the back seat, then walked down the aisle of cars until she saw the one she wanted. She popped up the lock button, took the parking ticket from the floor under the driver's seat, then locked the car again and went to find another one with a ticket in it. When she returned to Dahlman, she said, "You'll drive the Chevy. Follow me. I'm going into the lot at the terminal." She handed him one of the 2 stolen tickets. Dahlman was agitated.
"But we have a ticket."
"It says we came in the lot 5 minutes ago." He was even more frustrated.
"Why are we doing any of this?"
She looked around her impatiently, but no sign of headlights could be seen. "We can't drive the rented one any farther because the kid at the gas station saw it. If we leave it in this lot, the Youngstown office where we got it reports it missing. If we return it to their rental agency here, nobody reports anything." Dahlman got into the car and did as he was told. When Jane had gotten them both out of the long-term parking lot, returned the rental car to the agency lot, and dropped the key in the lockbox, she climbed into the stolen Chevrolet with Dahlman and drove back onto the highway.
"How long can we go before the owner of this car reports it missing?"
asked Dahlman. "Maybe a day, maybe a month," said Jane. "It doesn't matter."
"You mean we're not going to keep it even a day?"
"No," said Jane. "It's time to get some help." Chapter 13. Jane guided the car up the quiet street above the little lake and stopped. The moment that the breeze through the open windows died, she could feel the weight of the humidity settle on her and make her arms heavy. She turned around to face Dahlman on the back seat. "Time to get up." She leaned closer to the steering column, pulled the two wires apart, and the engine was silent. Dahlman slowly unbent himself, sat up, and looked around him.
"Where are we?"
"Minneapolis. You slept most of the day. The sun will be down in a few minutes. How do you feel?"
"I'm a little stiff, but I don't feel as though the wound is inflamed, and that could be a wonderful sign."
He had not used a word like wonderful before, thought Jane. Maybe all it meant was that he really was getting better, but maybe it meant that last night's discussion about justice had made him decide to stop telling her the truth. "We've got to go for a walk now." Dahlman ran his hands through his hair, made an attempt to straighten his clothes, then got out of the car. Jane locked the doors, then set off along the crest of the grassy slope above the lake. There were mallards bobbing on the darkening water, then lifting their heads to the sky to clap their bills in a shivering, jittery little movement to sift bits of food. A car glided past on the road around the lake, and Dahlman moved a little lower down the slope, but Jane didn't join him. She stopped walking. "Don't hide yourself," said Jane. "The way is along the ridge."
"But it's the same direction."
"No. Come back up." She waited while he joined her. "I'll explain this as well as I can. There's a house a little higher up the hill at the end of the lake. There's a man in that house I want to see. In order to get into that house, you have to go a certain way. It shows another man that we're okay. This one is a very unpredictable, suspicious man, the sort of person who hits back first, and he's studying us through a spotting scope."
"A spotting scope?"
"You'll probably see it. It's a 60-power telescope on a tripod at an upper window. In the day it is, anyway. When the sun goes down, they switch to a night scope with infrared to pick up your body heat. You have to walk along the crest so they have time to get a good look at who you are and what you're carrying, and who else is nearby who might be following you."
"What happens if you're the wrong person?"
Jane shrugged. "It depends. If you're just enjoying the scenery, nothing. When I was here before, they always had cars waiting with the keys in them, and beside the spotting scope there was another tripod with a Heckler & Koch G7 rifle on it. They have lots of options."
"Exactly who is this man we're going to see?"
"Just a man who knows how to get things accomplished."
"What's his name?"
"I don't know exactly. It doesn't matter." Dahlman let his frustration show.
"That's not a possible statement of fact. You can't not know exactly. Either you know or you don't. You can't know a name approximately."
Jane frowned, and there was an edge in her voice. "I need to say a few things, so listen carefully. As long as I could, I've kept you in the part of the world that you're familiar with. People aren't entirely rational in that world, but they behave as though they were, and they make sure that their actions have to do with attaining reasonable goals. That is, things that they're allowed to want. Their way of getting them is by a logical series of causes and effects. You work, you get paid. You're patient, you get rewarded. You're pleasant, people like you. I kept you in that world for several reasons. You're a success in that world, so you know how it works and can move around in it without raising eyebrows. Something as simple as speaking grammatical English and holding a fork correctly makes you almost invisible. You also feel comfortable there, and that makes you look innocent. But the main reason I kept you in that world is that it's safer."
"Safer than what?"
Dahlman's voice was skeptical. "Safer than where we're going now."
"And where is that? What do you mean by other parts of the world? Are we leaving the country?"
Jane looked at him, and there was a touch of regret in her eyes. "I'm trying to prepare you for a shock. I hope it's not a big one, but it might be. The people we're going to see are not like you, not like Harry. I'd like to say they're not like me either, but this isn't the first time I've been here." As soon as Jane said it, she realized she had identified the hurt that had been constricting her chest. She was back in this life. It was as though she had happily fallen asleep in the old house beside Carrie and awakened with a start along this path by the lake. The place where she walked now wasn't a point in space. It was a point in time, in the past. Falling back into this place was not like being abducted. It was like being unmasked.
You mean they're not honest?
Categories like honest and dishonest don't apply to them any more than they do to your cat. These people have certain principles and habits and inclinations, but you don't have time to learn them all. Be alert, be observant, and listen to every word that's said in your presence, but believe nothing unless I say it. Don't ask questions or express an opinion. You're a passenger. Dahlman gave a little chuckle.
You're treating me as though I were a child. Speak when spoken to, and don't be afraid.
Oh, no, said Jane. That isn't what I meant at all. Be afraid. Just don't show it. Dahlman walked along in silence for a time, then said,
Is that why you won't tell me his name? Are you afraid too?
No. One of the things he sells is forged identification. It's the reason I know him. But he's like a tattoo artist.
A tattoo artist?
Every tattoo artist gets tired of waiting for the right customer to come in the door and ask for the right picture, so they all end up working on themselves. Some of the old pros are covered from their toes to their collarbones. The man we're going to see doesn't concede that he should be permanently limited to one name, and he doesn't have to be, so he isn't. He uses an identity until he's tired of it and then picks a new one. I know what he was calling himself last time. He was Paul Carbon. But it's been 3 or 4 years. He's probably been several people since then.
Why did you bring me here?
Jane walked a few more paces. Until now, the police have probably been operating on the theory that you were still in Buffalo, or near it. The night we left, I had enough of everything on hand. Money, forged IDs, clothes, to keep us out of trouble for a while if we got out and kept going. We were spotted last night at a gas station on an interstate in the Midwest, and that means we change our strategy. We've got to dig in somewhere, get an identity that's tailor-made for you, and then prepare to wait. Jane led Dahlman to the end of the lake, then up the hill on the sidewalk to a Victorian 3-story house with a stone and masonry facing that had originally been the foundation and at some point had been raised to the height of a man. She climbed the steps to the wide wooden porch and stopped to beckon to Dahlman. Dahlman hesitated, then climbed the steps, stood beside her, and looked around him. There was a security screen door with steel mesh and bars set in so that it was much stronger than it looked from a distance. Behind that was a steel fire door with wooden panels glued on it to fit the decor. For the first time, Dahlman noticed that the shutters on the lower windows were closed. The fire door swung open, and a thin young man whose pale skin didn't look entirely clean to Dahlman stared out with a bored, sullen expression. After a moment, he muttered,
"You said you could come in if you want to."
"We want to," said Jane. The young man slipped the bolt on the screen, and Jane stepped inside, then held it for Dahlman. "Come in," she said. "If I let it close, it'll lock." Dahlman stepped in behind her. The room had once been a spacious foyer. There was a straight staircase leading upward to a second-floor landing, but the railing up there seemed wrong. It was out of proportion, the spokes too short and the base too high. Then Dahlman saw a pair of eyes peering down at him between the spokes. A girl about the same age as the boy at the door sat up and brought with her a small, square-looking piece of black metal that Dahlman didn't recognize as an automatic weapon until she turned it away from him and could see the short barrel in profile. She stood and sauntered off to dissolve into the shadows of the upstairs hallway.
"Well, what do you think of her?"
The voice came from somewhere to the left of them, a loud baritone. Dahlman turned his head to see that Jane was already staring in that direction, into a room beside her that looked almost as it should have. It was the library of the old house, and it was still lined with ornate oak shelves that held rows of leather-bound volumes. There was a tall, bearded, broad-shouldered man with a fat belly that showed a little between his T-shirt and his jeans, sitting in a wing chair in the dimly lighted room. Jane shrugged and walked to the entrance. She's way too young to be sincere. She'll take your money and cut your throat. The big man laughed and shook his head.
I was referring to the backup for the door. That's an innovation since you were here. See, they get past the door.
How? She interrupted. It would take a half-hour with a battering ram.
But if they did, say by guile and artifice, then Cindy opens up from the balcony with the Ingram. She's behind a layer of steel and bricks, and they're standing down here blinking.
Dahlman saw the man's eyes settle on him thoughtfully. He didn't look pleased. What's your name these days? Jane seemed to be trying to break his train of thought.
Sid Freeman.
Pleased to meet you, as usual, said Jane. Sid Freeman's face was set and expressionless.
Who's he?
I was just getting to that, Jane said cheerfully. He's my runner. His name is Richard Dahlman. Sid Freeman stared at Dahlman for 7 or 8 seconds, then turned to glower at Jane. She avoided his gaze and looked around her as she said, I don't see any of the old faces. Sid Freeman snorted.
Death, plague, and conflagration on many fronts. Quinn got into the habit of wearing a Rolex and driving to unsavory parts of Chicago in a major piece of automotive extravagance. He made a stop one night while he was on his way to deliver a very big payoff, and the combination was too much for some people to resist.
Sorry. Jane used the moment to inwardly celebrate the absence of Quinn. Sid was unbalanced, but Quinn had been frightening. She had once stood beside him at the window when he had the rifle pressed to his shoulder, watching an unidentified man strolling along the path by the lake. He had been gripped by a tense, aching longing to squeeze the trigger, just to see the man's body jerk and the blood flow. Jane had stared into the spotting scope and said the man's earphone was a hearing aid, and his glasses were too thick to let him qualify as a cop. Quinn had kept the rifle to his cheek and his finger tapping eagerly on the trigger guard until Sid had taken a turn at the telescope and told Quinn not to fire. Sid shrugged.
It's probably better that he's gone. It would have fallen eventually to a dirty needle or unpremeditated sex. He never considered an evening complete without both.
He looked sadder as he said,
The lovely and talented Christie got caught in a sudden reverse of the natural order. She was killed by a New York cab driver. Actually, he wasn't a real cab driver. Just stole it and spent the evening cruising hotels looking for a rich mark when Christie was there making a delivery for me. But it makes a better story that way. Cabbies fight back.
He laughed at the thought. His laugh induced a sensation in Jane that wasn't exactly revulsion. It was the absence of pleasant surprise, what she might have felt if she had looked into an empty barrel and verified that it was still empty. Christie had been Sid's— what was the term? Girlfriend sounded like something playful and innocent, and their closeness had always seemed to be a fetid amalgam of eroticism and conspiracy. Christie had always been putting her lips close to his ear and whispering secrets that had to do with money. But Jane had been sure that whatever minuscule level of affection Sid was capable of, it had been reserved for Christie. Jane said, I assume we don't have to worry about anybody who's in the house right now. Sid Freeman shook his head so that his shaggy hair whipped against his forehead. He pushed it back.
Worry about the kids?
He gave an amused snort.
They're my greatest possession. They've eased the way out of my midlife tragedy and into my reclining years. I picked up the first pair to help me do some hunting, to put Christie and Quinn to rest. They turned out to be ferocious. No hesitation, unencumbered by thoughts either first or second. And they're sleek and beautiful to watch like tigers. So I kept them and got some more. 4 so far. I'm hoping they'll breed. But you don't want to climb in the cage with them, if you know what I mean. Sid Freeman doesn't indulge in the marital arts except with blue-haired ladies of his own generation. For you, of course, I'm willing to accept false ID.
Jane gave a little smile and shook her head slowly from side to side. Not if you were driving the last bus out of hell and I was made of ice cream.
Sid Freeman shrugged, which incidentally is not an inaccurate description of your present predicament.
That's how I know, said Jane. I asked myself what I'd do for you if you got me out of this, and the answer already came back. Not a thing.
You're not a spontaneous person. He chuckled. But you wouldn't be here if something weren't making your little heart go pity-pat. What is it?
Top of the list is that I had to hotwire a car in an airport lot in Akron, Ohio. It's on the street with 2 suitcases on the back seat.
JC saw it when you got out of it. Old Chevy?
That's the one, said Jane. Sid Freeman stood up and walked across the foyer into the kitchen. Dahlman could hear him muttering, and then 2 or 3 pairs of feet walking across the floor and a door closing. When he returned, he said,
They'll dissolve it for you and bring in the bags.
He stared at Jane in a leisurely way.
Is that it?
Jane looked at Dahlman. I take it you know about him.
Sure, he said. They said he took a hot one from a constable somewhere.
He suddenly poked his finger toward Dahlman. Although Dahlman was 5 feet away, the surprise made him involuntarily tighten his pectoral muscles and cringe to protect the wound, then wince at the pain it caused.
Right there,
Jane said. He's been sewn up, he's got antibiotics, but he's going to need to stay in one place for a while and rest. While he's healing, I go out and prepare a place for him to be somebody else, do the necessary shopping, and come back.
Big shopping?
I'll be gone 1 week, 2 at the outside. We both stay 2 more weeks after that. During that time, you help me cook up a first-rate identity. Family pictures, school records, work history, credit record, driver's license, the works. And I want a second identity that's almost as good, in case he's spotted using the first one. I could do it alone, but each step takes time, and I don't want to use time that way right now. When we leave, it's in a good car with a clean title. Dahlman watched as Sid Freeman's face took on a new expression. Dahlman could tell it was only an approximation of a face Freeman had once seen that had carried concern and regret, which he had found intriguing.
Ah, Janie, he moaned. Where have you been? You're such a prize.
I quit doing this about a year ago, on the stupid assumption I could have a life, said Jane. Anything on that list you can't handle?
Let's see,
said Freeman. He squinted down at his fingers, as though he were counting them, then waved the whole hand.
All of it?
Why not?
Janie, 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 he said softly. You disappear without a footprint, which, after all, is what anybody with a brain always thought you would do. But then you come scratch at my door, wet puppy style, and talk as though you're still a fixture of the landscape. You nodded off. Times changed. Annelids turned.
Annelids look pretty much the same on both sides, she said, unperturbed. Now, human beings...
Sid's not human,
Sid interrupted.
He's humanoid. 2 arms, 2 legs, wears corrective lenses, takes money.
Oh, money, said Jane. If we're just haggling about price, let's hear numbers.
Sid doesn't haggle, he said. Janie, I love you more than I hope for tomorrow's dessert. But I can't do business with you this time. I just let you in because you remind me of my mom.
So your kids aren't chopping the Chevy for me?
They like the activities, so I threw that in as part of my lapse into sentiment. On the house. Besides, I can't leave a thing like that on my doorstep and expect to do business. But Sid can't fill your shopping list of goods and services.
Why can't he? Did Sid get too rich in the last couple of years?
He scowled. Let's explore your problem.
That's better. How much will it take?
You have this baggage with you. This multiple homicide suspect escaped from custody in 2 states. You know more about the rest of this game than anybody alive. You tell me who's hunting, what they'll use, and where the game ends.
Jane glanced at Dahlman, then answered. If he were on his own, it would be over already, but he's not.
Sid Freeman shook his head. I mean starting from now. Anybody making odds will say it ends by some TV zombie recognizing him and calling the police. The boys in blue don't need to go it alone because the FBI has already invited them to call in. So they do, and pretty soon there's a battalion. Are they then going to say, "Come on out with your hands up," loud enough for him to hear and reload? No. They're going to batter down walls and make everybody for miles around gulp tear gas. You and Foxy Grandpa will have many more holes than you started with.
Will you miss me?
Will I have time? The next day, the FBI demonstrates its zero tolerance of the brand new fleeing felon problem it just discovered by tracking down whoever gave you the papers, the car, the clothes, and whatever else they found near your bodies. They won't get me, of course, but they'll need somebody. They could scare clients, choke off a couple of my sources and suppliers. Very inconvenient. And for what?
What has it ever been for, Sid? Money.
He stared at her body from the feet up to the neck.
If you were carrying that kind of money among your various curves, I'd see it. And you wouldn't leave it in a hot car, so it's on a pay-later basis, right?
I could get more during my shopping spree.
I don't want to be depressing, but this time wanting to come back does not mean I'll hear your footsteps on my front porch. When your suitcases get here, I'll drop you someplace. Final word.
You know who framed him, Jane said.
Sid's face froze in a mask of annoyance. It stayed that way for a few seconds. His mouth opened once to say something, then closed again. Finally the mask vanished and was replaced by another, softer one.
You drop off the radar screen for a couple of years. Did you think you invented the disappearing business so you can take it with you when you go?
She stared at him intently. She tried to remind herself that her instinctive feeling of dread didn't matter for the moment. He knew something.
Who is it?
But Sid shrugged.
There are some people, and they're doing pretty much what you always did, only they're not going about it in this eccentric and self-indulgent way.
What does that mean?
They're in a business and they act like it. They charge what they can get, and they don't turn somebody away because he offends their nostrils. They give him what he can pay for. This, as you know, is a theory of business I subscribe to. On occasion, they've sent to me for specific items of merchandise.
Sent to you?
Yeah, they send the runner to pick up things, but don't come with him. There'll be this typed list of stuff practically pinned to his shirt, and he'll have the money in cash. I'm talking about runners who know zero. If I let them out the wrong door, they wouldn't be able to find their way back to the car.
Like who?
Sid threw up his hands.
Do I suddenly know names? Some up-and-comers from business school who looked at me like I wanted a handout for wiping their windshield.
Any women? Kids?
No kids so far. A couple were women, but the kind that when they say the market, they don't mean a place you buy groceries. They're just men with suits that cost more and don't come with pants.
And not one of them ever made a mistake and said who sent them?
Never.
Did you ask?
Be assured, said Sid Freeman. They always say it was a friend of theirs. But these are not people who would know enough not to say. Someone told them.
What did they buy?
Not much overlap. What some of them wanted might get them a job as a night watchman in a junkyard. One of the women got the full glamour makeover. Birth, Social Security, credit, Diplomas, transcripts, job references, old tax returns, doctored photographs of her standing in front of the Denver Capitol building hugging one of my guys who was cleaned up to look like a boyfriend. Passport, shot record.
You came up with all that and she said nothing? It must have taken a month.
You have to understand that this is a very unpleasant young woman who came to Sid's door with a suitcase full of money. No incentive to establish a social relationship. And Sid doesn't haggle.
Didn't the proportions strike you as wrong?
They did seem a bit off, said Sid, but I kept an eye on the television and checked a lot of newspapers and magazines. There was nobody who looked like her. No disappearances of famous people or of anybody about the same time who rated a line of print.
Jane's eyes rested on Dahlman, but he sensed that she was listening to something. Your boys are back. Sid looked away from her.
See how reliable. The future's in good hands.
Jane was still staring at Dahlman. What about him? Sid looked at Dahlman, too.
What about him?
How did you know he wasn't some madman who really had killed his friends and run off? If you got the story from television, what was there that told you? Sid stared at her uncomfortably.
I think it was his cunning plan to go live in a farmhouse. Was he going to stay there forever? Who would buy that as a plan? I mean, not counting the police.
Jane shook her head. The world is a wondrous place, Sid. Naive credulity is rampant. What did they buy from you? The photographs they left in his house?
Just the gun. That's how I remembered the name. It was a tricky business, because it had to come from a legitimate dealer that never saw the buyer, but be registered in the name Dr. Richard Dahlman.
Registered, said Jane. Then it was a suicide gun.
That's what I think now after all the dust that got kicked up. I think the idea was to shoot them both and put the gun in his hand. Maybe they figured it was safer to just kill her. No matter how hard the police look at a murder, it's still a murder. But a murder-suicide doesn't always include a real suicide. If the suicide doesn't hold up, they start looking for somebody else.
He frowned at Dahlman.
They obviously put too much confidence in police marksmanship.
Jane said, Are you going to help us or not?
I still like money, he said. But something in my mind keeps telling me Janie and these faceless guys are about to bump into each other. Who's coming home to dinner? Your suitcases are waiting.
Jane walked to the door, picked up Dahlman's suitcase and reached for hers, then saw the keys beside the handle. She could see that the papers beneath them were a car registration and a pink slip with no names on them. She straightened and turned toward Sid Freeman.
Just fresh horses, that's all, he said. It's the quickest way to get him out of my place of business.
Chapter 14. Jane drove the new car down the hill and along the parkway beside the lake. Dahlman stared ahead for a few minutes. Then he said,
It's astounding. I've been rejected by even the worst criminals.
Oh, Sid's okay, said Jane.
Okay, Dahlman said. He has no mercy, no morality, no...
Don't get launched, or I'll be listening to what he doesn't have all night. He got us out of a very hot car and into one we could keep forever if we were careful. That's more than any number of nice law-abiding citizens could do. He also told me some things we might have died finding out.
He probably told you lies. Nonsense, said Dahlman. He's probably on the telephone right now, telling the people who are after us exactly where we are.
Jane shook her head. Once you're in a car, he doesn't know exactly where you are.
I don't know that he's not following us.
I do. She sighed. Ah, Sid doesn't have a set of rules. He has to make his decisions as they come up. All things being equal, he would rather I lived than that my enemies did. He knows that he can't affect the outcome, so it's unwise to try too hard. But he gave us what we needed.
He said several times his only interest is money.
Nobody is only interested in money.
Sid wants to be important, and he lives on impulse, so he needs money. But the way he gets money means he has to live in isolation, in a house with bulletproof walls and armed guards. He won't sell us out.
Why wouldn't he?
To those faceless guys, as he calls them, said Jane. They have not endeared themselves to Sid. They've been so careful to be sure he doesn't know who they are that he can't get word to them to negotiate a price for us. He resents that, and he resents them. They don't come in person to talk to him. I do. As Jane drove through the night, she thought a bit about Sid's dead companion, Christy. She had always been the one in the background, floating around like the bad fairy. Jane could picture her now, with her anorexic body, close-cropped red hair, and nocturnal pallor, watching with a smug look on her face as though Sid's visitors were there for some sadistic amusement of hers. It had come as a surprise to Jane that Christy's sudden absence had made so little difference, not to Sid, but to anyone. Jane had always suspected that Christy had done most of the thinking, concocting the plans and then cajoling and manipulating Sid into executing them. But the atmosphere of the strange household, an uneasy tension between agonizingly slow, patient scheming and temporarily suspended violence, had not changed since Christy had died. Nothing had changed. The teenaged girl Jane had seen watching from the staircase had even looked a little like Christy. Memories of Quinn were not so easy for Jane to exorcise. During the long minutes while she had been walking Dolman to Sid's house, Quinn had been the one she had been thinking about. Christy had made her uncomfortable, but Quinn had frightened her. Quinn had been a changeling, not a fugitive, but a person who had experienced some voluntary midlife transformation. He had been something else once. She had heard lawyer, she had heard insurance investigator, she had heard detective. Sid had told Jane that one day Quinn had simply stumbled upon a truth that Sid considered obvious, that if he never again let anything interfere with his inclinations, he would, inevitably, have everything he wanted. The discovery had been exhilarating, and it had liberated his imagination. He had thought of a great many things that he wanted, but now he had undergone a second transformation. Quinn's change from alive to dead had been an immense step up. It was 2 a.m. when Jane reached the outskirts of Waterloo, Iowa. She turned off the main highway and spent 20 minutes driving up and down the streets, studying the little city. When she was satisfied, she found a motel and checked in. Then she woke Dolman and hurried him into the room before anyone else was awake. As she opened the suitcases, she asked, "Are you up to having the bandages changed?"
Yes.
Jane undid the bandages on his back and chest, then said, "I can't tell how you're doing as well as you can. Take a look in the mirror." Dolman squinted at the bathroom mirror, turned on all the lights, poked the wounds, turned this way and that.
"I'd say, considering the age of the patient, he's doing pretty well."
"That's what I thought," she said. "Let me wrap you up again, and then we can get some sleep." It was evening when Dolman awoke to find Jane sitting on the other bed watching him. He saw that she had repacked the suitcases, and that clean clothes were laid out on the bed for him.
"Are we leaving?"
he asked. "We're not going far," she answered. "I've rented an apartment." She drove Dolman to a one-story building across the town and pulled the car into a space under a carport that had 8 others in it. She helped him into the back entrance of the building, hurried him down the hall and into a door marked 3, then went back to the car to unload. Dolman looked around him. The apartment was furnished with cheap furniture that seemed clean and sturdy. There was a small kitchen that was separated from the living room by a low counter, and on the opposite side a bedroom that seemed to be situated so that little light or noise was likely to reach it in the daytime. He heard Jane come back and heard her unlatching a suitcase. Dolman opened a cupboard and saw a sparse collection of china and glasses. He peered into the refrigerator and was surprised to see that it was already packed with food.
"It looks like an awful lot of food,"
he said. "I wanted you to have enough," said Jane. He turned to look into her eyes.
You're leaving?
He had assumed she was unpacking her suitcase, but she had been unpacking his. Hers must still be in the car. I wasn't lying to Sid when I told him I had to leave you for a little while.
How long?
I may be back tomorrow, and it may not be for 2 weeks. How long depends on what's out there.
But what's your plan?
He seemed frightened. Jane stepped away from the doorway into the kitchen. It's not much of a plan. You said before that you're healing okay and there are no complications, right?
Right.
So now we use up some time. If you're not traveling or making noise or even going outdoors, nobody sees you and you'll heal. And the longer we keep you safe, the more likely it is that something big will happen.
I'm supposed to sit here waiting for something big to happen to me?
Jane smiled and sat down at the kitchen table. Not to you. We've got problems because your story is peculiar and that makes it newsworthy. There are a lot of murders in this country, maybe 100 a day. But for 2 days, the face on television and in newspapers has been yours. It's very much in our interest to have the news people stop putting it in front of everybody's eyes. And they will, as soon as there's something bigger or odder or more compelling to replace it. If the stock market crashes, or an airplane blows up, or the Chief Justice is caught soliciting an undercover cop, your picture will disappear, and people will forget about you.
I wonder how long that will take.
We can't know that. Of course, there are people who know it's in their interest to prolong your notoriety as long as they can. The FBI will probably try to release intriguing tidbits each day. Even if they know a lot, they'll feed it to the reporters a pinch at a time. One day it'll be places where somebody may have seen you, and the next day, inside details of your previous life. They'll get people you operated on to say you did a great job, but were not very friendly.
How do you know what people will say?
I don't, she said. I'm guessing.
I'm extremely friendly, he protested.
Jane shrugged. I suppose I'm not seeing you at your best. It doesn't matter. News articles aren't statements of fact. They're some writer's attempt to flesh out very small bits of information into a full, coherent story. Lots of things about you will be twisted to fit a pattern of behavior, like a profile. If we're lucky, they'll concentrate on the things that aren't true. Those won't help anybody recognize you.
But what about the trial? Any potential jury will have heard all this nonsense.
Jane frowned at him. No matter what we do, a jury would hear it from the prosecution. Let's see what we can do to keep from having a trial. Dahlman stared at her.
I remember you said that it wouldn't be wise to go to the authorities before I have a way of defending myself. But at some point, after they've studied the evidence and found it isn't as neat and perfect as it sounded, why shouldn't I?
Jane could feel a headache developing behind her forehead. She closed her eyes for a second, then opened them and said, I want this to end the same way you do. I thought at the beginning that we could slip you away for a short time, let the police catch the killer and bring you home. But it hasn't happened yet. I think we have to start thinking about the possibility that it isn't going to happen soon.
I don't think the situation has changed. What's different?
What has changed is what we know. The killer isn't some amateur, and it isn't some psychopath. It isn't even one person. There are some people making a good living doing what I used to do. They helped somebody disappear, this Hardiston guy. And now he's just about home free. He has a new name, he's in a new place. But there's still one living person who saw the way he used to look and saw the way he looks now. Just one. Dahlman stared at her. Jane waited. Then she asked. Enough said?
Yes.
He began walking around the apartment again, looking closely at each piece of furniture, then at the four walls. I'll only be gone for a week or two. He gave a reassuring little smile that vanished after he was sure she had seen it.
I'm not uncomfortable alone. I've lived alone for a long time. I was just thinking how much this reminds me of the place where the two policemen put me. Only they weren't policemen. I don't mean it's the same physically. There's just something about spaces that have been closed up for a while.
It's probably got the same feel because this is the way the game is played, and those men seem to know it. The best place to hide is where nothing in your daily life forces you to put your face where lots of people see it. Sometimes a farm is good. So is a small town, as long as it's not small enough so people ask about you, and not a rich small town where police check out newcomers.
When are you leaving?
Soon. Tonight. He came back into the kitchen.
Then, in case I don't see you again, I would like to thank you. I can see I haven't been an easy companion, and it seems no advantage can come to you from helping me.
Jane saw that he was telling her that he was ready. She slipped her purse strap onto her shoulder and stood up. You'll see me again.
You've taken me away from the police, and away from the people who wanted to kill me. Now I'm in a place that seems to be safe. It wouldn't be unreasonable to expect that this is the end of your services.
Jane walked to the door and put her hand on the knob. Don't open the blinds. Don't answer the door. Don't go outside unless you're sure the building's on fire, and even then leave by the bedroom window. And don't forget to take the rest of the antibiotics. When I come back for you, what I want to find in here is a man, not a body. Jane waited until Dahlman gave her a single nod. Then she slipped out the door. When she closed it behind her, Dahlman listened for a few seconds, but he heard no other sound. Chapter 15. It was 9 o'clock in the evening when Carey McKinnon finished his rounds. The 6 patients he had operated on in the past 3 days were all doing extremely well. He wondered whether he had been somehow overcompensating for his anxiety, and therefore doing a better job. Maybe he had been concentrating on the clear, logical work of surgery as an escape from the unpleasant and unmanageable realities that were waiting for him outside the OR. But maybe he had been unconsciously scheduling the easy ones for this week and pushing the risky, demoralizing surgeries off for later. Both of these possibilities were, in different ways, disturbing, but at least he could test the last one. Mr. Caputi's certainly was not an easy one. His pre-op physical exam had shown elevated blood pressure, he suffered from emphysema, and he had a history of complications in earlier surgery. Mrs. Terlesky had been rushed into surgery from the emergency room, so scheduling had nothing to do with it. It was entirely possible that he had been focusing his mind more intensely on the practiced movements of his hands. Certainly he was doing something like that now, as he walked along the street in the dark. If things had been as usual, he would have been thinking about Jane. Maybe he would be on his way home to have a late supper in the kitchen with her, and he would be forming a picture of her in his mind. The picture was almost formed, but he pushed it away. Thinking about his work was safer, and it kept his features set and impenetrable. No worry lines, no frowns. They would be looking for signs that he was weakening. Every moment when he was not in the operating room, there seemed to be someone observing him. When he was out and on the move like this, sometimes he would see them. Tonight it would be the team of 2 big, benevolent-looking policemen who always worked in the evening. Usually one of them would be in a car parked near the back entrance of the hospital, in sight of Carey's reserved parking space. The other would be in one of the waiting areas or the gift shop off the main lobby. He knew that behaving as though nothing had happened was the right thing to do. It was also completely insane. He was not trying to avoid creating suspicion. The police already suspected him. And the policemen weren't pretending not to be policemen. Both sides were engaged in a long, silent face-off that had become like a dialogue, or an interrogation. It was as if he had said, "I know you think I had something to do with Richard Dahlman's escape." They would answer, "What makes you think that?" He would say, "Because you're watching me." And they would answer, "What makes you think we're watching you?"
He was aware that sooner or later their patient immovability was going to end, and someone was going to say, "Where is your wife?" They must have noticed by now. If they could devote policemen to sitting in cars and watching him, then they must have done a background investigation on him, or simply asked his colleagues at the hospital about him. They must know he had a wife. The thought reactivated another bit of anxiety. Several of his colleagues had been questioned by the police, even a couple who had not been on duty the night Dahlman disappeared. A few of his close friends had said things like, "Carrie, what's going on? Why are they asking so many questions about you?" The ones who made him anxious were the ones who had said nothing to him. He suspected that a few of them must be trying to build distance between him and them to preserve their careers. Others might even have told the police things that were incriminating. Carey made his way along the sidewalk in front of his office building toward the parking lot and back, where he had left his car. He had been walking this same route every day at least twice for a couple of years. When he was scheduled for surgery in the morning, he would park in the hospital lot, then walk to the office around 1 to see patients, then back for his rounds. Since Jane had been gone, he had made a point of parking at the office and walking to the hospital, so it had become 4 trips. As he came around the corner into the shadow of the building, the blackness seemed to congeal in front of him into a darker black. It was the shape of a person, but some template in his brain had already measured it as small, thin, a woman. He was too late to keep his body from giving a jerk to defend itself, but then he held himself stiffly and finished his step to pretend it hadn't. The shape took a step backward out of the shadow and became Jane. Carey drew in a breath, but she was holding her finger over her lips, so he blew it out. She took his arm and silently pulled him through the office door, guided him down the dark hallway, and hurried him out the front door to the curb, where there was a car he had never seen before. She pushed him into the driver's seat and went around the car to sit beside him. As he stared at her in incomprehension, she kissed his cheek and whispered, "Drive. I want to see who follows." Carey drove up the street, then turned up the second side street, then turned again at the next corner, zigzagging through the quiet streets while Jane stared out the back window. Finally, she rested both shoulders on the seat and seemed to relax. She looked at him. "You can talk, you know. That's why I rented this car. Nobody could have put a bug in it. So let's hear some sweet nothings." "I love you," he said. "How bad is it on your end?" "Pretty bad." "Here, too. I was hoping that by now Dahlman would be safe in Illinois again, and we could forget about him and go back to living a normal life." "Me too." She watched him as she said, "I'm afraid that's not exactly imminent." He looked as though his lungs were deflating. Then he straightened and began compulsively glancing in the rear-view mirror. When he had seen her, his hopes must have ambushed him, she thought. "But I'm curious," she said. "What could a fellow like you mean by a normal life, and what makes you so sure you want one?" He looked at her, and his lips slowly came up into a smile that turned into a small, rueful laugh. He was Carey again. "There are many ways of assessing these matters," he said, "but I find that what the term really means is frequent sex." "Why, you terrible man!" She leaned close and kissed his cheek again. "No wonder I couldn't stay away." "What else can you tell me that will make me happy?" "Nothing happy. Dahlman's recovering from your hasty ministrations. I had to go over your shoddy tailoring with a needle and thread in a motel room." "I'll bet that wasn't your idea. Did he teach you the coroner's stitch?" "Sort of like laces?" "That's the one." "I'm surprised he didn't call it that. You're such a morbid bunch." "I left him in an apartment so I could come back here and play house for a bit." "You mean he's already doing that well?" "No, but I figured you'd be doing that badly." He winced. "I think I am. The police knew within a couple of hours that I worked with Dahlman years ago. They know I had something to do with his escape." Jane frowned. "Are you positive?" "Yes."
They don't know what exactly, or I'd probably be in jail. She stroked the back of his neck softly. I'm afraid that's not necessarily true. It's not? No, she answered. If you're right, then they're probably watching you to see if someone comes to visit you or calls, either Dahlman or a co-conspirator. Your phones will be tapped. As your co-conspirator, I can tell you that having them listening really dampens the urge to put that quarter in the payphone. If I had, they'd have me. And they'd have you. We're in trouble, huh? Jane shrugged. Let's say we're in a delicate position. It doesn't sound as though we have much hope of convincing the police we're innocent bystanders. The only thing we can do now is to convince them that what we're guilty of is relatively minor, and that they'll never have enough evidence to be sure we'd be convicted. What are you talking about? Helping a murderer escape from the police, how can that be minor? Her voice became quieter and more worried. It's not. It's major. Minor is something like neglecting to notice that an innocent man walked out of a hospital. We have to do everything exactly right, and that means understanding the game. The police know it inside out, so they start way ahead. Dahlman isn't a murderer unless he goes to trial and gets convicted, right? I guess so. Yes. Until they catch him, he's just a murder suspect. The distinction isn't exactly enormous. It means nothing to most people, but it's important to us now. The police think they're going to catch him. They think that when they do, he'll either tell them who helped, or they'll find a witness, or pick up some evidence with him that proves it, not to them, but to a jury. They also think it's possible, even probable, that by watching you, they'll hear or see something that will help them catch him. That's their priority. They think he's a killer and they want him yesterday. If they charge you or put you in jail, it will be in the papers and on television. So you won't be good bait anymore. Even Dahlman wouldn't be dumb enough to call you. Even Dahlman? He isn't a stupid man. Jane sighed. No, but he doesn't seem to be able to get over the idea that the world will spontaneously come to its senses, that his resume will convince people he's innocent. I think I've scared him enough to make him stay put until I get back. What do we do? What you do is play yourself as convincingly as you can. You're not worried. You're not scared. You're a doctor who operated on a patient, and that's all you know. If they ask you for theories, you don't have one. They already did. What did you say? That he was probably still in the hospital. I said I didn't know anything about the murder. I didn't think he would kill anybody. Since I hadn't seen any evidence, I couldn't prove it. In other words, I played dumb. See? She said with a smile. All those years of practice paid off. Make sure your schedule stays as busy as ever and keep at it. Do nothing that surprises them. I think I just did, he said. Didn't I? Yes, but it's not serious. Just because they lost you for a while doesn't mean you planned it. I had to talk to you alone, and this could be the last chance. Have they asked you about me yet? No. She frowned and considered. I guess that's good, because it doesn't put anything on the record. Here's the story. I was out of town when Dahlman arrived. I'm home now, but this is powwow season, and I'm involved in Native American political issues, so I'm making the circuit, coming and going for much of the summer. But why tell them something like that? I'm not really telling them anything but my race. They'll already know that much about me. Trust me on that. It's been going on all my life. This is Jane. She's an Indian. So we'll use it. The FBI will run a trace and turn me up on some list or other, maybe one of the groups I belong to in college or just the Seneca enrollment list. It will give them an independent verification from their own sources, and that usually makes them overconfident. I'm going to give you a schedule of powwows and festivals and things. When they ask where I am, you look at the schedule. If they want to see it, let them. Won't they find you? No. The doings are simultaneous and overlapping, all over the country. It'll look like an itinerary, but at any given time I could be any place, or on the way. If I get the chance, I'll call once in a while at the right time from the right place. If I do, we'll talk about nothing. No code words, no clever tip-offs you make up on the spot. But what if... What if nothing? The people they'll have monitoring our phones decipher telephone codes for a living. We're no match for them. As they passed an intersection, Jane looked away from Carrie. Oh, that's too bad, she said. They're looking for us. How do you know? I just saw 2 police cars on parallel streets like a grid search. I was hoping the 2 we left at the office would be dumb enough to sit tight for a few more minutes. She paused for a moment, then said, We don't have much time, so I'd better say this now. That sounds ominous. Afraid so, she said. It's unlikely that this whole thing is going to end well. The only hope Dahlman has, or we have either, is if we can keep him from going to trial until the evidence isn't all against him. All we have going for us is... You, he interrupted. We have you. Or I do, anyway. Very sweet, she said. I love stupidity in a man. The time could come when the situation gets to be impossible. You lose track of me, or Dahlman ends up dead, or the police show signs that they're ready to put you away. At that point, what I want you to do is this. Go to Jake's house without letting anyone follow you. I'll leave a packet with him. It will have identification for both of us, passports, a lot of cash, and things like that. There'll be an address in the packet. Go there and wait for me. What if you don't show up? You know how flighty and unreliable women are. How long should I wait? If I'm alive, I'll be there. If I'm dead, what will I care? You have my permission to fly to the Middle East and start recruiting a harem. He said. Something to consider. Of course, you'd be wise to make sure I'm really dead. I'll wait at least an hour before I get started. By the way, how in the world am I going to get anywhere if the police are about to arrest me? I'm not sure if I should tell you. But I will as soon as I've gotten a better look at who's doing the watching. Jane? No, I won't give you advice on how to find the women. Find your own women. I'm being serious. All right? I'm sorry. I'm sure you know that, but I have to say it anyway. If I'd known what was going to happen, that this was going to destroy our lives, I would never have gotten you into it. He looked at her sadly. I'm sure you know that, too. She shrugged. There's always more than one way to look at it. If we hadn't done this, you would have found Dahlman murdered in his hospital bed. That's not speculation. I saw the 2 men on their way to do it. Then we would have had to try to live with the knowledge that a man you admired and owed a big debt came to us for help, but you refused because you wanted to keep your nice, safe life. Could you do it? Could I? It wouldn't have killed us, but that wasn't the person I wanted to marry. I wanted to give myself to a big, strapping, manly blockhead who could be counted on to sacrifice himself to my every whim. But if you wouldn't for Dahlman, you wouldn't for me either. This sort of behavior is what I wanted, I guess. So I deserve it. Thanks, said Carrie. I knew I could find comfort in there somewhere. Where? Manly. It has a positive, endearing connotation and definite sexual overtones. It does not. Oh, said Carrie. It certainly does. Try the reversal step. What if I were describing you and used the word womanly? She thought for a moment, then shrugged. Okay, you got me. I must have been thinking about you in shameful, lustful ways. Pull over there at the curb. You can't be serious. You're a prude all of a sudden? She laughed. No, but I'd like to drive.
This is probably the last time when there can't possibly be anybody spying on us or eavesdropping. If they happen to spot us on the way to the hotel I picked out, I would be a very disappointed girl. Chapter 16. Marshall sat behind the cashier's counter of the little gas station on a chair that must have been purchased in the 60s. The burlap-colored upholstery had a texture like military webbing, and 6 cigarette burns that were becoming familiar to him. The chrome on the frame had worn thin and begun to show rust specks. He said,
"So you were sitting right where I am now?"
Dale Honaker said,
"Yes, sir,"
and nodded his head emphatically.
"I heard a car, so I stood up to look." "What could you see from here?"
"The old guy and a woman driving.
She gets out." "Wait," said Marshall. "She gets out. Which side?"
"This side. He's on the other side." Marshall thought about it. The gas cap on a Toyota Camry was on the left side, so she should have been on the other side of the pumps, where she wouldn't have to drag the hose across the car to fill it.
"Are you sure?"
Yeah." So she was trying to keep the passenger away from the gas station, where the boy couldn't see him, thought Marshall.
"Then what?"
"Then she gets out, walks in, hands me a 20, and says she's going to fill it."
"Describe her,"
said Marshall. "Long, dark hair."
"How old?"
"I don't know. Maybe 25. Thin, pretty."
"Eye color?"
I don't remember."
"What were you thinking?"
I don't understand."
"It's very late at night. A car pulls up. You probably hadn't seen many cars since around midnight. You look out the window. Why?"
"'Cause you get kind of jumpy sitting here alone in this lighted room all night. When somebody pulls in, I take a look to see if they look like they might rob me."
"Good. So what did you think when you saw this car?"
"I guess I felt kind of relieved. An old guy and this woman probably aren't about to stick me up."
"It's kind of an odd combination, though, isn't it? You didn't recognize Dahlman right away, did you?"
"No."
"So you had to think they were something else, right?"
I guess so." Then he amended it.
"I didn't really think." "You're a night cashier in a self-service station," said Marshall. "When I used to work dull night shifts and somebody came in, I used to play a little game and sort of make up stories about them. You've got an old guy who pulls in with a woman maybe a third of his age. It's kind of interesting."
The young man looked alarmed.
"I didn't make none of this up." "I don't mean that," said Marshall. "I meant you might have thought this is a father and daughter. He's sick, and she's taken him to the emergency room, or suddenly she sees she's out of gas, so she's in a hurry, maybe looking scared. Or this is some rich old guy who's making a fool of himself with a woman who's probably a hooker. Or this is an undercover policewoman who's taking the editor of the local paper on a ride-along to show him a crime scene."
Marshall paused and waited. The young man's blue eyes were opaque, like marbles.
"I guess the last one."
Marshall wondered if he had heard correctly.
"You mean you thought the woman was a police officer?"
"No," said Dale. "I didn't think anything. But if it was one of them, that would probably be the one. She wasn't scared or nervous, and she seemed kind of tough. Not like prostitutes."
"Have you seen prostitutes?"
"Yes. Not exactly. I mean, I think I've seen them, but seeing them on a street isn't proof that's what they are. What I mean is she didn't look like the ones looked that I thought might be."
"Was she carrying a purse?"
"I don't know. I don't think so." He blinked and seemed to achieve clarity. "No, she pulled the money out of her jacket pocket."
"Wearing jewelry?"
"No."
"Not even a ring or a watch?"
"Maybe." Marshall felt sorry for the boy. He said, "Okay, we'll get back to her. You took her money, turned on the pump, and sat down again to watch TV."
"No. She asked for the men's room key."
"I gave it to her, then sat down. The news was on."
I saw the picture of Dr. Dahlman, and he looked familiar. It was because I'd just seen this old guy in the car, but I wasn't sure. So I took the mop like I was going to swab the men's room. When he came out, I got a good look. It was him. You're forgetting something. I am. The gun. It's usually hidden by the cash register. Over here?
The boy nodded.
What made you decide to take it with you? I thought it was the smart thing to do. I mean, the guy was supposed to be a killer, right? That's what I hear.
Marshall felt tired, but he decided that it was part of his job. The kid was 19, and he had a long way to go.
Let's talk about that for a minute. You're alone. You see a man who's a killer, so you pick up a gun. What were you planning, a citizen's arrest?
Me? No, I just wanted to see if it was him.
If it was, what would you do? Shoot him?
Call the police?
If that's what you wanted to accomplish, I have a suggestion. You see him. You duck down behind this counter, pick up the phone, and call the police right then. By the time he finishes filling up and using the men's room and paying, it's possible the cops could be here. At that time of night, they're usually not too busy, and out here they can drive 100 miles an hour without fear of killing anybody. They might very well have ended it right then. Or you could have waited until the car left, watched which way it went, and then call the police.
The boy was confused.
But I wasn't sure. I understand the way you felt. But I've known a lot of cops over the years. They like getting called out for nothing a lot better than they like working around bodies.
The boy's unlined face seemed to elongate.
It was for self-defense.
Marshall's eyebrows knitted, and his dark eyes looked apologetic.
I sympathize with you. There are so many decisions in a situation like this. One of the problems is that armed killers don't react the way you want them to. If you pull out a gun and say, freeze, they hardly ever do. They try to shoot you. They don't hesitate, but you do. Or they turn and run, and you have to decide. Maybe this is just some guy running because a gas station attendant suddenly pulled a gun on him, and he has no idea he resembles some wanted killer. But maybe he's a killer running to get behind something and open up on you. If he's guilty, you can't let him reach cover. He knows you recognized him, and he knows you're alone late at night, and that the next thing you're going to do is call the police. If you make it to the phone, his chances will go from so-so to 0.
Marshall rapped on the wallboard beside him and listened.
This wall won't stop a bullet.
He seemed to remember something.
And in this case, you've got this woman to figure out.
To figure out?
Well, who could she be?
I don't know.
That puts you in a hard place. You saw on TV that the man is suspected of being a killer, but there wasn't anything on the news about her. It could be she's a hostage.
He let her come in to pay. She couldn't be.
Maybe he's got her month-old baby lying on the back seat. Maybe she's a hitchhiker he picked up, who knows nothing about any of this.
Marshall gave him a moment to assess the possibilities and dream up a few of his own.
On the other hand, it could be she's an armed killer, too. Before guns come out, you've got to make a decision about her. Either protect her or kill her. It's hard to do anything in between, because all a gun can do is put holes in people. Will you put one in her?
The boy was lost, floundering. His blue eyes squinted, blinked, but this time it didn't seem to clear his mind. Marshall pressed him.
Suppose you were in that position right now. What would you do about her?
I don't know.
Make your best choice, now.
I don't know. He was sweating, frustrated, angry. What? What's the right answer?
You fired a round. Did you know what you were shooting at?
I fired through the door. I heard bangs, and I thought they were shooting at me.
Who was? whoever was shooting. And what they really were doing was nailing the door shut, right? I guess so. Well, yeah.
Marshall nodded and thought for a moment.
You've worked in a gas station for a while. You must know that firing blind through a door in the direction of the pumps is a little risky. You must have thought you were saving your life. In that half-second, you had a brief, clear vision of what you were shooting at. Was it him, or was it her?
The boy was straining, trying to see it and feel it again.
Who?
Him.
Are you sure?
Him. I was afraid of being killed, and he was the killer. I saw him right there a few seconds before coming out. I wasn't thinking about where she was. When I heard the bangs, I fired at him.
But not her.
Not her. He was full of indignation and shame. Who is she? Marshall shrugged.
You're the only one who's seen her. When you thought your life depended on it, what you guessed was that she wasn't the problem. So for the moment, she's a woman he picked up who doesn't watch much TV.
But I'm not sure of any of it. Marshall said,
No, but one thing we know is, if they're both hardened killers, neither of them is any great shakes at it.
Why?
All they had to do was look at the hole in the men's room door and fire 8 or 10 rounds at it. Then you and I wouldn't be having this conversation.
Marshall stood in the lot at the Reliable Rental Agency in Akron and watched the forensics team going over the car again. The preliminary notes were in his hand, and he knew that what the 2 women and 2 men were doing now was wasting time. In his 22 years as an agent, he had watched this ritual hundreds of times. The FBI's big edge was in lab work. If there was something in the car that they had missed the first time, really the first 4 times because there was only room in the car for 1 person to search, then it was probably a sample that wasn't big enough for the lab to analyze. The car had a few hairs left by unidentified people, none of whom happened to be a female with long dark hair or a gray-haired male over 50. There were fingerprints of the sales agent who had moved the car to the cleaning area, the man who had vacuumed it, hosed it off, and wiped the chrome and windows, then filled the gas tank and parked it in the ready space. It had a few prints on the hood latch, the air filter cover, and the gas door from the man's colleagues in Youngstown. The part about Youngstown had brought its own complex of worrisome facts. The car had been rented in Youngstown by a woman named Kathy Serini, whose credit card bills went to a P.O. box in New York City. Someone had turned the car in at Akron, 50 miles west of Youngstown, and a day later. Marshall's experience told him that things didn't look good for Kathy Serini. Someone, presumably Kathy Serini, had been seen at a gas station heading west in this car with a man suspected of killing another woman. The car was left in the rental lot at the airport, but Kathy Serini hadn't bought a ticket. She hadn't rented another car. She hadn't made any new charges with her credit card, although it had been 3 days since then, and she was far from home. The New York office was trying to find her apartment now, but the P.O. box made it difficult. A lot of young single women in New York lived with roommates or boyfriends who had signed the lease, or in rent-controlled apartments in the names of people who had moved on decades ago. It was possible that whoever cared about Kathy Serini wasn't going to report her missing until she was a week late at the end of her vacation, or she missed the family reunion in Nebraska. Kathy Serini was almost certainly dead. The case had begun with the kind of disorder that most undermined Marshall's sense of well-being. The death of a young woman doctor was disturbing. It seemed to have exacerbated the sense of waste that he always felt when he came close to a killing. The probability that she had been murdered by a man like Richard Dahlman made Marshall feel jumpy and unsettled. The case seemed to want to force its own conclusion on the investigator, and the conclusion was that sanity was only a fragile and temporary balance in the human organism, like perfect tuning. At any second, any human being might subtly, invisibly change and start coldly, methodically butchering his friends and neighbors. It was not inconceivable that such a thing could happen, and a good many people close to the case seemed to have accepted it already. But from the beginning, Marshall had been turning up facts that didn't fit and didn't go away. Richard Dolman was the wrong kind of man for the sudden, self-destructive kind of murder. The ones who did this were younger, 50 at the oldest. They were rarely successful in life and seldom well educated. They were modern society's casualties, men who kept getting dead-end jobs and then losing them, getting connected with some woman and then losing her too, because the failure or the bitterness or the accumulating evidence that the future was never going to be any different drove her off. Each time one of them loaded all of the clips for his assault rifle and barricaded himself in his apartment, the newsmen would say it was totally unexpected. And it was. But after the investigation had been completed, Marshall always found a list of incidents, threats that got more and more specific, outbursts that were more and more violent, that retroactively charted a kind of downward trajectory. Dr. Dolman seemed to have no trajectory. He had succeeded at everything. He had maintained what appeared to be a loving marriage for over 30 years, until his wife's death, and nobody had yet found any evidence that her death had been suspicious. He had raised a set of normal, or at least high-functioning children, and had managed to gain the respect of a couple of generations of other doctors. The evidence the police had found seemed to show that Dolman had quietly developed some festering mental delusion that had led him to kill his partner. The strange little shrine to his secret hatred of his victim was standard, recognizable evidence of madness. There were the usual photographs, the little possessions, like pens and notes, that he could have taken without her missing them. That was what searches turned up when a killer heard supernatural voices and saw the act as sacrifice or fulfillment or some metaphysical destiny. But the killing itself didn't fit the pattern. It should have been ritualized in some way, not faked as an interrupted burglary. That was what killers did when they wanted to collect on an insurance policy. The premeditation, the ability to lie with conviction, the habit of looking at any new configuration of human beings as an opportunity, suggested something far more ominous than a simple mental breakdown. And Dolman's behavior since the killing was carefully calculated and self-preserving. He was not acting like someone who had lost control, but like someone who was exerting control of a very special sort. It was just possible that when Dr. Dolman had constructed his little shrine, he had not been gearing up for the killing. He had been coldly, rationally thinking about the risk that something might go wrong and building himself a defense. It was the sort of thing a sociopath would do, and they usually had histories. They didn't wait until they were 67. This train of thought led Marshall back to Kathy Serini, the girl with the long dark hair who had rented this car. He sighed. He could see that every part of the car that was covered with black fingerprint powder also had tape marks where the print had already been lifted. The forensic people were beginning to give one another inquiring glances. "What do you say?" he asked. "Think you found everything?" The senior specialist, who would have been a fair match for Dale Honecker's description of the woman in the gas station, said, "We've got about all we're going to get. I guess we can release it now." "Better have the local police store it for the moment," he said. "Somebody may want to look it over again later." "Later?" She cocked her head. "If her body turns up." She nodded with no trace of surprise and turned away to take charge of the preparations. He could tell she had thought of the possibility that she wasn't just verifying a sighting of a fugitive and looking for fibers from what he was wearing. If the next big rain washed Kathy Serini's body out of some hillside between here and Youngstown, the car would be evidence in a second murder trial. It was just possible that by the time this was over, and enough of Dolman's history was known to make it coherent, there would be indications that there had been other bodies in other places. Chapter 17.
The big stone house under the maple trees, where Carrie McKinnon and his father and grandfather and all of the McKinnons since the 1790s had lived, built on land that before the McKinnons had arrived had belonged to her own relatives. The house where she had come to stay with him and be his wife was now a prison. Outside the front window, one of the guards jogged past in a dark blue sweatsuit. The woman's hair was gathered in a ponytail, and in her ear was what looked like the earphone for a transistor radio, but there was no reason for a person to talk back to an AM station. If Jane stood to the side of the front window, she could just see the corner of the water department van parked 2 doors down the street. The day after she had come home, the van had appeared. 2 men in coveralls had set up highway cones and reflectors and gone back inside. Each morning they had taken out their equipment, toolboxes, surveyors' transits, even a compressor, and then done nothing. Jane had spent the following 2 days cleaning. The microphone in the dining room attached to the underside of the antique sideboard was so amateurish that she was sure it was there to get her to take it out and assume there wasn't another somewhere else. The ones in the living room were relatively good. Nobody but Jane was likely to manipulate a hand mirror and a flashlight to see a microphone stuck to the inner wall of a chimney, and the funnel shape of the fireplace probably acted to amplify sounds. The one in the table lamp had not just been stuck there. The base had been taken off, and the wire split, spliced, and reconnected, so the house current powered the microphone. That was ominous, because it meant the technicians had been warned of the possibility that the surveillance might continue beyond the life of a battery. The kitchen had been bugged the same way, under the ventilation hood with a little rewiring. Jane had not bothered to try to find the bugs in the master bedroom. She had instead devoted her energy to the least likely guest bedroom, at the end of the hall, and taken it apart. The lamps were clean, the bed was clean, the bathroom was clean. She had taken all of the drawers out of the dresser because the backs and undersides of drawers were a favorite location. She had unscrewed the heat registers and the hollow rails of the towel racks. Since the FBI was probably involved, she had unplugged the telephone. Devices existed for picking up and amplifying the faint signals that still came down the wire when the receiver was in its cradle. That night, she and Carrie had slept in the master bedroom as usual, with the tape recorder running. The next night, she and Carrie had undressed in the master bedroom and turned off the lights. Then Jane had turned on the tape recorder and led Carrie down the hall. On her 7th day at home, Jane wrote Carrie a note. It said, "I need Cipro, tape, dressings, etc. Can you get them?" Carrie scrawled, "Yes," and reached to crumple the paper, but Jane held his hand and shook her head. The noise would be recognizable. Later she lit it at a stove burner, dropped it in the sink, and ran the ashes through the garbage disposal. On the 8th day before Carrie came home from the hospital, she prepared him a written list marked August. Cherry Creek Powwow, Eagle Butte, South Dakota. Crow Creek Powwow, Fort Thompson, South Dakota. Rosebud Fair and Rodeo, Rosebud, South Dakota. Looking Glass Powwow, Lapwai, Idaho. Macaw Festival, Nea Bay, Washington. Shoshone Bannock Indian Festival and Rodeo, Fort Hall, Idaho. Chief Seattle Days, Suquamish, Washington. Omak Stampede Days, Nespelem, Washington. Grand Portage Rendezvous, Grand Portage, Minnesota. Nemiwin Celebration, Duluth, Minnesota. Land of the Menominee Powwow, Keshena, Wisconsin. Passamaquoddy Ceremonial, Perry, Maine. Ponca Indian Fair and Powwow, Ponca City, Oklahoma. Wichita Tribal Powwow, Anadarko, Oklahoma. Intertribal Indian Ceremonial, Church Rock, New Mexico. She randomly assigned dates to the August gatherings without regard to the real calendar. Then, to complicate everything, she added, "Remember, August is the month of the green corn celebration for all of us Haudenosaunee. I might make it to Cattaraugus, Tonawanda, Six Nations, Oneida, Onondaga, Akwesasne, Allegheny, or Tuscarora near the end, 30th or 31st. I'll try to call." She smiled. Just that list would give the FBI plenty to sort out, and if they decided to keep an eye on her, they would have plenty of women with long black hair to look at. She stopped for a moment and repeated the thought to herself. Plenty of black-haired women. She spent most of her time studying the police. Each morning the policewoman would put on her running suit and jog past the house at the same hour. The shift changed right after that, so no doubt she went home for her shower. The next shift included 2 men who followed Carrie to work at 6:30, and 2 men to putter around the water department truck and monitor the bugs. Jane began to experiment with these 2 to see what happened when she left the house. The answer was not unexpected. If Carrie was already at work, then 1 man followed and the other stayed in the van to monitor the bugs. If she drove to the market, or drove to the river and jogged 5 miles, or went out, drove around the block and came back as though she had forgotten something, 1 man followed and the other stayed in the van. She had been half expecting that when she left, the man in the truck would head for the house to read their mail, but if they worked for the FBI, she supposed they would have read it before it was delivered. And the men obviously felt that hearing a live call from Dahlman instead of listening to it on tape 10 minutes later was critical, but searching the house periodically to get evidence on Carrie was not. That was a good sign. Jane began to introduce variations on the routine in order to get them bored and overconfident. Sometimes she was in a big hurry, heading straight for the thruway just above the speed limit. Once she drove to the airport, but that didn't seem to make the follower nervous. Once she left late at night, and still the chase car kept its distance. The only way she could get them to add a second car was to pick up Carrie and drag his follower along with hers. On the 9th day, she opened the newspaper and read the headlines. Lawmakers caught in FBI sting. There had been yet another patient, quiet effort to offer bribes to a group of congressmen, but judging from the article, the FBI had become more sophisticated in the past few years and played the game the way it was normally played. They had not dressed up like visiting Middle Eastern potentates. They had not had sleazy bagmen hand over briefcases full of cash in motel rooms. Instead, they had gotten the cooperation of 4 genuine lobbyists who had gone to congressional offices during business hours and offered checks made out to congressmen's campaign funds in exchange for their explicit promises to sell their votes. The FBI had then waited until a bogus law had been introduced and the congressmen's votes recorded. It was good, but it wasn't good for Jane. The old stings had been more vivid and drawn more attention. She looked down the page. There was a train crash near Boise, Idaho, the murders of 3 policemen in New Jersey. On the second page there were a few hot local issues, including a chemical company caught dumping waste in Lake Erie at night. Pages 3 and 4 ran the international stories that were probably important but didn't sell newspapers. The second section of the paper had human interest stories and what amounted to free publicity for various events arranged by public-spirited groups. She kept turning the pages and searching, but there was not a word about Richard Dahlman. That afternoon she went to the public library on Main Street in Daganoweda. A few minutes after she had gone to the corner to search the newspapers of other cities, Amy the librarian appeared at her shoulder. "Jane?"
Jane looked up and smiled. "Hi, Amy." Amy took off the silver spectacles that she wore only when she was working.
"I know this is going to sound crazy."
"Really?" asked Jane. "Then I'd love to hear it." Amy's eyebrows tilted apologetically.
"There's this man who pulled up across the street just after you came in."
Jane said, "Tall, kind of cute, like a young prizefighter with dark curly hair." Amy put on her glasses again and looked over them at Jane.
"I thought he was a little creepy."
Jane shrugged and looked back down at her San Francisco Chronicle. "He's waiting for me, all right. He's not a creep, though. He's a policeman. He doesn't wear a wedding ring, and with the hours he keeps, I don't think he's married."
"But you are, you bad thing."
"I was offering him to you." It's not social. He's got me under surveillance. Amy was shocked. Why? Oh, it's nothing really. Carrie operated on that man a couple of weeks ago. You know, the one who was supposed to be a murderer?
Well, of course I knew that. But why are the police?
Then her eyes widened.
It was a woman he killed. Did he threaten you or something?
No, I never met him, said Jane. But Carrie used to know him. I guess they think he's dangerous.
You didn't even ask them?
Jane shook her head. The one out there isn't bothering me, and if there's any chance we really are in danger, it would be nice to have our own family cop. She stared into Amy's eyes. Of course, you wouldn't mention this to a soul, right? Amy said,
Of course not.
After a few seconds, she drifted off toward her desk to pretend she wasn't studying the police officer in the parked car. Jane was satisfied. Unlike most people, Amy actually wouldn't volunteer anything about it, but if anyone happened to notice it, she would feel she had to explain. Jane was glad that the explanation made a better rumor than anything so familiar as a woman cheating on her husband. Jane went through 10 newspapers from major cities. Most of them had headlines about the congressional scandal. A few had pressing local issues that bumped the Washington story to the bottom of the page. Not one ran anything about Richard Dahlman in the front section, and only 4 mentioned him at all. He was old news. She had no illusion that the FBI would let him be entirely forgotten. If they had to, they would probably release a negative progress report just to get a few lines of print. For the next few days, their spokesman would be kept busy with the congressional sting. It was clearly an instance when they had fearlessly done what they were supposed to do, and done it superbly, so they would have to devote the week to weathering the publicity. They had enough experience to know that the network news shows would run with the scandal, and that they would never devote 2 segments to interviews with the same FBI men on the same night. It wasn't good TV. Jane smiled at Amy as she left the library. Amy glanced again at the police officer's car, and returned Jane's smile conspiratorially. Jane felt a little guilty. Amy wouldn't have smiled if she had known that the cop had no purpose parking this close, unless his car was equipped with a directional microphone that would pick up the vibrations of speech on the big front windows of the library. Jane's time under surveillance with Carrie was like a play in which nothing ever happened. At breakfast each morning they spoke about the probable temperature and the likelihood of rain while they held hands and caressed each other gently and soundlessly. In the late morning, when Carrie was out of surgery, he would call her on the telephone and say it was because he had forgotten to tell her what time he would be home for dinner, or ask her if she had paid the electric bill, or say that he had run into someone at the hospital who had sent her regards. He never said it was because he wanted to hear her voice, and knew that very soon she would be gone, and he might never hear it again. In the evening, she would sometimes drive to the hospital to take Carrie out to dinner, and then wait for him in his office down the street while he made his rounds of his patients' rooms. During the long nights, they would be entwined in each other's arms with their eyes open, not daring to speak for fear their jailers would hear and know they were in the wrong room. During the day, Jane made her movements erratic, her routes unpredictable, and her destinations dull and quotidian. If she wanted to shop, she drove to a shopping center on the Youngman Expressway or the New York State Thruway, got off at the wrong exit and then drove back, parked in the lot for one store and walked to another. If she wanted to go to a restaurant, she would go in the front door and leave through the back. When she drove out to the reservation to visit her old friends Violet and Billy Peterson, she parked on Sandy Road and walked through the chestnut grove to come out across from their house under the big hemlock. 3 times Jane left the house just as a shift of watchers was about to be relieved by a fresh team. Nothing she did seemed to disconcert them. They operated on a series of situational models that they all knew, so no unexpected movement caused them to hesitate or confer. The person nearest to a car, from whatever shift, went after her. That officer followed her until she stopped, and then that person was replaced. The one time she made her move where there happened to be two people from different shifts in the same car, they both went after her. On the 10th evening, Jane posted her bogus schedule on the bulletin board beside the telephone and called to make a plane reservation for a morning flight to South Dakota in the name Violet Peterson. She pulled her car out to the street, parked, put a suitcase in the trunk, and went back into the house. Before long, the surveillance team saw Dr. and Mrs. McKinnon leaving the house. This time Mrs. McKinnon wore a light blue summer dress and carried a large canvas shoulder bag. A single car with two team members followed the black BMW to a small Italian restaurant on Main, then remained outside to watch them through the front window. The directional microphone picked up little that seemed reportable. The subjects of the surveillance said they loved each other. This was not news. The male said that he wished he were accompanying the female on her trip. The female said she wished it were possible too, but that his job was to keep cutting open unsuspecting patients and removing things until he had paid for her trip. The ironic tone she used was familiar to the listeners, and the topic only confirmed for the team what they had already learned from the wiretap and the stationary observation vehicle. The female subject had made a flight reservation under the pseudonym Violet Peterson, packed a bag, and left it in her car on the street. The team then followed the McKinnons to a large shopping plaza, where they had followed Mrs. McKinnon before, and watched them enter a large movie theater complex called Cinema 12. It was observed that after studying the marquee where the times and titles were posted, the female subject picked Theater 5, where a British-made film that was reputed to be romantic was about to begin. The male purchased 2 tickets, and the couple entered the big lobby and walked to the set of doors with a number 5 above it in blue neon. One of the watchers, Officer David Foltz, bought a ticket for Theater 5, went in during the opening credits, and sat alone in the back row. The second, Sergeant Roger Horowitz, stayed in the chase car to watch the door and the BMW and monitor the radio. After the film began, Mrs. McKinnon stood and walked up the aisle. Officer Foltz's training told him that he had options. He could remain where he was and assume that Mrs. McKinnon would go to the ladies' room or the snack counter and return. Ordinarily, he might have gone out to the lobby and verified the obvious while keeping his eye on the only non-emergency door to Theater 5, then followed her back in. But the standing order was to watch Dr. McKinnon at all times, while Mrs. McKinnon's situation was not quite as clear. It was just possible that leaving the theater at the beginning of the film was her way of luring Foltz away from her husband. Officer Foltz decided not to risk letting Mrs. McKinnon see him make a move. Mrs. McKinnon's call to the airline had been the first thing either of them had done since the beginning of the surveillance that showed promise of revealing anything. His superiors in the Buffalo Police Department and his colleagues in the FBI would be very upset if she were spooked into canceling her trip. Foltz stayed in the back and watched Dr. McKinnon. After what seemed to him to be a long time, he heard the door to the theater behind him open and close. The complex was new and well designed. A person had to enter a little anteroom and walk 2 paces before opening the inner door, and in that time the outer door would automatically close to prevent a splash of light from disrupting the movie. Officer Foltz saw the shape he had been waiting for float down the aisle past him, a tall, thin woman, the long, straight black hair hanging at the back of the pale blue dress, the canvas shoulder bag. The shape found McKinnon in the dim light from the screen and sat down beside him. Foltz stayed in the back until the film was about to end. He slipped out the door through the tiny anteroom and waited in the rear of the lobby near the back entrance that opened into the enclosed shopping mall. When the film in Theater 5 ended and the crowd streamed out, he faded into it and followed the couple outside. He rejoined Sergeant Horowitz in the chase car, and when the male and female subjects got into the BMW and drove away, the 2 policemen followed. The BMW returned to the McKinnon house, and the team observed lights going on in the upstairs rooms, then going off. Officer Kemmel in the monitoring van heard the usual footsteps, the usual swishing noises of clothes being taken off, water running, toilets flushing, the clicks of light switches, the creaks of bed springs. There was even less conversation than usual. The male subject said, "You'd better get some sleep. You have an early start." And the female said, "Uh-huh." At 5 a.m., the next shift observed a tall, slim woman with dark hair leaving the house and driving off in the car that had been parked in front. A team was waiting for her at the airport. As expected, the woman checked the bag that had been in the car trunk, then went to the downstairs desk and showed identification that said she was Violet Peterson. FBI agent William Gray surreptitiously photographed her while she was waiting for her plane and moved off to transmit the photographs electronically. Agents Leah Caldecott and Ralph Mandesi boarded the flight to Chicago after her. A second set of agents, using Gray's photographs, waited for her at Chicago, where they followed her onto the flight to Rapid City, South Dakota. They reported that in her entire journey she appeared to meet no one and to speak to no one who didn't work for the airline. In Rapid City, she went to a car rental agency and picked out a red Ford Escort. She drove the car from Rapid City East on Route 90 to Wall, near Badlands National Park, then took 14 north, switched to 63 outside Hayes, drove north across Cherry Creek onto the Cheyenne River Indian Reservation. She checked into a motel in Eagle Butte, and the FBI agents settled in to wait. It was 10 hours since she had driven to the Greater Buffalo International Airport, and 17 since she had left the Cinema 12 complex. Then the subject of the surveillance showered and went to sleep. At approximately that moment, Jane Whitefield was driving into the parking lot behind the apartment complex in Waterloo, Iowa, still trying to decide what her present to Violet Peterson would be. She supposed it would have to depend on what sort of inconvenience the FBI caused for Vi and Billy. If they held Vi overnight in some women's jail and frightened her, then a bouquet of flowers would seem like a pretty empty gesture. If she just got to spend a week or two at a few major Indian get-togethers at Jane's expense, then anything more than the flowers would offend her. Jane had no doubt that Vi had done the job properly. When Jane had arrived in the ladies' room at Cinema 12, Vi had already been waiting. She had quickly changed from her jeans and sweatshirt into Jane's pale blue dress, then helped Jane braid her hair, pin it into a bun, and fit the baseball cap over it. Jane had said, "Are you sure you can handle this?"
"What's to handle? I'll have a plane ticket in my own name to take me to a legitimate party. Billy's envious."
"I'm sorry I can't tell you what this is all about." Violet had shrugged.
"It's about a small favor for a clan sister."
Then she had given Jane a little push. When Jane had turned back and kissed her cheek, she had caught a glimpse of the two heads and torsos in the bathroom mirror. There was a blur of shining black hair, Violet's skin a half-shade darker than Jane's, and her eyes black, but their shapes were almost identical. Even the little turn as Violet raised her shoulder to shrug off the peck on the cheek was familiar. Jane had done it herself. Jane had left the ladies' room, slipped into the gaggle of people leaving Theater 8, hurried across the lobby to the rear entrance that opened onto the shiny floor of the mall, and kept walking. She had not looked back until she'd reached the far end of the mall and made her last check to see if the policemen had followed. Then she'd gone out, found the car that Violet Peterson had left for her in the lot, and driven it into the night to the south and west toward Iowa. Chapter 18. Marshal watched Dale Honaker pick up the color photograph of the dark-haired woman that had been taken at the Buffalo airport. He pinched it with his fingers at the edges, as though it were a glossy print, probably because somebody had once told him he would ruin a picture if he touched it. This one was printed by a computer. Honaker rested it on his lap. He squinted, then held it at arm's length. In a minute he was going to say, "Yes, that's the one," and Marshall would have to put him through a few tricks to be sure he wasn't just saying yes because it would please Marshall. "No," said Dale Honaker. Marshall's mind raced. Had he piled so much weight on the side of caution that he had paralyzed the boy? Could there possibly be two women? "Okay," said Marshall evenly. "How about these?" He handed the boy 4 photographs that he had printed out from the wanted list. All of them were pictures taken at bookings, so the women had little black placards under their chins with white NCIC numbers and lines behind them that gauged their height. The boy leafed through them carefully. He handed Marshall one of them. "This looks a little bit like her, but it isn't her." Marshall looked at the picture. It was Smithson, Wanda D., wanted in Alabama for manufacturing and sale of methamphetamines. She had a triangular Anglo-Saxon face with a thin, pointed nose and deep, clear blue eyes. Her hair was long and straight, parted in the middle, and it was bright, luminescent blonde. Marshall said, "Something in particular about her?" "The eyes, I think," said Honaker. "And I guess the hair, too." Marshall studied the boy. "I thought the woman you saw had black hair. And the eyes, you didn't know what color they were." "Yeah, I guess so," said the boy. He frowned uncomfortably at the floor. "You know those police artists? Maybe if you could get one of them." Marshall nodded unenthusiastically. "You might be right. The problem is I haven't had very good luck with them in the past. It's possible my bosses will send one to you at some point, but as a rule they haven't worked too well for me. I heard somebody say once, if they were any good as artists, why would they want to be cops? But I think it's more complicated than that. There's something about the way faces get recorded in the memory that isn't like a photograph. You remember something distinctive, the style of the hair or the shape of the eyes, but your mind doesn't hold on to the rest. Maybe you can describe what you saw in words, and maybe not. So the artist has to fill in the blanks with something he thinks you must have seen. Then everybody in the country looks at this line drawing. We get calls turning in all the young women who have long, straight hair and pretty eyes. Now, that's quite a few. In fact, I'd say that they're one of our greatest natural resources." It was just an idea," muttered Honaker, trying to help. "I know," said Marshall. "We appreciate it, too. But, see, I don't know if she did anything. And if she did, sketches can come back to haunt us in court. Usually, if you hold the picture up next to the defendant, you have to stretch your imagination pretty far to convince yourself they're the same person. This makes juries extremely nervous." He smiled. "If I bring you the right picture, you'll recognize it?" "I guess so," said Honaker. Marshall stood up and walked to the front door of the Honaker house. There were 4 flies buzzing and making crazy circles to batter themselves against the screen. They could smell the dinner Honaker's mother was making in the kitchen. Marshall said, "We'll find the right one. And don't get impatient, it may take time." He slipped outside the screen door without letting the flies in, then crossed the wooden porch and went down the steps. He was convinced now that Dale Honaker's memory was not going to be the answer. Honaker had seen the woman, but within seconds he had also seen a dangerous killer. His instinct for self-preservation had forced his attention away from her. As Marshall drove onto the highway, he conceded that there was no basis for adding anything to what he had already published about the woman. She had long, dark hair, and she was young. He had allowed himself to imagine that she was Jane McKinnon, going around the country on some misguided amateur attempt to save her husband's old teacher. But the boy had just looked at a clear, fresh photograph of Jane McKinnon taken at the Buffalo airport, and said it wasn't. Marshall had no choice but to lean toward the hypothesis he liked least. The dark-haired woman was likely to have been Kathy Serini, the young traveler from New York who had rented the car in Youngstown. Dahlman had gotten her to give him a ride, and somehow either won her over or kept her ignorant while she drove him to his next stop. Then he had killed her and buried the body somewhere out here in the Iowa countryside, not to be discovered until a month from now, when some farmer went out to check the alfalfa in the North 40 and smelled something awful. Chapter 19. Dahlman seemed affable, almost manic tonight, talking as though he had done nothing but wait for her to come back so he could have someone listen. And Jane listened politely while she prepared dinner, making a sound only when he paused. As Jane and Dolman finished their dinner in the little apartment's kitchen, he said,
"It's been an interesting exercise, living here for 12 days. It's been nearly half a century since I've lived in a big apartment building with people at close quarters like this, but things never change at all. The games the children play are the same. Has anyone ever found out how they all learn that awful chant? Nya, 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 nya. They all seem to be born knowing it."
Jane said quietly, "You've had a hard time, haven't you?" He made a face.
"I can't complain. I've been safe, and I'm healing nicely. And I've done a lot of thinking."
Jane said, "What about?" Dolman said,
"Have you ever been in prison?"
"Yes," said Jane, "a couple of times, but not much longer than you were." Dolman nodded.
"It's not entirely different from this. You can't talk to anyone, really, or open the door."
He said,
"I would like to apologize for getting you involved. When I heard of you, I wasn't sure you even existed, but there seemed to be no reason not to look. There was no other direction that led to any destination at all."
Jane sensed that something big was coming. "It doesn't really make much difference how this happened."
"It does,"
he said.
"You see, I was sure you weren't going to come back, and I'd be rid of you. But here you are. I think it's time for you to go back to your husband. I'll go in the opposite direction for some distance before I'm caught, so there won't be any obvious connection with you."
"Sorry," said Jane. "It's a lousy idea." He waggled his head in frustration.
"I'm 67 years old. I've had a satisfying life and a useful one, but it's mostly over. If I'm caught, the people I care about, my children, a few colleagues, my patients, will never believe I'm a murderer. All of that matters. But the rest of this doesn't. If I go to jail, my productive life is over. If I stay in hiding, my productive life is over. Even if I'm cleared, it could take 5 years of jails and lawyers. I won't be able to return to operating on patients at the age of 72.
"I don't know what will happen, and neither do you," said Jane. "It could be that you'll think of something that cures cancer."
"And it could be that you'll go home and save the world from hunger, or bear the child who rids the world of ignorance."
She laughed and shook her head. "This isn't the heart transplant business. You don't look down at two people on stretchers and say, this one is young and that one is old, so I have to save the young one because she has more potential for the future. The truth is, there isn't much chance for either of us. There's none at all if you give up."
"Why not?"
he asked. "They're already convinced that Carrie helped you, and by now they've got their suspicions about me," she said. "If you get caught and convicted, it won't exonerate us. It will just change our crime from obstructing justice to accessory to murder. And if you get killed, it's worse, because if there's a trial, our side at least gets to say something." Jane moved into the living room. Dolman looked at her in disappointment.
"I see."
Jane stopped at the door of the bedroom. "I'm tired. I've been driving for a night and a day. Wake me if you smell tear gas." Jane lay on the bed and closed her eyes, consciously letting the muscles at each of her joints relax. First the toes and fingers, then the ankles and wrists, knees and elbows, shoulders and hips, then slowly each vertebra along her back to her neck. For a time her mind struggled with bright impressions of headlights and the reflective signs along the superhighways, and white dashes between lanes shooting toward her out of the darkness like tracer rounds. Then darkness came, and Jane began to dream. In her dream she was lying in the darkened apartment. She heard a sound, like something scratching against the door. She tried to ignore it for a time, but then she realized that she would have to get up and see what it was. She walked to the window beside the front door, stood on the chair, and looked out over the top of the blinds. On the little concrete slab outside sat a big black dog. With its keen senses, it was aware of her instantly, and it turned its broad head upward to look in the window at her. Jane stepped to the door and opened it. "Go home, boy," she whispered. "Home." The dog turned and began to walk down the sidewalk into the dark, and Jane had an overwhelming feeling that she had to follow. She stepped onto the little slab and quietly closed the door behind her, then walked off after it. The dog reached the small circle of light from the street lamp at the intersection, then stopped and looked back at her. Jane stopped too. The dog came to her, then started across the street, and Jane went with it. She followed it until she came to a small city park with big trees and a tiny old-fashioned bandstand with a roof on it. As she approached the bandstand, she saw that one of the pillars was out of symmetrical alignment. Then the pillar moved. It was a man. Jane called up to the man, "Is this your dog?" She turned to look down at it, but the dog was gone. Part of Jane's mind knew that she was dreaming. When she'd stopped looking at the dog, it had ceased to exist. The man's soft, gentle voice made Jane's eyes water and her throat tighten. "What the hell am I going to do with a dog?" It was Harry's voice, and Harry was dead. Harry the gambler stepped forward into the moonlight. He was as she remembered him, a bit on the short side and balding, with clothes that had once cost more than they should have but had been worn too long. She even remembered the expression that appeared on his face now, apologetic and regretful. "I'm sorry to make you come out here, honey, but I find it hard to go into a little furnished apartment like that. You understand." It was true. The first step into the apartment had triggered Jane's memory of the place where Harry had died, the color of the carpet, the arrangement of the windows. But while she was awake, she had forced the thought out of her mind. Harry shrugged his shoulders, and the suit coat rode up on his arms, so he tugged the cuffs, then lifted his chin to straighten his tie. Even in the moonlight, she could see the big, crude stitches the undertaker had used to close the place where John Felker had cut his throat. They were like the ones she had taken in Dahlman's back. Jane climbed the steps and put her arms around him. His body was cold and thin. Jane said, "I'm sorry, Harry. I'm so sorry. You got killed in an apartment like that, and it was my fault that he found you." Harry stepped back and lowered his head, but his sad eyes were still on her. He snapped his fingers. "Must have slipped my mind. I've wanted to tell you something for a long time, but I couldn't," she said. "It wasn't that I didn't think you were important enough and didn't try to protect you. It was a mistake." He looked away for a second, then tried to smile. "Will you please stop nagging me about that? I'm just dead, not immortal and all forgiving." He reached out and tried to pat her shoulder, but his hand was cold and stiff. "I'm sorry I had to come now." "Why did you?" "I'm an expert on long shots." "You're not an expert," she said softly. "An expert is somebody who wins." Harry nodded. "I won a lot and lost a lot. By the time I came to you, I didn't look like much, but I felt the same. I felt young, like I had plenty of life left." He sighed. "You gave me a few extra years. Nobody else would do anything. And you're about to lose your ass." "How?" "That old man is 6'2", thin and craggy, and 67. You disguise him, he ain't getting any shorter, younger, or less craggy. How long is this man going to stay invisible?" "I don't know," Jane admitted. "Who's going to find him?" Harry shook his head sympathetically. "All the horses cross the finish line eventually. Who cares which one is first?" "I do. I finally have a life of my own, Harry. I love my husband. I wanted a future. Kids. An old age, maybe." Harry threw up his hands in despair.
That's why I'm scared for you, honey. A perfect example.
Of what?
You don't even know what game you're playing. Your personal life is not on the table tonight.
He sighed mightily, then gave a little shiver to shake off the topic.
Somebody's in a business you happen to know a lot about. They got a client's face changed. They killed all the people who saw both the old face and the new face, except one. They got the murders blamed on the one that's left.
How do I stop them?
You don't stop them. Their guy's vanished, resettled somewhere. Yours is a murder suspect. The hand's over. Hear that clicking noise? It's the sound of them raking all the chips over to their side of the table.
If it's over, why are you coming into my dream?
Me? Said Harry. I'll be with you forever. I'm your mistake.
And now Dahlman, too.
Don't count him until it's over.
But you said it was over.
I said that hand was over.
Harry corrected her.
It's not you and Dahlman against them and their client. Dahlman and the client are just stakes. The game is between players, not chips.
Harry walked toward the other side of the bandstand, and as he approached the steps, she reached out toward him. "Wait, Harry," she said. "Don't go." Harry stopped and turned to her.
I never really was much use to anybody. I should have left your sleep alone.
What do I do?
You win, and Hawaneyu, the right-handed twin, gets a point. Or you lose, and Hanagawataga, the left-handed twin, gets a point. And the brothers grow another player to take your place.
How do I keep Dahlman alive? Harry's brow furrowed, as though he were trying to formulate a way to divulge a secret he wasn't supposed to.
Why can't just any yokel fan the deck face down and pick out the king of spades?
Jane awoke, trying to answer, but Harry was gone. She sat up. They're all the same. She got out of bed and began to pack Dahlman's suitcase. It was 9:30 in the morning, 3 days later, when Jane walked Richard Dahlman into the front entrance of the complex in Carlsbad, California, for their appointment. The architecture of the place was an artifact of a Spanish California that had sprung spontaneously from the imagination of an architect sometime during the 1920s and had taken hold. Certain parts of the state looked as though the Spanish colonists had left behind not just a few missions, but an array of shopping malls, restaurants, and office buildings. The stylized script embedded in the far wall of the lobby said, "Señor Rancho," and Jane remembered that what Los Angeles County called its big prison in the sparse hills above the city was Honor Rancho. She whispered to Dahlman, "How does it look so far?"
It looks comfortable, like a campus, if a bit impersonal.
She used the time as they walked. "Remember, you're Alan Weems. You're not a doctor. You know nothing. I'll tell all the necessary lies. I'm your daughter, Julia Keeler. And don't keep looking at your hair in the reflections of the windows. White hair makes you look distinguished." The receptionist directed Julia Keeler and Alan Weems into the office for the appointment with the intake counselor, who introduced herself as Mrs. Paxton, but called Dahlman Alan from the instant she saw him. After a few seconds, she had the receptionist usher Alan through the lobby into a large garden. Mrs. Paxton told him, "We want to be sure this is a place where you'll feel at home. Why don't you make contact with the other guests while Mrs. Keeler and I talk some girl talk?" Jane sat at a table in a small office while Mrs. Paxton went out and returned with some forms. It was the sort of office where customers answered questions and the counselor interpreted and compressed their answers to fit on lines. "Tell me about your father," said Mrs. Paxton. "What sort of medical care does he need?" "None that we know of," said Jane. "He's pretty healthy. I could see he's ambulatory. No obvious problems. Is he forgetful?" "No more than I am. Here's our situation. He retired 3 years ago. Since my mother died about 10 years ago, he's lived alone in the old house. He's cooked and cleaned for himself, shopped, and so on. But he knows that might not always be possible, and right now he doesn't especially want to. He's still physically active, likes to walk and swim, but he had a bad experience a few months ago, and he doesn't want to live alone anymore. What sort of bad experience? I guess you could call it a carjacking. The man wanted his car, and when my father resisted, he shot him. He's okay now, but it's been hard for him. Mrs. Paxton's eyes were wide with exactly the right mixture of shock and sympathy, as though she had a recipe. I should say so. The poor man. Jane shrugged philosophically. He wants to sell the house and go live somewhere where he can spend time with people his own age. She added, he won't live with me. To tell you the truth, I think my friends and I bore him. Mrs. Paxton nodded. He's definitely a fit for our level 1, she said. We have many people in similar circumstances. Each person lives in what amounts to a condominium, right here on our grounds. There's a swimming pool, golf course, square dances, and social dancing, exercise groups, all supervised by our professional staff. She looked conspiratorial as she said, many of our guests feel agitated and depressed if they spend too much time watching the news and reading unpleasant stories in the papers. They want to forget those things. So we try to keep them busy. What's level 2? 2? Yes, you said he was level 1. What's level 2? Those are people who need some nursing care or who need a helper because they're not capable of living on their own. Level 3 would be people who need a greater degree of attention. Some are no longer ambulatory, and some need constant supervision. Where are they? The 4th building over. Mrs. Paxton spun in her chair and pointed out the window with her pen. The one that looks like a hospital. Jane picked out the building. It looked modern and well-designed, and she could see a few white-coated attendants pushing white-haired people in wheelchairs onto a lawn. The whole operation looked clean, efficient, and humane, but seeing it gave her chills. She told herself it was the air conditioning. We'll tour the whole facility in a few minutes, but I want to wait for your father. Mrs. Paxton gave her conspiratorial smile. Old people detest being rushed. Do you have any questions about the fee schedule? Jane said, let me see if I have it right. The fee is a fixed monthly charge. Yes, for your father that would be this figure. She held up a glossy brochure and pointed to a number with her pen. It will remain the same as long as he's at level 1. If he were to move to level 2, he would incur an additional charge. She pointed to a second figure. That pays for a companion. At level 3, the charge is the same. It won't increase during his stay. Really? Yes. You see, our typical guest is on a fixed income. He wants to know that the rancho isn't going to pull the rug out from under him. If you don't mind my asking, how can you do that? I'm just talking about our fees. You have to remember that a patient who reaches level 3 probably would have high medical bills also. Some is paid by Medicare, and the rest by the patient himself, or his private insurance carrier. But our costs don't go up much, so the fees don't either. You also should know that for the first few years, your father will be overcharged. As he ages and needs more care, the surplus he paid will have gone into the trust and been invested. That works? Mrs. Paxton grinned. So far. We've been here since 1948. Jane tried to communicate a low-level worry. If my father decided to stay, would he be free to leave? Of course. I mean, suppose one day he decides he wants to hop on a plane and visit me or go to Europe. What would he have to do? Call a travel agent, I suppose. Our regular shuttle bus would take him to the terminal and pick him up. There's no way he could be prevented? No. If you wanted to do that, you would have to go to court and have yourself granted a conservatorship of his person. But you haven't said anything that would indicate— I didn't mean to, said Jane. I just want to be sure he can do as he likes. She said, what about crime? Crime? Mrs. Paxton seemed confused. "I saw private security guards, gates, and fences." "Oh," said Mrs. Paxton, suddenly sympathetic. "This is a small, quiet seaside community. He wouldn't have to worry about that sort of thing. Of course, there's no place in California that's very far from a freeway, so we can't let strangers come onto the complex. If you came to see him, you would give your name at the gate, and they would find it on a list, so you'd be admitted immediately." Jane kept at Mrs. Paxton, asking the questions she thought a daughter would ask, and Mrs. Paxton seemed to have prepared for all of them. When Dolman returned from his walk, Mrs. Paxton went off to get an electric golf cart for their ride around the grounds. "Well," said Jane.
"Not bad. It's not the way I'd hoped to spend my old age, but the people I met seem happy. It must be incredibly expensive."
"I've seen the price tag," said Jane. "It's outrageous, but it would be a bargain at 10 times that much. You can move around freely and do as you please, and if you want to leave, they'll drive you in a shuttle with 5 or 6 other people your age. Outsiders can't come in except to deliver groceries and cut the lawn. With any luck, we won't have to pay for long."
"What about the other campers?"
"Guests. She says a lot of them come here to forget things like newspapers and television, and the staff tries to keep everybody too busy for them. That should help. The hair should help. The more you behave like Alan Weems, and the less like anyone else, the better." He considered for a moment.
"I suppose it's not on the list of places I'd go to look for a fugitive."
Why can't just anybody spread a deck of cards face down on a table and pick out the king of spades? Dahlman looked at her impatiently.
"Why?"
"It's not a trick question."
"Well, to begin with, they're all the same. The king of spades doesn't look any different from—"
He paused, then nodded. 5 days later, Alan Weems was installed in a condominium at the Carlsbad Senior Rancho. His belongings were said to be in storage in Michigan. He arrived with only a few suitcases full of clothing that was as new as the suitcases, a large box of recently purchased books, and a valise that contained personal papers. He said goodbye to his daughter privately, and she was recorded as leaving the gate at midnight. Chapter 20. At 3:35 a.m., Violet Peterson awoke to the sound of many feet walking through the high grass outside her motel room. She silently eased herself off the bed, stepped into her jeans, pulled a clean sweatshirt over her head, and then sat down on the bed to tie her sneakers. By the time the door burst open, she was sitting at the small table by the window, her purse across the table from her where they could see it immediately, and her hands palm down on the table. Before the door swung far enough for the knob to bang the wall, the first man in had barreled across the room to her left like a football player, knelt behind the bed, and rested his elbow on it so his rifle would stay trained on her chest. But the second was already in place by that time, since all he did was sidestep through the doorway to his left. The third crouched in the doorway and swept the room with his eyes, his rifle turning wherever he looked. The fourth stepped past him and turned on the glaring light. Violet watched the proceedings with intense interest. It was good that Jane had explained how to receive such visitors. She spent the next few moments thinking about her daughter and her son, and marveling at how having them had changed her. At one time she had been very impressed by her own physical beauty, even awed by it, since it was unearned and had come unasked for. And she would, at a time like this, have been terribly afraid that something would happen to shatter it. But having her children, not just bearing them, which had distorted that body temporarily, and proved for the rest of time that it was not delicate or fragile, but watching the children grow and devoting her life to them, had moved her beyond little fears. The moment when the first one, Victoria, had begun to walk and talk, Violet and even Billy had in some subtle way become the old generation, superseded by the next. She was very afraid of these men because they might make some mistake and obliterate her children's mamma. She knew that reason dictated that she be afraid for herself, and she told herself that she would be. She had only put it off until she had time to think. The fourth man through the door advanced close to her, cautiously, taking little side steps. She could tell that much of his caution was devoted to staying out of the gun sights of his friends. He snatched her purse off the table and then said, not in the brutal shout she had been expecting, but in a quiet, normal voice, "Listen carefully. I want you to keep both hands in sight at all time, and away from your body. Now, slowly stand up and turn to the wall." Violet stood with her hands out like a tightrope walker and stepped to the wall. Before she expected it, big, strong hands pushed her forward so her hands had to lean against the wall, then quickly moved up and down her body, but the touch was not personal. It was like a strong wind riffling her clothes. Then other hands grasped her wrists and brought them around behind her. She felt the handcuffs click shut, and she began to feel better. Jane had told her that this was the time she should eagerly await, because it meant the real danger was over. Once the handcuffs were on, the men would begin to relax, and there would be little chance that they would make some mistake and hurt her. The men kept her standing there for a long time, her face a few inches from the wall. She could hear men going through her purse, shuffling through the money Jane had given her, like a bank teller counting it. She could hear the little slap as each piece of plastic was placed on the table. Her driver's license, her credit cards. She heard the click and snap as they opened her suitcase, and the quiet rustle as they examined the clothes. Somewhere beyond the bed, men were systematically opening drawers and moving furniture. It was the man who had taken her purse who grasped her shoulders and turned her around. "Sit down, please." Violet obeyed. A new man was standing outside the doorway, talking quietly with one of the raiders, their backs turned away. This one wore a dark gray suit, and he seemed to be in charge because he couldn't dress like that and do all these acrobatics, breaking down doors and diving onto floors with a rifle. The new man was a person to whom other people brought things. One man showed him the contents of her purse, then brought them back and returned them to the table. Others, one at a time, would go to him and whisper the way the first one had. Finally the man turned and looked in at her. He was big, not athletic-looking exactly, but the way that soldiers looked. He nodded at something one of his men whispered to him, but he didn't take his eyes off her. They were brown, but light brown, not the brown that most of the people she trusted had. They looked thoughtful and tired. He walked in the door past two men in dark blue golf shirts and khaki pants that Violet hadn't noticed before, who were sprinkling black fingerprint dust on the furniture. He sat down at the table across from her and stared into her eyes for a moment. "I'm Special Agent Marshall," he said. "Hi," she answered in a small voice. "You know that you've got a serious problem." "No," said Vi. "I don't." He pushed a few of the cards closer to her on the table. "You boarded an airplane under a false identity. You used these cards to rent a car, a hotel room, meals. That's fraud. Forgery. Now, I know that you plan to pay the bills. Otherwise, you would have no hope of fading back into being a law-abiding citizen when this was over. That was one of the reasons why my boss got tired of having people follow you around the country and decided that I should have this talk with you." He waited. Violet watched with curiosity. He seemed to be waiting for her to say something important. If he knew she was going to deny it, then what was all of this about? No, he must be expecting her to admit it and say she was sorry. She detected a subtle change in his eyes. She had been waiting for a change, but this wasn't the one she had been expecting. She had assumed he would turn cold and cruel and contemptuous. Instead, he was like a man listening to a small, faraway sound. He knew something was wrong, the way Billy knew when he listened to the hum of their car's engine. He must be very intelligent. For the first time, Violet was a little afraid of him. He said, "What's your name?" She answered, "Violet Peterson." His eyes had a new intensity. "What's your husband's name?" William Tanagreeson Peterson. He's a professor of psychology at the University of Buffalo.
Jane McKinnon bought your plane ticket. Is she a relative? Are you related to Jane McKinnon?
Violet nodded. Not in the way you keep track of these things, but the way we do.
I see, said Marshall. He stared at the table where he had arranged her ID cards and licenses and tickets. He seemed to turn his mind inward as though he had received a blow and he was testing how much it hurt. I wish you hadn't done this.
Done what?
She was under police surveillance. The FBI thought it was following her around the country for over a week. You've been obstructing a murder investigation.
I flew out of Buffalo on a ticket with my own name on it. I'm here for a legitimate purpose. I don't know anything about a murder investigation.
What legitimate purpose?
This week I was here for the Cherry Creek powwow. Next I had planned to go to Wisconsin for another one.
You're from New York. You must be some kind of Iroquois, right?
Seneca.
The people here are Cheyennes. In Wisconsin they're what? Ojibwe?
I was going to a Menominee celebration. You don't have to be a Menominee. You could go too. I've always wanted to make the powwow circuit, but there was always a reason why I couldn't. This time I could.
Was that Jane's idea?
Not really. Seneca's made a point of traveling around to visit other nations 1,000 years ago.
Has she done it?
Quite a few times, I believe. She used to be very political.
Marshall's face was sad. You're not afraid of what's going to happen to you now, are you?
Violet surprised herself. I know you can make things very hard and unpleasant for me right now. But I know that if I wait, there's a limit, an end. You have to let me out because I haven't done anything wrong. At that point, my side gets to take its turn.
Your side?
My lawyers. I don't know you, and I don't know anything about this murder, and I don't know how watching Jane would constitute an investigation. Maybe it does, but maybe it doesn't. I don't know what this really is, but I know what it will look like. It wouldn't be the first time that police have used public safety as an excuse to harass members of a troublesome and politically active minority group who were going to a peaceful assembly.
Don't worry, said Marshall. I've been around long enough to know better than to arrest people who want to be arrested. He stared at her hard. But that's not the real penalty for obstructing a murder investigation.
What is?
Thousands of people get murdered in this country every year. We don't catch all the killers. Even if we find the man we're looking for, get him convicted and put away, we'll probably never know what else he did while we were looking for him. A body is being found somewhere tonight, right now. We may not ever find out who that person used to be, let alone who killed her. Will you ever be absolutely sure that the man we're looking for didn't do it during the extra week you bought him?
Chapter 21. Jane flew to San Francisco as Julia Keeler, then boarded a flight in San Francisco for Rochester, Minnesota, using a driver's license and credit card in the name Diane Firestein. The old habits had come back almost too easily. Never start in the direction of your real destination. Never miss a chance to put a pursuer you haven't yet seen at a disadvantage. She spent the flight lying back in her seat with her eyes closed. What was Carey doing right now? He was probably asleep, even then holding the attention of the police at home. These days he had little possibility of getting himself into more trouble, but no possibility of freeing himself of suspicion. Jane's practical purpose in going back there had been to present the police with a dull domestic scene that would make them lose interest in him. She supposed she should have known that he would already be under surveillance, and that showing up would not change that. But the surveillance had a positive side. As long as the police were watching him, he was safe. Was Violet Peterson safe? Jane had needed Vi as a decoy to break herself out, but that left Vi and Billy in the same state as Carey, frozen in place, watched and suspected, but not exactly in trouble because nothing they had done could easily be restated as a criminal charge. She was more confident about placing Dahlman in the retirement home. As long as the money held out and he didn't need the services of a doctor, he would almost certainly be safe. But the price of keeping him away from the police and his enemies was keeping him away from her, too. Whatever else he knew would be of no use to her, because he was placed in storage like the others. As she stepped off the plane into Rochester Municipal Airport, she wondered whether she had prudently provided for the safety of her family and friends, or simply locked in place everyone who might have helped her. She rented a car, drove it in a circular path to be sure she had attracted no attention at the airport, then committed herself to Route 52 and headed north. She thought about her enemy, trying to feel for a solid, recognizable shape in the dark. She had asked Sid Freeman if he had ever seen any women or children among the clients sent to him. There had been few women and no children. Jane searched her memory again for a census of her own runners. After a few moments, she was sure. The people who were in jeopardy, but who had no relatives or friends or co-conspirators at hand ready to help them, were more often women and children than men. The people whose only option in times of danger was to run were the weak and the young. Most men would turn and fight unless the odds were absurd. They only came to her after they had tried on their own and failed. She didn't have to spend any time wondering about the discrepancy. The one thing that few women and no children had was money, and Sid had said the face changers were in it for money. But who were they? There had been 2 men who had gone to Dahlman in Chicago after the death of Sarah Hoffman and posed as policemen. There had been 2 different men who had shown up at the hospital in Buffalo to kill him. They worked in pairs. That might be useful, too. At the very least, if she saw 2 men behaving suspiciously, she would know enough to get out of their way. Runners had come to Jane because someone had told them that her kind of help existed, if they could only make it as far as her door. It had always been one person telling another, sometimes a social worker who had gotten tired of telling clients that the system had no way to protect them, or maybe the prisoner in the next cell, who had been whispering her name to himself like a mantra for years. Even if the face changers had turned disappearing into a practical business, their operation could only work by quiet confidences and tips, too. But the people who came to them needed to have money, and that made certain differences. If the word had simply gotten around among people who had troubles, then the face changers would have to spend much of their time turning unacceptable runners away. That could go on for only a short time before one of the rejects got caught by the police and traded the face changers for a lesser charge. No. Someone must be doing an initial screening of the clients, maybe even recruiting them. The screener had to be somebody who came into contact with potential clients. There had to be some place where this secret operation touched the surface. Some person who met prospective clients and heard their stories and then said, if it's that bad and you have no defense and no way of getting past it, there still may be a way, if you're willing to spend the money. Maybe it was a banker. There were certainly bankers who catered to people who had reason to expect that someday they might need to disappear. Drug dealers, money launderers, gun runners, embezzlers. Or it could be a stockbroker, the one who invested and hid illicit money in the maze of electronic transactions that flashed from computer to computer each day. It could even be a receptive, sympathetic bartender who worked in the right spot. People who stole a lot of money seldom did it so they could stay home in the evening and watch television by themselves. No, Jane realized, a bartender was wrong. There were bartenders who made extra money by trafficking in information and introductions. Some would tell you where to place a bet, or buy drugs, or would give a whore your room number. A few would even set up a meeting with a man who would kill your rival for you. But those were rare and unreliable sources of income. For the dishonest bartenders, certainly, but even more so for the dealers and prostitutes and bookies, and the market for disappearances was much sparser than the market for drugs, sex, or gambling. The bartender would have to chat with thousands of people, each of them when the bar was empty or nearly so, before one of them asked him the right question. It might take 100 years to meet 3 clients. The screener had to be someone who spoke privately with a lot of people whom he might expect to be in serious trouble at some point. They had to come to him and volunteer to tell him their stories, because if the trouble was public enough for a stranger to hear of it and approach them, then it would be too late to disappear. They had to tell him what the problem was, and that would require that they believe they could reveal it without getting in worse trouble. That sounded a lot like a lawyer. The lawyer would be a specialist in criminal law. Judging from the sums that had been spent on Hardiston's plastic surgery, it would probably be the sort of practice that didn't take many small-time cases. Armed robbers got a lot of police notice and press attention and public concern. The only thing they didn't get a lot of was money. They were, as a rule, not good candidates for disappearing. They were temperamentally unsuited for taking instructions, which was why their job prospects had narrowed down to showing up in places where cash changed hands in plain sight so they could grab it. The people Sid Freeman had described sounded like white-collar criminals who had gotten away with serious money. In Jane's experience, that kind of runner was easy to hide. In order to get that far, they must have taught themselves to lie and pretend to be something they weren't for an extended period of time. They had to be smart enough to have worked themselves into positions of trust where they could skim profits or take kickbacks or accept bribes or offer them. Before you could get into trouble for insider trading, you had to be an insider. And before you could be charged with tax evasion, you had to make enough to owe taxes. The lawyer would have to be highly regarded, not just in the underground, but above the surface. People who were in the position to pay a couple $100,000 to get the right plastic surgeon probably had millions. When a person like that got into trouble, his first impulse was to get himself the biggest, fanciest lawyer he could find. Jane sensed that she was taking this too far. There was no evidence that it was a lawyer at all. She decided to put the screener out of her mind. The ones she had to face now were the pairs of men who weren't sitting in offices somewhere. They had been out getting false identity papers made and transporting clients from place to place. They had also, when the job required it, had the stomach to kill people who had seen their client's face and had the cunning to frame one of the survivors for their murders. They had not come from the world the clients inhabited. Just knowing that Sid Freeman existed put them in the category of people who had connections rather than credentials, and who bought their coats a little loose so the gun wouldn't show. At least 2 pairs of them, and maybe more, had managed to operate in a coordinated, effective way in different parts of the country at once. 2 of them were good enough to have convinced Dahlman they were policemen, and the other 2 had managed to anticipate the route Jane would take to get Dahlman out of Buffalo, which was better than the real police had done. For the past few minutes a quiet, insistent alarm had been sounding in the back of Jane's mind, and now she allowed herself to acknowledge it. These men had certain disturbing qualities. They had a comfortable working knowledge of where to obtain illegal commodities, good fake IDs, guns without histories. They had been up to carrying out a regular massacre on the medical staff at Dahlman's clinic. They had been knowledgeable enough not to simply make Dr. Sarah Hoffman's murder look like a botched burglary, but to make it look like the way an intelligent but inexperienced killer would go about making it look like a botched burglary. They all worked undeviatingly to fulfill a fairly complex and delicate plan of action, which would indicate that they had received very specific orders from somewhere.